He didn't handle the moment.
So that's choke.
I'm not in a position to say that a man choked on the golf course.
I'm in a position to say
you are. You just hit a hole in
you
one.
missed 2 balls.
Yeah.
I mean, 2 putts inside of 3 feet in the last. From on 15, he was -8. When he finished, he was -5 or -6, whatever it was. And I think when you go through a situation like that, you have to live up to the moment. And I know I tell people a lot sometimes, like, we sit out here and we go, how somebody sucks, this, that, and the other. But when you are a professional at golf,
I agree.
You're not supposed to miss those putts like that. And the thing about it, I think one thing I saw, Bryson DeChambeau played to the moment. Bryson DeChambeau all week had been out there shaking every fan hand, told every father he could see yesterday, happy Father's Day.
Yeah.
And he took the pressure off himself by being indebted to the fans.
Yeah.
Rory, on the other hand, hates Bryson.
Yeah. That's
and
no love lost.
You know what happens when you hate somebody? If they're coming from behind you, you're pressing.
You stifle your own potential.
Anybody in golf, I'll tell you this. If you're out there in golf and you're pressing and you're not under control, you are not going to do exactly what you want to do. But you know what? Bryson DeChambeau, sometimes he does things that rub me the wrong way, but you know what? I will say hats off, brother. That man played down the stretch, sitting there with a ball on the 18th hole. Jeff said, y'all think he get the par? I'm like, I don't know. Because I saw that root in front of the ball.
Yeah.
And he hits this ball. He gets over into the trap. And the long bunker shot is hard for anybody. But when you get a guy who's at the top of his game, has been #1 before, does all the stuff, he's a scientist. He's a golf scientist, say it like that.
Yeah.
And he hit that shot and rolled up there and took his time. I thought golf had changed, that you can't take a certain amount of time. The shot under the tree, he took forever. And I would wonder, and I'm not trying to knock anything from it, but I would wonder, did he exceed the time that they're supposed to give people to take a shot? Because he took forever to hit that shot.
Well, he had to analyze it, and you know why.
You can analyze in a certain amount of time.
But pitch count in golf, like that timer.
Yeah.
The dude he's quirky, but he's won me.
He is quirky, but what I'm saying is the pitch clock has changed in baseball.
Right.
Okay. And so if you're not doing something in a certain amount of time, you get penalized.
Why didn't they flag him?
So that's my thing.
Okay. So
I know it's down the stretch, but still, even in golf, when you used to look for a ball, you used to have about 10 minutes or so. That thing is like 3 to 5 minutes now. They've changed a lot of stuff to speed the game up, but ultimately, listen, he still made the damn shot, and Rory didn't. So Rory McIlroy, you choked, point blank. You are that good of a golfer. Down the stretch, you cannot. He handed it to him, because if Rory doesn't miss those 2 putts, Bryson's not winning.
Oh, no doubt about it.
So he had already set the tone to where he would have had pressure on Bryson coming in. But now you already messed up. All I got to do is play for the par. I don't have to try to go for birdie. And that happened to him. But we're gonna talk a little bit more about that. And listen, golf is hard. I play it a lot. But if you are playing on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, you can't be missing on putts like that. You can't do that.
Yeah,
you can't do that. You have to make.
How about his exit though? Do you feel for him? Do you understand it, or was he unprofessional?
Unprofessional. See, the thing about it, like I say it all the time. The bad boys, Detroit Pistons. Every time they won, they wanted to show up people. When Mike whooped that ass, they wanted to leave out and didn't want to shake hands.
That's true.
So if you're going to, one thing about it, you build a reputation, and you build a reputation based off of, and you show your character while when in defeat and you've done your worst, you still stand there and answer questions.
Amen.
I was told by Blanche Mitchell Sr., you and I both, we look at the guys in a uniform right here. We both had dads that were in the military. And my dad always said, I don't care if you play good or you play bad. You sit there and you answer those questions.
That's right.
He said, because what you don't want to do is allow somebody else to tell your story. So you tell your story. Well, and if you made a mistake, own up to it, keep moving on. I've always tried to do that, but I look at a lot of these guys who are damn peacocks when they win. And when they lose, they're a bunch of little punk asses. That's what happened to them. Yeah. They don't want to sit there and answer. If you sit there and answer, you'll gain way more respect. when Bryson lost just a few weeks ago, and I think it was Rory that he lost to, right?
Mm-hmm.
He answered questions. Why does Rory have to hurt? I got to get on out of here. I don't want to talk to anybody. It shows your professionalism. And you know what? I would say to any young person out there, if you're growing up and you're a good athlete, if you ever make mistakes or you ever did something that you feel that people think may have cost team, don't run from it. Because now if you got 50 people covering you, you give 50 people a chance to tell a story. And people still don't know who the hell you are. You stand there and tell the story of who you are.
Yeah, he lost a lot of endorsement money that he will never see now. Because if I were a company, he could not represent my brand. Sergio, I couldn't remember last time Sergio had ever won. Sergio was on everything.
Yeah.
Because he brought something
Sergio
to the table.
and Ricky Fowler.
Ricky Fowler.
Ricky Fowler didn't win, and he was on everything.
He was on everything, yeah. So I think that's one going to come back to haunt him.
Well, we had a great story going on, and it's still going on in this town. The Nats have won 8 of 9. You know, and I am thoroughly impressed with those boys because they're handling their business. And when you see a team that's not supposed to be doing a certain thing, but they're getting it done, you have to give them their love and their respect. Just like we said about the Wiz when they were playing, and we said about the Sticks. If you're winning, we're discussing you. You know what? If you lose, we're going to have to discuss that too. But we'll give you way more praise and way more leeway if you are going to go out there and take care and handle business. The Nats, who are going to be playing tomorrow night against the Diamondbacks at 6:45, are 8-9. And think about the young man yesterday, Jacob Young. It's Father's Day. He has never hit a home run. And what did he do? He hit a home run to put them back up. And the first thing he did was call his dad. Yeah. So I know we all got some stuff yesterday. We got some love from the families. Any fathers out there, I want to say happy belated Father's Day because we wasn't on the radio yesterday. But that has to be a great, great present from your son to go out there and hit his first home run on Father's Day.
And it was set up. DJ Hurds the day before comes out and matches Strasburg, and I was on the air yesterday, and it when you work Father's Day, because I always say responsible. I'm not honoring the deadbeats. I'm only honoring the responsible fathers and the mothers who played the role and have to put on both caps.
Yeah, I'm with that.
And so, man, it was just fantastic. It's nothing like Father's Day and baseball to me because it was the number one sport in my era. And I know, go ahead and laugh, but
I sat there with my uncles and stuff watching baseball.
Yeah, baseball.
Listening to baseball.
Yeah, there you go. Right.
On the radio.
On the radio.
Yeah, there you go.
This is baseball. Oh, man, he would prefer to go out. He had that Sony radio RCA, sit outside by the barbecue pit and listen. But when you got Vince Scully that you're listening to,
Vince can talk to you and make you see the picture.
See everything.
See, that's a great thing about it.
Visualization, brother, through the radio. So it was a great day. And then that's also what they've been doing on the base path, being aggressive, not beating themselves, not helping teams beat them. And we got a mini thing going, man. And then the possibilities are limitless because not talking wild card, not talking anything yet, just talking about getting to 500 again, getting over that, and being in the mix.
Definitely. But you know what? How was your Father's Day? What did the wife and the kids do for you?
Well, I always ask for my Father's Day present is to just isolation. Just let me do nothing. You know what I mean?
Listen,
I don't want to do nothing, go nowhere, do nothing other than I work overtime, did that, and the fellowship of being on a Sunday. It was a beautiful day, and the weather played its part. Yeah. Everything was fine, and there was no bad news. The worst thing you can get is bad news on Father's Day. No bad news. Everybody, shout out to BT. Dr. Taylor lost his uncle. Then you lose somebody somebody had tragedy on that. So, no, man, I'm just asking for what well, you'll give you another opening for you to take a jib. But when you get my age now, when you're healthy,
what are you, 55?
I'm 91.
You carry yourself like you're 55, 40 or 55.
But when you get my age, you are very happy to not be in pain and to feel good?
Well, like I'll tell you what I did. So yesterday when I woke
How
up,
many miles did you ride? Because I talked about you on the show.
I always tell my family, like, everybody wants to do what they want to do. I'm like, if it's Father's Day, let me decide what I want to do.
Right.
So for the last, I would say 5-6 years, I've told them if I want to play golf, I want to play golf.
Right.
I'm gonna go early enough so I can be back home in case you all decide to do what I want you to do.
Right.
So I went out and I
Crawfish.
played 9 holes of golf with Landon Collins and also my man Greg Height.
Yeah.
Then I went to ride bikes. So hanging out, fellowship and brotherhood, Martin Mayhew, Ricky Irvin, and Kenny
Trojan.
You know, so we rode 25 miles, 25.2 miles, whatever it was.
And Ricky Irvin rode 25 miles.
Yeah, he did. They would go rolling. I'm saying Martin's trying to downplay it.
Yeah.
Martin could ride. Martin not even clipped in, and he was right there. Like, I was rolling, and I kept looking to see who was there. See, this is the difference. So Martin and Ricky made me promise to them I was going to do a certain speed, and we only doing a certain distance.
Okay.
So if they don't realize, I made them go farther than what they said, and they went faster than what we said.
Okay.
Why? Because if I'm riding and I say you good and you say yes, I know I could pick it up a little bit. And if you right there still on me, we can go a little faster.
Right.
So we averaged a little over 16 miles per hour, which they didn't expect that. And they said they wouldn't do nothing over 25 miles. They went 25.4 or 5, something like that.
We talked about you. I said you was on a tricycle. I said you had a tricycle race. But yeah, we honored the fact that you were taking it physically, and you also have encouraged others to meet a physical expectation they never would have entered.
Right. We're here right now doing the Purple Heart Foundation golf tournament coming to you live from the ICC Country Club. And this is what I look at. Like I've always said, we could play golf, a great sport, enjoy ourselves while raising money for great causes.
Oh, absolutely.
And the thing with the bike, I found out you could do the exact same thing. So I'm enjoying myself, getting some help while trying to raise money for people. And you'll hear me talking later on, I'm sure, about Bike to the Beach. August 2nd, I'll be riding 108 miles now to raise some money for autism awareness. But ultimately, I told the fam what I wanted. So it's a fish in Louisiana, and they call it crappie up here. JP said he'll never eat crappie because he's thinking of crap. JP. But it's called cyclale. So it's a silver perch. Okay. And we love it. So what you do, you scale it, you gut it, and you cut it and open that thing up, and you fry it whole like that. Okay. And so my wife's uncle sent, I would say, like 5 bags, huge. So I told him I want fried fish, shrimp. My daughter makes this potato salad out this world. And then they had corn and kale. That's all I wanted. I don't want to go to no Roots, nobody else's place. I'm going to be at Mitchell's. Because I believe that the 3 chefs that was at that house yesterday are better than most of these trained chefs at these other restaurants. Because what you have to do when you're cooking in a restaurant is make everybody happy. So you take away some of the value of what something really is. Amen. Man, look, I walked in that house yesterday. Jeff, I'm supposed to break some perch for you, man. Let's check it out. How you supposed to really do it? Remember that way you did it? Had all them bones about to kill me.
Jeff can cook.
Jeff can cook, but he just don't know how to. He cut the fish up a little wrong.
Okay, all right.
But I walk in the house. And you know, I'm the one that when you cook it and you walk away, I'm snacking. So I had 2 perch then. Then I sat there and they said, "Oh, you can sit down and eat your food." I said, "Oh yeah, I've been waiting." She said, "Boy, I already know you've been in that plate in that pot." I got 3 more perch and ate those, and I snuck and got a second one. I mean, the 6th one later on. That stuff is outstanding. When you get a white, mild, flaky fish, and you just have that thing where it's fried, just like it doesn't be really hard, but like right in between, bro, unbelievable. I enjoyed it, and I had a great one. I got healthy. I got healthy, and I ate well.
Well, that's good.
Yeah,
that's the way it ought to be. I Heavy Metal. I tapped in on him earlier to check on him on a Father's Day because with the girly girls, I couldn't imagine what they did for him because that's a different thing when you have girls as opposed to boys. That's a whole different household. That's why I tapped in on him early before the show to check on him. It's all good. It's all good.
I took him to a rock show.
Oh, I figured that would happen.
How old are your kids?
Did you put earplugs or earphones
the
on?
big,
Oh, yeah, okay, good.
like
They're
the
young?
AirPod guys.
Yeah.
The oldest one's turning 5 this month.
And you took them to a rock show? How's that?
It was like a festival. They had this Filipino festival going on in Mosaic District,
All
like
right.
the Filipino Independence Day.
And my
I
daughter
guess.
works over that way.
Yeah, I mean, there's like hundreds of people at this thing. There's like face painting for kids, all kinds of stuff.
Okay.
And yeah, there's a rock band a couple of my friends were in, and it was a free show. So I was like, let's go out. It's Father's Day.
Well, that's great.
But being Father's Day yesterday, so my daughters were talking about this thing, and I'm gonna say it, and I hope nobody gets upset or whatever. But say like the word stepdad has become something that's like it's kind of in a like you're not really the real one. That's how it sounds. They say, well, no. They say a lot of stepdads say, don't just call me stepdad, call me the dad who stepped up.
I like that.
So I think when you look at it in that mindset,
I like that.
it says even more because let's be real. Some real dads are stepdads.
That's why I said
they ain't really there.
Yeah, you're right.
They don't get the respect that they deserve because they ain't doing nothing.
Who raised you?
But there are people who are doing things and making sure the kids get great guidance, and they're doing great things for them to get them on the right track. And I think that's the thing for me. I had a few of my friends, they sent me the exact thing saying of all the titles they have, the title dad is the one that means the most to them.
Prestigious.
Means the most to me because all 4 of my kids posted stuff on me yesterday. And when your kids sometimes don't tell you what they really feel about you, but when you see them and they told the world what they feel about you, it makes you get a little misty-eyed, I sweat a little bit.
Even for a pit bull. Even for a pit bull.
I didn't cry. My eyes were sweating.
No, but what we said yesterday, that's why I go tribute to all the youth coaches.
Yeah.
Because the Little League, the ankle biters, the Pop Warner, I mean the first time they come out, the most vulnerable when they're playing the first time of sports, that detachment from the parent. That coach being nurturing, being patient, not thinking he's Belichick, but understanding that he's taking on a real comforting parental role is mandatory. And we got a lot of people in all of our communities that do this tireless work every year. So I say shout out to them.
Well, I'll close with this, and then I got to move on. Don't think just because you try to tell them everything, you have to also as a parent be willing enough to allow somebody else to help because you can't do everything by yourself.
Village.
My daddy told me a long time ago, all those coaches, they're an extension of me. If they say something, you better listen to them like me. So my coaches knew if they said something and I questioned them, they called him, and I wasn't dealing with that dude. So if y'all think I can say some crazy stuff and act a crazy way, I am like 10% of what that dude really was. Hey, I did not want to deal with that as I went home. We're going to take us a quick break here. We get back. We're going to visit that Rory McIlroy thing again, how he played and stuff like that. We have a busy show for you today. We'll get into it and I'll let you know everybody. But we're going to get Jeff's opinion, the guy who was watching everything yesterday and making sure we were up on things. I could not believe that. But hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Are you tired of those lackluster cooling systems? Well, it's time to switch to Ruud and feel the difference. Thanks to the IRA Act, you can score up to $2,000 in tax credits on select heat pump systems. And Maryland residents, there's exclusive rebates on Ruud just for you. Personally, I've upgraded to 3 Ruud 18-series inverted heat pumps to stay cool at my house. Ruud keeps me comfortable whether I'm chilling at home or hosting game day parties. So beat the heat this season and visit Ruud.com. That's RUUD.com to see why they're the MVP of cooling. And remember, if it ain't Ruud, it ain't right. All right, welcome back. B. Mitchell Philly, 1067 The Fan. We're coming to you live from ICC, International Country Club, right here in Chantilly, Virginia. We're at the Purple Heart Open, and it's presented by Green Drop. You can make a difference for our veterans. Donate to the PurpleHeartFoundation.org. That's PurpleHeartFoundation.org. All right, we started off the show talking a little bit about Rory, but let's go back to it. Rory McIlroy hasn't won a major in forever, and it seems like. And now every time he gets close, he seems to do something that messes with him. And I can't wait to talk to some people later on. I thought we had I'll do Barry Saluga today because I wanted to ask Barry a straight question. But I'm gonna ask you, Doc. You've been in media as long as anybody else out there. So when you see, I think no, I'm not trying to be funny. I'm just saying. Sometimes, as I feel in sports, we can love you, just like when in family.
Yeah.
But when you do something that you're not supposed to be doing and you're not living up to what you're supposed to be, you need to know that.
Get checked.
You know, and that's the thing about it. So is it time that he gets checked?
Yeah.
Because the man is unbelievable, but he's falling short.
Yeah.
And yesterday, people can say what they want. Bryson did not play great. Bryson shot 71 yesterday. Rory shot 69.
Mm-hmm.
If Rory just go and shoot that 68 or 67, where he was on his way to, he wins.
He wins.
You know, and I think it wasn't that Bryson was just a freight train. Rory just said, "Ole!" He let him right on through.
Yeah, if he has anybody on the tour that he's close with, this is where he needs a friend.
Yeah,
to come to him and say, "I got to check you, Slim."
But does he necessarily need the friend, or does he needs to look deep down inside? Because
he ain't gonna do that.
Listen, man, even when you have people talking to you and telling you things and giving you words of advice, if you're not willing to accept it and work on it, it doesn't make a difference anyway.
He may not be ready for
so
that.
I just think that it's time that someone tell him, look, bro, you got to find a way.
He just got back with his girl. That was supposed to be stabilizing. If this is the reaction and you not got that other part of your life settled, that's not a good sign.
Yeah, I don't know if it's getting back to the girl going to really help him out much. You better get back to him, get back to being who he is and get his thing done.
Look at the way he putted earlier. He made some putts that very few people are capable of doing. He did it. He missed, and I'm not going to say there's gimmies in anything, but he missed some really short, makeable putts.
He did. And I'll say this. I am no way close and ever will be close to what Rory McIlroy is as a golfer.
Mm-hmm.
But I can tell you when I see some things. After he missed the first one, it was a putt a little early in the round where it almost came out the hole, and he made it.
Yep.
So now he started to second guess himself. So just like a cornerback, the great cornerbacks get beat, and then the next play, they're lined up talking trash. You go like, dude, did you just get beat? They forget about it. It's in the past, and they start thinking about only what they got to do going forward. He kept allowing it to come. And what happens in those situations? It begins to snowball.
You mentioned the other day with JP about the rain game. You receiving punts in.
Yeah.
It happens to everybody. The question is, why you are pro is that you find a way to overcome it.
There you go.
Because you're playing against other pros.
And he didn't do it. And the one sport where the mental is more than anything is golf.
Yeah.
You know, I got a lot of friends. They be like, man, you know, when you're on the golf course, man, you know, I say, how did you play? I didn't play. I said, what you were thinking about? Oh, we were doing this.
Yeah, well,
if you're doing everything and thinking about everything, you're not thinking about golf, you're not playing well. And that's that last putt. And that my left to right, I can hit firm right to left, but left to right messes with me a little bit. But what I've learned is you line up where the hole is going to be, and you got to hit it a little firmer. So if you see a 2-inch break, bring it into an inch, hit it firmer, it stays on line quicker. When it starts to slow, it breaks hard. You make your putt. And if you practice putting a lot, you got to be confident in the one coming back because he still missed it. He had to make the one coming back. And you can see when he hit that thing, he stopped. That ball broke 3 inches off his putt. It was already gone, you know. And I think that the sports psychiatry when it comes to golf, you better stop just taking all the people's ideas and thoughts and start working on yourself.
Yeah.
You know, make sure you when something happens bad, you gotta let it go and not worry about it anymore.
I like the open because of the traps.
It
and just
challenges people.
The challenge of that. But do you look at the open and say you would like to play that? Do you see yourself? Because it's my favorite.
But see,
in terms of how they trick it out against the best in the world.
I would love to play. I never played Pinehurst 2.
Okay.
I'm gonna do it. I want to play it because when I see them struggle, I want to see. Okay, I'll go play it. First of all, I'm not playing from back there where they playing from. Okay, the greens will not be as firm as they are when I play it.
Right.
The rough is not as thick and penal as it as it is when I play it. So yes, I want to match my medal to see where I'm going because I am trying to become a better golfer, but I'm not trying to be on the PGA Tour.
Right.
Here, I'll have to be on the Champions Tour. I'm over 50 years old.
Right.
You know, I'm not trying to get to those things. I'm trying to become better and more consistent. So yes, I want to play the same courses that the pros play. You know, but you also have to understand when the pros play, this little concrete here, that's about how hard their fairways are. You remember John Daly got so pissed off. John Daly just slapped the ball, kept walking. I'm done with this crap. And when you see that frustration, it's amazing how it's that sport where you see the best of the best struggling. You go, I want to play that.
You think you do, yeah.
You want to play it because I'm not playing it from 7,000 and something.
Right. Okay.
It was a par 4 yesterday, like 540, 550, something like that. I don't care if the average golfer right now, you could be a +1, +2 scratch. If you got a par 4, 550, you are worried, hands down. You're like, what the hell? You know, hell, we get some par 5s sometimes that are 490, 500. They got par 4s, 550. And as I said, Bryson hits an 8-iron, and the tournament prior, he hit an 8-iron, 226 yards. and when I see it, listen, there's been times I was in Canada in Toronto, and the guy said, how far you hit 8-iron? I said, about 165. He said, okay. He's like, you got 198 yards, hit the 8-iron. I'm like, 198 yards? He said, man, the air's thin and you got to like slide down here. You're going to hit it. He said, but just smooth it. And everybody will tell you when you smooth the shot, you seem to hit it more solid and it goes a little farther. I flew the green. That was air helped me out, downhill, and the wind helped. That wasn't what I do. This man is hitting it flat with no light air.
Yeah. And it's almost crazy for anybody to compare themselves with a pro.
Not with him.
Yeah, I mean,
but the pros can't compare themselves with him.
Yeah.
So hey, I don't know.
He built like that.
I'll say this, Doc. If putting the stuff in Epsom salt, putting your balls in Epsom salt can make it go like he hit it, I think I'm going to be dropping my stuff in Epsom salt too. Because I almost said dropping the balls, and I know I would have heard Jeff say pause over there. So I had to really back up on that one. But it is what it is. But the ultimate thing is, listen, bro. That was a choke job. That's just like if we got a guy who hits 85%, 90% of his free throws in the NBA, and they go to the line and they miss him when it's on the line, that would be a choke job.
Yeah, pretty much like the Mavs. And what we talked about over the weekend is I'm insulted if there's a sweep in finals of any sport.
Yeah, but I kind of felt that they were going to get one. I didn't know if Edmonton could get one, but they ended up getting one.
They got a big one.
Yeah, but this is the thing about it. If we notice, let's look at sports. Mm-hmm. I don't care which sport it is. Teams up 3-0. Mm-hmm. Then that next game, that final game, they normally step back and the other team step forward. Also, the refs can help them out a little bit in basketball for sure. I don't know about hockey. Right. But then they go back home. Boston is going to be at home. Panthers going to be at home. More than likely, you think that they're going to beat the brakes off them like they already done. But if it goes the other way, we'll see. But I just don't get it all the time how it goes. But it happens so much like that. As we get you ready for the rest of this show, we got Chris Miles coming up at 11 o'clock.
Oh, yeah.
Mitch Tischler will be joining us
Big
at 12.
Fella.
11:45, I'll be giving away some Kevin Hart's tickets. Kevin Hart tickets so you can go out and laugh a little bit. That's a slam dunk contest, and Heavy Metal and also Doc gonna be getting involved with that. They're gonna be involved. We'll join us
as
at
a judge.
Mark Stern from Capitol Hoops is gonna join us at 12:45, and Bobby Blanco will come in and we'll get some information from him about these nationals. Okay, but ultimately we are going to have a busy show today, and want everybody to be ready here. But before I go here, listen, you Be Mitchell Philly, 106.7 The Fan, as we come to you live from ICC Country Club. That's International Country Club right here in Chantilly, Virginia, as we broadcast live from the Purple Heart Foundation Golf Tournament. Please help us, help those that have sacrificed so much for us. But right now, caller number 10, you get 2 tickets to Santana and Counting Crows. Won this tour 2024, Thursday, June 20th at Jiffy Lube Live. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events, courtesy of Live Nation. Call number 10 right now, 800-636-1067. Now, Santana, I would love to be there. He could play.
Yeah,
he could
bad
play.
boy.
But
Bad
we mentioned earlier about how well the Nats have played, and Doc, I know you are a seam head. You love baseball. I understand they're supposed to be rebuilding and doing this, doing that, doing the other, but this team is playing some damn good baseball right now. They were getting great pitching early on. Now they're getting the timely hitting with it.
Yeah, it all has to come together. When your starters get you 6+, you don't have to worry your pen out. We've got King Kong and Godzilla that come out, man, in the 8th and 9th inning, and I'm telling you what them dudes, man, I just absolutely love it. What's going on? They play up, which is really good. And human nature is that losing to the White Sox, teams that are terrible, is your Achilles heel, but that'll happen. They've gone through. Josiah Gray is out. They've had the injury hit them a couple of places, and they've been able to survive that. What we're hoping for is what is happening down 95 with Baltimore, in my mind, is that you grow, get better, keep this nucleus tight, and then look at the O's now. They are rocket steady, tearing the ball up. They just, destroyed Philadelphia, and we know how good Philly is. So it's promising. I want to get back over 500 and just see how long this thing can ride out.
Well, I think what happened with them, when you start hearing about rebuilding, you think it's got to take a long time.
Yeah,
but
no.
One thing I've always said, like I tell people, like guys ask me, like, man, you talk about hockey, and I say, listen, bro, I don't really care about that. Trying to tell you about the rules and the idiosyncrasies of hockey.
Yeah.
I more deal with the psyche of a player because I think that works in all sports. When we say it's a rebuild, we as fans and as front office people, we listen to that. But you think the player want to understand, oh, yeah, so I'm supposed to be losing for all the time. The player has some pride in himself. So you got all those guys with all that upper echelon talent. They don't just sit there and want things to go to waste.
Right.
They want to win because they're going to be judged by winning and losing. Not the fact that the GM said, oh, we're going to rebuild a little bit. That doesn't make them a difference.
Not for players.
They get out on the field. They get out there on the diamond. They want to play better. And I think that is why we see stuff like what we're seeing right now, because you have great talent and you get a bunch of guys, just like the Commanders when they were doing all this stuff, what they did the few days of just they didn't even care about football. They did more of the mental aspect and the teamwork stuff.
Right.
When you start to believe in the person next to you and care about the person next to you, it makes you play even better. And I think that's what we're seeing. JP said all the time, probably the best GM in this town right now is what's my man, Rizzo.
Oh man.
And I think right now you have to start giving him more credit because when that dude says something, you watch it. He says and then he starts to do. And then when he starts doing, it starts happening how he says. So he is an architect. He doesn't just come out there and shoot the breeze with Louise like Vinny used to always do. Oh, this is gonna happen. It never happened. It still ain't happened.
And he had, he's a badass. He had a bobblehead day, and it was well received. They had a lot of GMs. Nobody would have even showed up for the game. He's doing it the right way. Robles, when you have to depart, first of all, I like a guy that picks a guy. Don't forget, Robles was really slated to be better than Juan.
Yeah.
We thought he was that guy.
But see, he just started thinking it. He didn't work on making it happen.
And you see what they did.
Yeah.
They said it's time to go. You got to be able to move on, keep filtering. No, we're lucky, man. We are lucky, and nobody wants to stay stuck on stupid. We want to be able to build a winner, and I believe that they are headed in the right path.
I think they are. Listen, bro. I love it, and I can't wait till they're winning way more, and we can we got to get beyond they're rebuilding thing. And we want to compete.
Every sport. Yeah.
And I think when you get to the point of competing, it's a little bit more exciting. You
Oh,
know,
yeah.
because I think early in the season I was hearing about the rebuild and it's going to be a while, it makes you say, okay, boom, I'll wait till they get better and I'll go.
Yeah.
But
No.
when you start seeing this, you go, I don't want to miss some more games.
That's right.
You know, I want to try and be at the games now more
With their
often.
number one pitcher, with Gray out,
Yeah.
they're doing all of this. I mean, they lost maybe their best overall player for 2 or 3 weeks in the DL,
Mm-hmm.
and they didn't dip. They stayed over 500, and now he's smashing again. So CJ's going up and down from not up and down as a player, up and down from greatness to really damn good to greatness. So hey,
And
man,
that's the
it's a
thing,
good
though,
ride.
the consistency. Like when you get to a level, people don't judge you here anymore.
No, you
And
showed.
I know, like when I say some things on radio, sometimes I seem to get more of a rise out of people because they're like, man, you don't give people credit. Well, he already proved to me that he's better than what he's doing right now. So
Right.
why the hell am I going to sit here and worry about that? I'm going to get him up and show him how it's done.
Yeah,
I'm not going to worry about that.
A lot of our audience, they treat these guys like they're watching their kids play. You know what I mean? Like they got like their kids are playing, and you can't do that. You know, we understand the passion,
but hey,
no,
my thing is, I'm going to call.
Paid.
Hey, when you show me how good you are, you show me how good you can be, I'm going to judge you based off of that.
Yeah.
That's how it has to be, and we're going to always do it that way. And I think ultimately, when a guy shows you he's a pro, expect him to be one 24/7. All right, we have a guy coming up next. He'll join us at 11 o'clock. He's the president of the Giannis Antetokounmpo fan club, but he couldn't watch Giannis that much in basketball this year. They had injuries and everything. They were out early. So Chris Miles from Chris Miles TV will join us at 11 o'clock. We're going to find out from Chris about these NBA finals. Is this thing a chance to be pushed farther, or will the Celtics finally just handle their business and shut it down? I said Celtics in 5. We're going to see if that happens. Take a quick break here. We get back. Chris Miles will join us. Be Mitchell Finley, 106.7 The Fan, coming to you live from International Country Club. of the Fan, coming to you live from ICC International Country Club here in Chantilly, Virginia for the Purple Heart Foundation Golf Tournament. Help us be there for those who have sacrificed so much for us. And I would say we got to always make sure we take care of the military because they allow us to have all the freedoms that we have. But let's go to the BetQL guest line right now. Sports betting has come to Maryland. Don't place that first bet without checking with BetQL. BetQL analyzes every game to find you the most profitable betting opportunities. Get 3 free days of BetQL access by downloading the BetQL app or visiting BetQL.com. Let's join our friend right now, Chris Miles. Chris, what's going on with you, brother? How you doing?
Christopher.
Great to hear from you guys, man. How are you?
Man, doing well, brother, doing well. But sitting at 3-1 now, is this thing going to go past tonight?
It's crazy because at the beginning of the playoffs, I looked at all the odds and who could win, and I kept saying Dallas, right? Either Dallas or Denver. And when Denver got eliminated, I'm like, oh, Dallas, Dallas, Dallas. And when the series started, I was like, oh, I really like Dallas now. And that game 3, it felt like it all fell apart, right? And being down there and feeling the energy, I'll tell you this much. So after the game 3 loss, the Mavs are walking out. We're walking out with them, and I see Kyrie. And Kyrie walks right over, daps me up. And I'm like, oh, it was good. How you doing, man? He's like, I'm good. I'm like, oh, like, that's good to hear, man. He's like, yeah, we're back here. Got another game. And his attitude was so positive. And they came out for warm-ups. You could kind of see before game 4 that they didn't look disappointed. They didn't look scared. They didn't look upset with each other, just like, all right, let's handle this business. And then we had Kyrie on our post-game show, and he kind of chuckled at the concept of like, oh, can this team come back for 3-1? Like, your Cavs did. He's like, yeah, I mean, like, what else can we do? And I think that that's just their mindset. And I'm like, I don't know, man. For Boston, it feels like all the pressure is on them, where Dallas feels like they're playing with house money. So I do think anything is possible.
So I think when we look at them playing in Dallas, I think I expected one game like I saw because, one thing about I've looked at the last 5 to 6 years of NBA basketball, and really in the playoffs, we always see these blowouts, which is the most mysterious thing in the world to me. If you got the 2 best teams, nobody should get blown out like that. And I know people might not think but I think the referees get too damn involved in the NBA. And I think that going back to Boston is what's going to take that confidence away from them just a little bit.
Okay, so you think it's over. You think Boston wins now. I'll tell you this, B. Mitch. You and I worked together in 2016, and you said, and remember when the Cavs came back, you were like, I don't get it, man. LeBron just needs to attack. I'll never forget that. Because I'm like, this football guy is just telling us that LeBron needs to basically be a running back. And that's what he did. But the key to that was Andrew Bogut was out. And if you go look inside the stats, it's like, I'm going to give you an analogy. It's like saying if a team was running the ball and they couldn't run inside the tackles, then like a defensive tackle's out, right? That's Kristaps Porzingis. And now teams are averaging 5-6 yards a carry inside the tackle. That's what we're seeing inside the paint with the Dallas Mavericks. They were plus 36 in game 4. Go look at it. They were plus 16 in game 3. That's their formula, and I think they're going to stick to it. And that gets to Boston, man. Guys get in foul trouble. Guys get agitated with each other. Boston defends the threes very well, but they don't defend the paint very well.
Yeah.
Well, they got back. The Lob City returned, and those bigs, and what Shaq, he made it famous. The others, they stepped up, and they're going to have to do that again. And you know that the Bruin, he's going to show up. The thing that I'm looking for with Boston, that pressure they got on Rory, a little bit of that noose is going to get onto them because they're human, and there got to be a little bit of self-doubt that's coming in their mind based on the last several years.
Yeah, I think, look, when I look at the Celtics, they got 3 guys that I go, okay, mentally strong. Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum, Drew Holiday. Now, the rest of the team, to me, is very questionable. Like, are they good, deep teams? Depends on who you talk to. But, like, Derek White, am I convinced that offensively he's going to be able to be consistent? when the pressure is that, like what you're saying? No, I don't.
Mhm.
Actually, don't think so. When I look at Dallas, I kind of go, I know Luka and Kyrie are going to perform in the, like, even a bad game for Luka is a 30-point triple-double, but he had 8 turnovers. You know what I mean? Like, the bar is just different with those guys. So to that point that you're making, like, that's why I kind of was on Dallas's side. I really didn't understand the odds. When they were down 3-0, I was like, oh, maybe there's, something I don't get here. But I still like Dallas. I tell you this much. If the series goes back to game 6 in Dallas, I think the Celtics are in deep trouble. So they need to end this in game 5.
Yeah, if it get there, like, I understand. But this is the thing. Like, we saw Dallas play one great game and win, and we all of a sudden now making them the best. They were down 3-0. They got their butts whipped in Boston, and they lost their first game in Dallas. So I understand the mindset because Luka and Kyrie are so great offensively. They're basically liabilities defensively. And I think when you go to Boston, and you know this, Chris, the refereeing goes back and forth depending on where the home team is. And it's going to be tough for them to really, really do it like they did in Dallas that last game.
Yeah, it's first of all, if you look statistically, it's impossible to come back from 3-0 in the NBA, right? So to your point, it's never happened before, and only 4 teams have forced a game 7 after being down 3-0. It's happened 156 times, and only 4 times have we seen a game 7, right? So we know how rare it is for teams to even fight back to get to that last game. But the interesting thing is, that's exactly what the Boston Celtics did last year. The Boston Celtics are one of those 4 teams, right?
Yeah,
so they know
Heat.
firsthand of like, oh, this thing isn't over. So I think there's a really interesting dynamic between these 2 teams. I think that Boston, look, if Kristaps Porzingis is on the floor and he's able to play like he played in game 1, it's over. There's nothing that Dallas can do. But I'm not sure we're going to see that guy again.
Do you risk him now, or do you wait and see if they go back to Dallas? Because that rest, you can probably get another 6 or 7 days if you keep the alien out.
Let me explain this to you. What you just asked is the most important question in this series. And it's something that I watched Grant Hill, Charles Barkley, and Steve Smith talk about for an hour when we weren't on TV, right? Arguing about, well, if they go and play Monday and Thursday, they get more time off. Like, to watch Hall of Famers battle it out about this one thing, that tells you how important it is. So to Chuck's point, he's like, look, he gets a whole extra week off if you wait to game 6 and bring him back in Dallas, and you still have 2 games to win it.
Right.
And to Grant Hill was saying, like, yeah, especially when you're dealing with injuries, obviously he knows firsthand. And what Smitty said was, yeah, but if you just have him on the court in game 5 and he's not 100%, that might be the mental edge that the team needs to stop Dallas from attacking. So I see both of those. I see all of those points, and I don't really have a dog in that fight. I just think that it's different mentalities, and it's contingent on how Kristaps looks. We saw him working out before game 4. He looked like he could play, but he looked like he wouldn't be as impactful.
Yeah, we're talking to Chris Miles from NBA TV here on the Bet Cure guest line, and this is what I see. With Kristaps on the court, one of their bigs have to go outside the paint and check him, and that doesn't work in Dallas' favor.
No.
Horford may not be as talented as Kristaps, but Horford pulls them from the basket as well.
Yeah, he's nice.
We got 2 guys like that, then it's virtually impossible for Dallas to win. So I wouldn't wait till game 6. I'm gonna take all my chances in game 5.
If you lose, he's so fragile.
He may not play.
Him, and I was talking to the Celtic in my household. My oldest, he's a leprechaun, and I go, I hope you put him in there early, but I wouldn't, because I'm thinking about next season. He's so vital to their overall success.
next season. But you got to win that thing this year.
I'm just telling you, if they can't pull off 2 without him, then they're not who I thought they were.
That part is so important when we talk about legacies, because for Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown, if you're up 3-0 and you can't close the door because someone who's not an all-star on your team is not available, that's a blemish. Like, that's how it's viewed.
Yep.
And Luka and Kyrie are two absolute wolves that are looking at this situation like, okay, let's come back and let's be part of history. Like, let's make everybody remember our names. That's how
they
those
haven't
two
been
guys are
wolves
looking.
in Boston.
But let me ask you this question though: Is that
Luka
pressure?
has, Kyrie hasn't.
Is that pressure or legacy more on the shoulders of Tatum or Brown? Because Tatum seems to do some things that he shouldn't be doing on a regular basis. Brown seems to be a dog no matter what.
Straight out dog.
Well, let's go back to game 4 now. Jaylen Brown had 10 points, right?
Yeah, but the first 3 games, we can't keep putting one game over the first 3 though.
I know you said that Jaylen all the time, and game 4 was not the case. And I'm a big Jaylen Brown guy. You got to remember this. On and off the floor, I'm an advocate for Jaylen Brown. So it's hard for me to even be objective in saying that he had a really bad game 4, right? But one thing you know about Jaylen, if he's on the basketball court, he's the smartest player on the court. And sometimes in some situations that works against him. So if you're Dallas, Jason Kidd in the press conferences, some of the ways that they play him, they're trying to get into his head enough to make him overthink situations. And I think it worked in game 4. I don't know if you can do that 3 more times.
Yeah. I don't know. He seems to both ends of the court be there for you more consistently, I would say. I know, and then again, he makes the most money at this present time of those two. So I'm like this. The NBA, you always talking about how much money they make. If you're making the most, you're supposed to bring me the most. He's done it, but I think still people look at Tatum as the guy who's been basically Jaylen Brown has been Batman. Tatum has been Robin.
But he was about to get paid like Superman.
Yeah, he's paid like Superman. So
yes, he is.
Iron Man, right?
Right.
So to your point that you're making, B. Mitch, I guess that's like, jokes aside, that's an outsider perspective of like people who talk. Like for us that are like right there covering it, we put them as the same caliber player, All NBA, future Hall of Famer. I think for Jaylen Brown's legacy, winning a Finals MVP solidifies like, okay, he's having a Hall of Fame career. I think for Jason Tatum, he's on a Hall of Fame track regardless. And I think that's kind of like the slight difference between the two when we talk about like where they are, who they are as players.
See, that is why I say the pressure is more on Tatum, because based on you saying that y'all say he's on a Hall of Fame track already, mean that you think he's the better player. So you should get more out of him than you get out of the other guy.
Yeah.
So
I would say
if you now talking about Jaylen Brown as a possible Hall of Famer, that means he's played himself into the conversation.
Yeah, I mean, look, with Jaylen Brown, I think Tatum ends up as like an MVP finalist right there year in and year out, where he's like 5th or 6th in MVP voting, right? First team All NBA, where Jaylen Brown is kind of like 3rd team All NBA, 2nd team All NBA. Like, is he an All-Star when you get into All-Star, where, like Tatum's like an automatic selection? That's how it's viewed. But to your point, what you're saying, Jaylen Brown has been so much better on the defensive end that their success started when he got there. Like this run of 6 Eastern Conference Finals in 8 years started when Jaylen Brown got drafted, right? And then Jason Tatum comes along a year later, and it adds to that. But if you look at the line of demarcation in this era of the Boston Celtics, it starts with Jaylen Brown. And I think people need to see that in the way that you're trying to say that to me.
Are we going to see Tim Hardaway Jr. pop up offensively or Casper the Ghost as he was? Because I'm going to tell you what, they need him desperately, because you don't know what Kyrie you're going to get in TD, and they need more scoring punch. Because Luka, let's say he decides to be a two-way player in this game. And those centers, that was an anomaly. They're not going to give you that offensive production normally. They need another scoring option, or they got no shot.
Yeah, so this is a question we're all asking, and Tim Hardaway Sr. is like at the game, and he's there, and it's kind of a little awkward. But the insight with the Dallas Mavericks is this. Don't forget, Tim Hardaway Jr. was in the track, last year and even started this year for Sixth Man of the Year. Like, this guy's averaging 14, 15 points off the bench. He gets hurt. Other guys start to be a bit successful. And he starts kind of like complaining about it. And I think within, you guys know this, a team structure, when you're trying to be a championship caliber team, you got to set examples with guys sometimes that aren't buying in all the way. And he was that guy. So he has
a little Carson Wentz in him. He doesn't like the team having success if he's not the person doing it.
Facts. Wow.
Yeah, and if you go look at Game 3, that was his time to shine, and he was shooting bricks. Look, making 5 3-pointers in a blowout when you come off the bench, I'm not counting that. Now, had he done that in Game 3 and they won, then that's his moment. So, yeah, I think they would love for him to come out and be an offensive spark plug.
Okay. Are we going? All right. So I'm gonna ask you this, Chris. You think you like Dallas, but Boston, I'm sure they kind of like, you like, dog, if they playing on all cylinders, it's gonna be tough. Do we see Game 6?
Do we see Game 6 in Dallas?
Yeah.
I think it's contingent on Kristaps Porzingis. So for me, if Kristaps Porzingis is not on the floor, all right, I'm going ahead checking into my flight, and I'm packing a new bag, and I figure out which suit I'm wearing in Dallas on Thursday, right? Like, that's my mindset if I see him on the floor.
I better not see you on TV with a damn blue suit on if it happens. We're going to have problems.
Wow.
Oh, that's a good. I'm gonna have a blue tie on.
If you got a blue suit, blue tie on, I'm gonna think you're a Dallas dude. I'm gonna throw some voodoo your way.
My man Daniel Gafford. No, not them football helmet guys. I would never do that to y'all. Right? Y'all my people.
I like Gaff though. I like Gaff.
Oh, I do too.
Yeah.
I like Lively. I think they're encouraging. Where do you stand on this? It's almost a sin for any team to get swept in any sport in the finals.
Yeah.
To me, that's just unacceptable.
Asinine.
I mean, unless you're facing like the Bulls back in the days, or like the Warriors when they had the juggernaut team. But this Celtics team isn't that.
Yeah, I don't care.
That's
swept?
You shouldn't get swept. Yeah. I mean, look,
come on, man.
I have nightmares when I think of trying to be on the court with somebody like Michael Jordan. I don't know. My mind can't even think about competing with a dude that looked like an alien out there. I don't even know how you do it.
The dude never went 7. That's why to me,
everybody's like, this guy was better in Game 7. Mike said, I didn't go to Game 7.
Yeah, he's been in one. That's why he's undisputed. Yeah.
I love you guys a lot, man. I'm gonna tell you this story. One day I was at work and I was working with Dominique Wilkins and Shaq and Chuck were there. And you guys have to understand that there's one thing when people say on camera how they feel about Michael Jordan.
Mm-hmm.
The way these men talk about Michael Jordan is like they're so confident in their own abilities, and then they talk about him, and it's like it's like Dominique Wilkins. Man, that dude's the best. Blah 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 blah. And I'm like, this is crazy because they don't talk about this about anybody else. Uh-huh. So I think as sportscasters and people, we try to have conversation. But I'll say there's no other athlete that their contemporaries who were also the best to ever do it just bow down. No other athlete. Like
that's that GRG right there. Game recognized game.
Undisputed GOAT.
Yep. Well, Chris, man, hey, I'm hoping you don't have to get dressed to go to Dallas for the 6th game. I'm trying to.
Come on.
I had a little money on Boston in 5, and I would love to get that cash in.
Come on, man.
So
get that to charity. We want to go back to Big D.
No, I want to see Boston in 5. Look, I don't like Boston or Dallas, but hey, I just went that way because everybody started telling me about Luka this, Luka that, and I said, okay, he gonna play some defense before I give it love to him.
Right? No, he's offense. American 1828. He says Celtics will win. So, Mitch, you have one of the K9 community in your corner.
All right, Chris, man, appreciate you giving us some time, brother.
Good looking out, superstar.
Right, keep balling, bro. Keep balling.
Proud of you.
Thank you. Talk to you guys soon.
All right, man. That's Chris Miles joining us here on B. Mitchell Finley Show. We're gonna take some more calls when we get back. 800-636-1067. Will the Mavs get back into it or will Boston shut this
Got a
thing
question
down
for you.
tonight?
Has JP made a putt yet? Has he helped his team, his foursome, contribute yet?
When?
Isn't he playing golf?
No, JP's on vacation.
I
He's
thought
at
he
the
was playing
beach.
golf.
He's at the beach trying to take off his shirt. He needs to keep his shirt off
Oh,
because
no, please.
he looked like
Well,
he
then
need
he's gotta
he need a
call in.
damn tan.
Then he's got to call in.
Yeah, he's not gonna call.
If he don't call in today, I'm done with it.
All right, we're taking your calls when we get back. NBA Finals calls 800-636-1067. B. Mitchell Finley, 106.7 The Fan, as we coming to you live from International Country Club for the Purple Heart Foundation Golf Tournament. And as we went to break, we were talking to Chris Miles, and Chris Miles was talking a lot about why is you sideways, Doc?
Because Jeff
Chris
Walker
Miles,
was over here.
Chris
doing some
Miles
things,
was talking
man.
a lot about how the legends
I'm
of the
probably
NBA,
better sideways though. Yeah, that's
the
my
legends
good
of
side.
the NBA talk about Michael Jordan, and we're taking phone calls 800-636-1067. How do legends view Michael Jordan? And somebody asked in a text thread here, who are some of the players that Doc and I view like the same way they were talking about that when we played? And this is Seardus Jones. So I would say I view Barry Sanders like that. I thought that dude was just out of this world. Reggie White. When you take a grown man takes another grown man and tosses his ass out the way, that right there, I made me view people like that. Lawrence Taylor, when everybody on the Hogs was like, man, that dude is unbelievably strong.
Yeah, he was special.
Lawrence wasn't the biggest guy out there.
And don't forget Randy White, the manster. Before Russ equalized him, he was unblockable. In other words, nobody ever blocked him. You had to try to double him until Russ proved he could do it one-on-one, change the game.
When you start going all the way back, I think you would have to go with different people in different eras. You know, I'm sure Jim Brown was that guy for people in his era.
Dick Butkus.
Because Dick Butkus.
Deacon Jones.
Jim Brown was bigger than most of the offensive linemen and running faster than everybody out there. So
12 games.
They had to look at him saying, this dude is a damn maniac.
He's a freight train.
He's a man-child, you know. So listen, when certain names come up, you see the respect of everybody.
Adrian Peterson.
Yeah, and I think I don't know if Adrian get the same love that Barry got. You know, I think Barry was on a different mindset.
Oh, Barry,
you could drop Barry right here, none of us will touch it.
Right.
You know?
If it was tag, I was just saying if it was tag or flag, we ain't got no chance.
When Thurman Thomas, I remember my freshman year in college.
Bad boy.
We played against Oklahoma State, and they had Thurman and Barry on the same team. And Thurman had a torn ACL. Thurman had on a knee brace to play. So I asked Thurman when we was on, I said, why did you play? He said, did you see who was behind me? He said, I wouldn't let them get out there. So when you will risk yours, and this is in college, he did that because he knew if Barry got a chance to really play, that he probably wasn't going to play no more. And Thurman was a straight up Hall of Famer, you know, and he is in the Hall of Fame. But Thurman back in college was a dual threat, unbelievable, but he knew that little jitterbug coming behind him, you better not give him too many chances. So that shows that started very, very early for him.
I was talking about your team on overtime this weekend, and I said one of my favorite teams to have covered, because if you look at their running back room, like I think the Commanders have a really good running back room. I think the key to their overall success this season, in my opinion, is that running back room. Your running back room, when y'all had Ernest, I love Ernest Biner.
Yeah.
Riggs, all y'all in one room, which meant the level of practice.
Oh, yeah.
What they're establishing right now over there is how y'all worked. It's a friendly but highly competitive in everything.
And I think the people talk about competition. And I think this is why you see the persons of a certain caliber giving certain love and respect to others. It's not that you necessarily are trying to win the day, but you don't want to be outworked.
Right.
So when Ernest would go, Ernest went full speed, took off 20 yards down the field. In turn, Big Gerald did it. I get my chance. I'm doing the same damn thing because what you do, you learn from the person in front of you. And I think it goes back to the way Chris Miles was talking about how those guys talk about Mike. You go out there and you do your absolute best. You got 25 points, 8 rebounds, and maybe an assist or 2. And you like, man, I balled today. You look over, he had 39. He had some assists, and he just scored the last 10 points on you. So, and then on top of it, the guy he was checking didn't get to double digits. So you have to say that, like, that's why I think when we get into these discussions a lot, that man gets so much love and respect because he would put 30, 50 on you and still hamper the guy that he was checking.
Take number one.
Like today, most of our stars in the NBA today, they are one-dimensional.
Mm-hmm.
They play great offense and they suck at defense.
Yeah, Luka.
Or they great at defense and they really not a problem on offense.
Mm-hmm.
That's how it goes sometimes. So that's why MJ gets that love. And I think guys back in the day, like Lawrence Taylor, we talk about Michael Parsons.
Mm-hmm.
Lawrence lined up on everybody on the offensive line at one point in the game,
Mm-hmm.
and he whipped them all. I'm talking about best offensive lines you could start naming.
Mm-hmm.
He probably beat everybody on the offensive line at one point.
Mm-hmm.
That's just how good he was. So I would say of all the people I played against, Jerry Rice, Barry Sanders, Reggie White, all them people, Lawrence Taylor might be number one.
Yeah, and don't forget Carl Banks. Because I'm going to tell you something. One of the things where LT was LT, but Carl Banks was no sardine. That dude was built like a brick manure house.
See, they had them two plus Carson.
And Harry, and then the two down tackle. You know, everybody seems to shine better on a really good team because of the level of practice. And we don't ever talk about the scout team. You know what I say, and I saw this watching every practice, you know the backs that were really good during his era? He was duplicating people throughout the week, killing his defense. That's how they got ready. Iron sharpens iron.
Mm-hmm.
And he had the stamina to do that and his job. That's what good teams have that people don't discuss. And it's sparring. I always call him a sparring partner and a heavyweight champion. So you fighting and then going in and sparring with another guy. Come on, man. That's bionic. That's why I say Mike Nelms and him, bionic. Nelms was playing safety. Had Nelms, we weren't good enough to spare him. We needed him doing that. If he could have played safety, he was all pro. The boy was a killer, but we couldn't afford to lose him. So I always value people that help the team win and things that the public never gets to see.
Yeah, well, we're going to give away some Kevin Hart tickets. I'll give them away. No, I'll give them away when I get back. We're going to take us a little quick break here. And remember, at 12 o'clock, Mitch Tischler will be joining us. Also, 12:45, Mark Stern. Also, Laffy, I think it's going to be around 11:45. They're going to be playing the national anthem or something like that. So we may have to figure something out because they moved the thing from us so they won't be too loud, but we might hear a little bit of
we're going to hear it
in the background. So we're going to take a break here. We get back. Get ready to see if you win the Kevin Hart ticket. It'll be called number 10 when I read it full. Not right now. B. Mitchell Philly, hanging out with my man Doc Walker right here at International Country Club for the Purple Heart Foundation Golf Tournament. We'll be right back. Eventually Philly, 106.7 The Fan. Doc Walker and I out here at International Country Club, coming to you live from the Purple Heart Foundation Golf Tournament. But right now, I have caller number 10. You can win 2 tickets to see Kevin Hart acting My Age Tour Sunday, September 15th at DAR Constitution Hall. Tickets are on sale now. And for tickets and more information, more event information, visit thefandc.com/events, courtesy of Live Nation. 800-636-1067, caller number 10. But we have a special guest on the line right now. You know, this guy here, he's the person I think leads the nation in vacation days per year.
Oh, my stunt. I'm stunt, my stunt double.
Yeah,
okay.
Jupu Fimbu is joining us. What's up, Jay? How you doing, brother?
Hey, did I get the tickets? Caller number 10. I want the tickets.
No. You ain't
they called you, so we don't give you any tickets.
Damn. All right, I gotta go then.
So what's happening with you, brother? Well, how's your vacation going?
I got a text from our friend Greg Height that said, Doc says you better call in or you're dead to him. And, you know, when the DOC speaks, I listen.
Well, Doc thought you were playing golf somewhere.
I thought you were playing golf.
He asked me, were you playing Rory today, missing putts?
I did not say that. I said, were you making putts?
Rory broke my heart yesterday, man. Credit to Bryson. He scrambled his ass off. I feel like Bryson got all the breaks and Rory got none of them, but he gave that thing away. No other way to look at it.
Okay, but what you mean he didn't get no breaks? I mean, he missed those putts inside of 3 feet.
Dude, he gave it away. I'm not disagreeing. Bryson seemed to, every time he was in the native area and he had a clean lie to get out of it. You know what I mean?
Well, that last one wasn't a clean lie. They had a route right in front of him. Mm-hmm. And I would say that I was asking this question earlier. You remember they changed it to where you got to hit the ball in a certain amount of time? Yeah, did he take his sweet old time on that ball, on that shot there?
Well, you know, they asked for release. And, rules official came over. He's like, what? And Bryson was like, release from anything. And he's like, no. And he just walked away.
But what I'm saying, he got there. He went like 4 practice swings. Then he just dropped his arms on his knee. I'm like, how much time they gonna give him to make this damn shot?
Yeah, it was
what it is, man. It is.
For him to get
Rory
par
just
on that,
makes the putts. He's good.
All world par. Yeah, an all world par.
Yeah, that's when I start hitting. Like I've learned, like, you know, we try to swing the sand wedge or lob wedge extra hard, a 56 or a 58. Just grab a 54 and hit it the same way. It'll fly a lot farther for you.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
And he did it perfectly.
But to Doc's question about me playing golf, let me alert you guys to my air quotes vacation here. There are 9 children under the age of 8. So I'm not sure just how much vacationing we're doing.
You got 2 kids. What you talking about 9 children? They got parents. Let their parents handle that. You could go play golf.
I might try. You know what my move is? I'm going to try to get Shelby out there for 9 holes, and nobody can complain if Daddy's taking his daughter.
Hey, bro, I've been waiting on you to figure this out, bro. I mean, every time I say something to you, you always act like I'm talking like some type of foreign language to you. Dude, you got to figure it out. Like, just like we talk about how stuff may happen, you got to figure out and work something else out. Your daughter plays golf. This is father-daughter time. Bam.
Yeah, I'm going to.
You can't only just hang out with her when you're doing the father-daughter dance.
Yeah, I'm going to try to get around him, but I'm leaving Thursday night because we're doing the show from the Caps tournament Friday, right?
Yeah, but they still on vacation. You got to let them know that too. You're going to be still chilling. I'm going to be working. Always away, brother. Always away.
We got your back, though, JP. Don't worry about it.
And tell her Doc told you all that.
I'll let her know. No, but
Doc and Jeff said all that stuff.
Is Jeff with you guys at the tournament?
Yeah, he's out here.
He's here. He's signing autographs. He's got his own table set up.
Well, is Jeff going to be a judge in the dunk contest?
I don't know. Jeff, are you going to be a judge in the dunk contest?
I'm trying to figure that out now. I had a
that mean no.
Yeah.
Nah, I'm trying.
That means no.
That don't mean no. If you see me tonight,
you won't see him.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I won't see you, JP.
Yeah, yo, and in radio, you put this right by your mouth right there, and you're talking to it, Jeff. It's called a mic.
I know that.
Hey, B, can you do me a favor?
Yes.
Swing by my house and water the grass for like 45 minutes.
Oh no, I'm not doing that. Because you don't want to afford. You don't want to try to afford the prices that I'm going to charge. If I have to swing by your house, I want $400.
You might as well get a sprinkler system installed.
You already say you got you say your neighbor's son is going to do it for you. Why are you trying to get me to go?
Well, I figured it's hot at home. We could use an extra drink.
No, I got a pool at home. I just go dive in my pool.
Brian, if I know one thing about you, you like an extra drink. So does my grass.
Nah, I didn't even have a drink. Wait, let me stop. Yesterday when I got home, I didn't have any.
Really?
I had one or two before I got home.
I had one or two.
So what's happening? What's on the Jupu Finbu schedule today?
I might have to go to the store. We need some more shovels for the sand. But right now I'm chilling. The girls are playing. We got a soccer ball, we got a football, we got a tent. Shout out to the Mac Brothers beach setup. They always do a great job. Got a cooler full of all sorts of beverages.
Mm-hmm.
Yesterday I asked my wife for Father's Day. I wanted to be able to read for a little while and then watch the back nine of the golf without kids. And I got that. That was my Father's Day present. So we're doing good.
All right.
That sounds like a winner. I'm highly impressed, and good job you and the big fella, man, on the monumental piece. Have you?
Oh, did you watch it?
Oh yeah, man. I'm a regular viewer, and a good recap on the whole deal. It's good. Good show. We got a big fella coming on today, right?
Yeah, we got Mitch at 12 o'clock.
Mitch at 12. Yeah.
So what question you want me to ask Mitch for you?
Ask him how much money he won or lost on the U.S. Open. Because if I know the big man, he was fired.
He was fired up?
No, firing bets.
Firing bets.
Firing bets. Okay.
So actually, if he, you'll appreciate this. So our dear friend Haley is now, he's a chief researcher for Golf Channel. He knows his golf, right?
Uh-huh.
At the PGA, he gave me like 7 or 8 bets he really liked, and I bet we hit like 6 of them. It was a nice little payday. You know how we did at the U.S. Open.
All right, we're gonna definitely ask him that, man.
All right, because we lost.
Did you have Bryson?
I did.
So you had Rory.
No, I lost every single golf bet Pete told me to put in.
Oh, you say he's an expert researcher, and you lost every bet?
One.
I
think,
no. I think his picks were like 9.
Speaking of golf degenerates, yeah.
Wait.
Eminem just walked up.
What was the best one that you thought you had gotten, so I can know how bad he was?
Pete really liked Justin Thomas this week. See? So do with that.
And what place did he finish?
I don't think he made the cut. I think he was 6 over on the first day.
See, this is the thing. I'm going to blame you for this. We've hung around Pete a long time, and Pete has a lot of confidence, just like Jeff. But he's normally not good at nothing you say he has confidence in.
A lot of confidence.
And you still listening to him when you got money involved?
Yeah, I'm an idiot, B. I'm an idiot.
No, you're a loyal. You're loyal, man.
Remember,
loyal.
JP said that, people.
Yeah.
Jeff, like he tells you all the time, make sure you have that. We got to get a, one of our little hits. It'll be, I'm an idiot, B. I'm an idiot. Not Jeff. I say landfill. I'm looking at Jeff talk to somebody about their dog. He always talking to somebody about a dog or something.
Where is the great Landini? I'm surprised. International has got to be a lot closer for him than driving to Navy Yard.
Yeah, I'm shocked. I thought he was going to be on location.
Hey, Landfill, speak up for yourself.
Well, and if I recall, right across the street from International Country Club is a Popeye. So you guys are really.
It's a Popeyes, it's a Mission Barbecue, and it's a Velocity Wing. It's not a Velocity Wing, but it's like a Buffalo Wild Wing or something like that.
First off, 2 things. You guys left out the best food right across from International, which is Panda Express. And secondly, there's air conditioning in the studio, so I'm right here.
I have important information for you. My buddy Jed swears by the cheeseburger at Mission Barbecue. I've never gotten it, but my buddy Jed doesn't steer me wrong usually when it comes to
And Mission? You say Michigan?
Yeah. Mission Barbecue.
Yeah, they got good food there. Yeah. We'll find a way to get to one of them today. So, JP, you know what? Normally, if you're here, we'll go to like 11:59, but we're going to let you go right now because we have to take a break.
All right, man. You guys have fun.
Have fun, brother. Take care of yourself, man. Tell the fan we said what's up. I asked JP Finley calling us. He did call us on the Bet Hero guest line. But we're going to take us a quick break. We get back. We'll be joined by the big one, Mitch Tischer, and find out how much money did he win or lose on the U.S. Open. Be Mr. Philly, 106.7 The Fan, hanging out with Doc Walker here at International Country Club. We'll be right back. Philly 106.7 The Fan. We're coming to you live from International Country Club for the Purple Heart Foundation Golf Tournament. Let's help those and be there for them because they've been sacrificing so much for us, and they've always been there for us. They're going to be playing the national anthem here soon, so you may start to hear some loud stuff going on. But you know what? It is what we do at different events, especially when it's a military event. But join us right now on the BetQL guest line is our guy who sports betting has come to Maryland. Don't place that first bet without checking with BetQL. BetQL analyzes every game to find you the most profitable betting opportunities. Get 3 free days of BetQL access by downloading the BetQL app or visiting BetQL.com. Mitch Tischler joins us now. What's up, Mitch? How you doing, brother?
Big fella.
I'm doing great. How are you, bud?
I'm doing well. I have a question that someone told me to ask you. How much money did you win or lose on the U.S. Open?
Our good friend Pete Haley sent us a couple of his favorite bets. Luckily, I didn't get many of them in because he did not do very well. So I actually had 0 bets on the U.S. Open, basically because I forgot that it was starting on Thursday morning.
Well, I want to ask you this question, though. You and JP, you have known Pete since he first got into the industry. And you know Pete not to be very smart or good at what he does a lot. And y'all still listen to him. Well, you didn't get your bets in. But you were going to put them in if you had known. Why listen to Pete?
So Pete is working right now doing a bunch of research for the Golf Channel and all things golf. And at the PGA Championship a few weeks ago, I believe the same thing happened to me where I didn't get his bets in. But I believe he went 10-1 or maybe 11-1 in his bets during that tournament. And so I was ready to follow the kid because if you're going to show me that you can post some winners, I'm looking for winners anywhere I can get them.
Well, see, this is the thing. He went 11-1, but JP said he put bets in and he didn't win one of them. So how did he go 11-1 and y'all don't win? Because is he telling y'all the wrong stuff?
Oh, I don't know what JP did, but Pete had a heck of a PGA Championship, so I was ready to ride with the kid. And you know, sometimes the best bets you make are the ones you don't.
Ones you don't make, yeah.
I don't know, man. I'm just wondering, you know. But let's
What'd
go
you think
to the.
What do you think of the U.S. Open?
I thought that Rory choked. Bryson played and got the breaks, but he made the shots he needed to make when he needed to make them. But all in all, Rory choked, and then he was he lost some respect by driving off and not really answering questions.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely a choke job by Rory, and disappointing that he didn't want to talk to the media afterwards. Obviously, a frustrating loss. But Bryson played well, but Bryson got so many breaks. Every time he was in that wiregrass, he had somehow found himself with a clean lie ready to go. But you can only play what you got, and he went out and won it. And what Bryson did afterwards with the trophy, and then hanging out with that dude from the Golf Channel, you know, as they were going through his shot, I thought it was so cool watching Bryson all week engage with the fans, sign autographs, high five people, be involved, you know, give the kind of break the fourth wall, and kind of smile and wink at the camera from time to time. It was cool seeing Bryson become relatable and likable and kind of evolve as a person as he's gone through his career.
Well, let me ask you this question, though, okay? The last shot he hit out of that stuff, he was right by a root. And I think that wasn't a break. He just hit it into the trap because it was the best thing to do because those guys are normally magical from the traps.
Yeah, I mean, certainly that one lie was not the best lie. That trap shot wasn't so easy. I mean, you know, that was a 50-yard sand shot to a domed green with the world watching, you know, needing to make par to win the U.S. Open. That's about as much pressure as it gets. That was pretty incredible.
What do you expect Rory's first public comments to be about him walking away? And does he recover from this? Does it cost him commercial dollars?
I don't think it'll cost him commercial dollars, but it'll be interesting to see as we get to the next sets of majors. Is he going to be a sympathetic figure because he's struggled in majors for so long? It's been 10 plus years since he's won one. He's been close a couple times. Or is the crowd going to turn on him a little bit because of kind of the way that he the way that he left the golf course. But to me, I'll always think of Rory McIlroy when he won the U.S. Open at Congressional and just blew the field away and set records along the way. I mean, he was a young kid. It was a ton of fun to watch, and he was, kind of like Bryson was. He was so into the match and so into the fans and the crowds and acknowledging them and playing up for them. When those guys, when those golfers get to that point where they're so comfortable in what they're doing that they're able to kind of engage with those around them, it makes it a lot of fun to watch. And so Rory always has a special place in my heart because that was a ton of fun watching him when at Congo, whatever year that was, 2010, 2011, whichever year that was.
But the thing about it, I think he needs to, like, when you humanize things, like what Bryson was doing was giving the people a piece of him. And I think they got behind him. Rory has, as he's gotten longer and longer away from that last major victory, what he's done is kind of went more away from that. He got to get back into that where he seems to be having fun, because what I saw after the first mistake, he killed himself because he overthought everything.
Yeah, I mean, he got very in his own head. You could see it. Rory's been through a lot the past couple of years, and all of golf has really. But on the PGA Tour side of things, nobody stepped up and tried to be the ambassador for the PGA Tour as much as Rory has. And you hate for the guy that one person has to be, the face of the tour, the face of the opposition to LIV, and all those different things that he was dealing with. I hope that, as the heat between LIV and PGA Tour kind of calms down, that Rory can find a way to, get back to being, just a golfer, Rory McIlroy, and not the ambassador, Rory McIlroy, that he was being asked to be. So, hopefully those things, kind of go away, and he can go back to just being a professional golfer.
Let's switch to another round ball sport where you got the NBA finals are going to be continue on tonight, game 5. Do you think it gets past game 5?
B, I've loved the Mavs for the entirety of the playoffs. Disappointing the way the finals have gone, but I'm not ready to throw the white towel in yet. I mean, they got you play to win the game. Can't crown them until you can crown them. So until the Celtics go out there and take it tonight, I'm gonna keep my optimistic and my positivity with the Mavs and hope that Luka and Kyrie and Daniel Gafford can go out there and do enough to force this to a game 6.
Be able to break the jinx. They are in his head. He's over in that arena.
Yeah, I mean, we all know Kyrie is a heady person. He has some interesting thoughts and interesting ideas of the ways of the world, and certainly he's somebody who doesn't just dribble a basketball and go play the game. So I think he's the kind of guy that can be open to being messed with in the head from time to time. And you hope that the Mavs and the players and the coaches and whoever else are able to kind of get him to concentrate on what's important and be in the moment. But it's tough to not be able to go win a game against one of the teams that you previously played for, because that's got to be eating him up inside, the fact that he can't go win in Boston.
It's relatively impossible to come back down from being 3-0. Do you have any inkling that you believe that could happen? And if somebody was to put money on them coming back and winning this thing, I'm sure they'll win a lot of money. Do you think anybody should have done that?
I mean, if I'm not mistaken, I don't think anyone come back from a 3-0 deficit in the NBA final before. So it would be a pretty long shot for it to happen. But honestly, if you were to have the anatomy of a team that was going to come back, it's having two superstars that, can totally take over a game. And honestly, I think we saw a little bit when Luka gets going and isn't, all up in his head with the refs and the defense being played against him and all that stuff, he can be an unstoppable scorer. And, kind of like I said with Kyrie, like, these guys have allowed themselves to be messed with in the head and somehow aren't mentally strong enough to kind of recognize the moment that they're in and go out and do what they do. So I don't know that I expect for it to happen, but I'm not gonna write them off until I see the Celtics go do it. Because
what do you think has to happen for that? Because like in Boston, they seemed lost. Dallas, the first game, you thought they were going to be, then all of a sudden Boston goes on a run. But that second game, I'll be honest with you, I expected them to have like a game similar to they did in game 4. Because it always happens when a team is completely going away, the NBA starts thinking, no. We can't just let it be 4 games. We got to get some more out of this. So they start off a game and they change up a few things, and then all of a sudden the game ends up being a blowout the other way, which I can't understand that people get into the finals and then great teams get beat that bad. I don't understand how that happens over and over again. And I think it's a combination that we know in the NBA, people just give up and we'll get to the next game. Boston has to be thinking, we're up 3-0. We need 2 out of the next 3, 2 of them in our stadium. So let's get away from here and move on. Because it seemed like they quit to me in the second half, especially late in the game.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely did. And, you know, it's hard to say that a team is up 3-1 that has pressure on them, but you know, they don't want to have to go back down to Dallas. And if they happen to lose tonight, you know, we saw what Dallas can do when they get hot in their home arena. Then all of a sudden, maybe you're talking about a game 7. I mean, I'm not ready to crown the Celtics. I do think obviously they're an incredible team, but you know, the way that the Mavs were able to bounce back in game 4 and see Luka score the way they did, and Kyrie kind of be the menace that he can be on the basketball court. There shouldn't be any reason why they can't do that in Boston tonight, but obviously you got to see it before you do it. So, well, it'll be interesting to see how it all plays out.
Big fella, do you play the Porzingis card tonight if you're Boston?
I only play the Porzingis card if he's healthy, because if you play that card and he hurts himself again, you're just talking about momentum building for Dallas. And you know, if he's not healthy enough to play real minutes, then I think he played like 20-ish minutes in games 1 and 2 before he got hurt again. But if he's not ready to play that 20 minutes, then I wouldn't mess around putting him out there, because we saw them win game 3 without him. And quite frankly, you know, the others on the Boston bench, you know, have done a good job of stepping in and picking up his minutes and being a nuisance to the Mavs bigs. So I only want him on the court if he's able to give me 20 good minutes, and if he can't, then no reason not to give him a day of rest and hopefully hopefully they win tonight. But you know,
you say if he's healthy, okay? Hell, he's never healthy. So, I mean, even if he plays, he's not 100%.
Yeah, that's true.
So I mean, my thing is this, man. You mess around and lose tonight by not playing him. You don't get it. You go to game 6, then you're back in Dallas, and then they get the referees, because the NBA start thinking, "Oh, game 7 be much more money for us," and they start messing around with that game. These referees, how they call stuff. If it's the winner go home, you play everything you can, get what you can out of him. He may give you 15, 20 before he go out. He got all off season. He got all off season to get healthy again.
If he's a statue in the corner, though, and he can't be dynamic on the offensive side of the ball, then you know that he's going to be a liability on the defensive side of the ball. And as much as the Celtics are trying to double Kyrie and double Luka, you know, the Mavs bigs are the ones that are coming up to set the screen and rolls. So Porzingis would ostensibly have to work in the screen and roll game, and if he can't move well, you know that Luka can take advantage of guys who he's better than on the offensive side of the ball. So, and then when the Celtics are on offense, if Kristaps is stuck in the corner, then I'm Dallas. I just throw Luka on Porzingis and let him sit back there in the corner, not have to defend anyone for real, and save his energy.
Man, look, they got some magical medicines out there. He can give you a whole half, but sitting at home, he can't help you at all. So
it's not the 1980s in the NFL anymore, B.
No, it's not the 1980s. It still happens. Like, you got some real dogs still in the NBA that play no matter what. So we and the mindset we have as fans has gotten to the point like, oh, if they're not 100%, he'll never be 100% ever again in his life. So sometimes you gotta go with with what you got. Hell, if he's 75, 80%, he may be better than the people trying to check him because he can pull those bigs from the basket. Without him on the court, they're not pulling their bigs from the basket, and that's when Dallas is dominant.
Yeah, I'd still wait. Even if he were, I'd wait one more game. I'd put him in Dallas. I think I would give him a shot because the way this dude's body's put together, that was a nasty fall he had. And if without him, they've proven right now that Dallas, if they decide to play, is an equal.
I don't know, man.
I know. We'll see. That's good for us.
Here's the
Good
thing.
for
I
us.
don't know.
Yeah,
You
good
wait to
for
game
us.
7 and let him Willis read everybody.
Hey,
Yeah,
man,
yeah.
listen,
Well,
listen,
that's
but you know what though? You wait to game 7, and then all of a sudden you lose game 7, and then he's like, man, you second guess yourself the rest of your life.
Yeah,
If you're gonna Willis
one
Reed,
of the
guess
things
what?
you said
You may
earlier,
as well give me a little something in the other game. Tape that ankle tight, make sure it ain't gonna roll.
one of the things you said earlier, B, the NBA and those refs love to control the outcomes of games and dictate what's happening.
Mhm.
Unless you
That's
unless you
what I
know the
don't
NBA
like.
script. No one likes it, but we all know it's a real thing.
Yeah, so that's why I give myself the best chance to start and sit up here and wait to the last game. Then the referee decide, oh yeah, we're going against the green team, we're going for the blue team. Then all of a sudden you're stuck,
Who do you think
whether
wins tonight,
he's
B?
there or not, huh?
Who do you think wins tonight?
Well, I was expecting the game to happen in game 4 like it did, and I felt Boston goes back and they take care of business at home. So I'm hoping that they're gonna come out there and until they will attack. Like I talked to Chris Miles earlier, and he tried to like slip one in. I let him get off of it, but next time I'm gonna blow his ass up. I told him that LeBron, when he was playing, should attack. You know why LeBron should attack? He gets every call. So if you're not attacking, you don't get calls. If you attack, you get called. I think Boston tonight at home, they need to be cutting and going to the hole all night like they did in the previous 2 games. And if they do that, they can win the game.
Yeah, you make a really good point. It's the more aggressive team
That's what I'm saying.
is going to win.
And at home, normally the home team is normally more aggressive. You get more out of
Especially
your
in
bench
Boston.
players.
Yeah.
So if they can go out there and do that, now what they do is put pressure on a team that doesn't ordinarily play defense.
That's right.
Yes, Kyrie is a star. Yes, Luke is a star offensively.
Offensively.
Defensively, they are liabilities. I will make them have to play.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. They've exposed the Mavs D in an extreme way the first couple of games. There's 2 cities that I can never find myself rooting for any of their teams, and it's Boston and Philly. And so whatever happens, I just can't root for the Celtics tonight.
But you can root for Dallas team? What the hell is that, Mitch?
Yeah, I don't know that that's any better, but it's for whatever reason better than Boston.
All right, man. I get it. All right, well, man, appreciate you giving us some time. All of a sudden, the wind decided to just blow everything away.
Absolutely.
Thank you,
Thanks
man.
so much, guys.
All right, we'll talk to you
All right,
later.
Mitchell.
All right, that's Mitch Tischler joining us here on the B. Mitchell Finley Show as we come to you live from International Country Club from the Purple Heart Foundation Golf Tournament. But before I go, hey, it's Brian. All right, be Mr. Philly, 1067 The Fan. Doc Walker and I are rolling out here at the International Country Club. The Purple Heart Open is presented by Green Drop. You can make a difference for our veterans. Donate to the Purple Heart Foundation.org. The NFL, and this is how they are. No matter what time of the year it is, they're going to be putting out content.
Yeah.
And the content now is the update on the NFL rookie class. And we can go through all of it, or I can go through exactly what the people that listen to us on a daily basis want to hear. I know you got some Dallas fans here. You got other fans from other places. We don't care. We're talking about the Washington Commanders and tell you about our guy, Jaden Daniels.
Yes.
Listen, since Jaden has come in here, it's been a lot of praise about him. Okay. And I'm not talking about the media. I'm not talking about fans. I'm not talking about stuff like that. I'm talking about the coaches and the players that truly, truly understand what they're looking for and they believe in him. So this is the thing. It says, how has he fared so far? Daniels never looked overmatched or confused during spring practices, which is the key reason the Commanders had him working exclusively with the first group in the mandatory minicamp. Daniels impressed his teammates and coaches with how prepared he was, a byproduct and part of showing up every day at 5:45 a.m. for film work and his own walkthrough session. But he looked sharp throwing the ball with anticipation and in how he has gone through his progressions. So far, he is exactly the player that they thought they had dreamed of. He's got swagger to him, Coach Dan Quinn said. He really has a firm handle on the things that we're doing with him, but he also has the humility of a young player, knowing that he has a lot to prove. The thing that I love about that, and this was written by John Kine, ever since he's come in, he's done everything that stars don't normally do. He hadn't come in expecting to be treated a certain way. He's come in with the mindset that I'm going to go out here and impress you to get the love and respect. He hasn't expected people to just praise him without him doing stuff. Like you said, he shows up at 5:45 in the morning. A lot of veteran players don't do that. And then he goes to his own walkthroughs. We know he uses the virtual reality thing, which a lot of quarterbacks weren't doing, but a lot of them will be doing, I'm sure, moving forward. But when you are a player and you drafted in the top 5 picks, you normally have kind of a reason to feel a little good about yourself.
Yeah, just a little something.
But he hasn't done that, you know. And and I know people will probably say, well, you probably – no. You are what you exhibit. You are what you give to people on a daily basis. And I believe this young man has come up and he's worked. He was at Arizona. Things didn't work out. He left there, went to LSU. And he had to put in the work. Then all of a sudden you see the year that he got.
Stepped up.
And for everybody want to tell me something about him, don't say crap about him if you don't say crap about Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow basically did the same thing. But Joe went there, and the LSU's football program has a certain level of expectations. And I think I can be 100% certain on this. Both of those guys exceeded the expectations.
Amen.
Because they both walked away with the best trophy you could get in college football. They exceeded the expectation, and now getting to this next level, he's done the things he needs to do. Now, I would say, yeah, we still, when he starts to play, he got to protect himself. You know, he is a competitive guy, but he has to realize that you're not here to just compete against everybody, every hit that's out there. You're here to be there for your team, game in, game out, play in, play out, drive in, drive out. And if he can do that, then I think that they chose the right guy.
No doubt about it. He passed the test in the collegiate season in the SEC. He's going to be better than he was there. He's been coached tough. He's not sensitive. He is he's a coach's dream.
Yeah.
And now he's just got to hope he gets some help from his teammates because you lived it. He's going to be as good as both interior lines allow him to be, offensively and defensively. And I think we are going to be in for a big surprise. Same guys that failed in one instance can be successful with a new program. You feel the energy there.
Yeah.
I mean, they've gone from a morgue to like Studio 54. I mean, it's juice, man. So, I mean, come on. I can't wait to see them work. I can't wait to see them in a training camp environment because it's going to remind me of the old days, how we got after it in practice.
See, I understand the mindset where it's been bad for so long where hard for people to move forward. But I also live a life where I don't like people judging me based off of what somebody else did. I don't like people judging me based off of just because I might look like somebody else. Judge me. If you want to judge me, stop being lazy.
Mhm.
Okay, do the work and watch me do what I'm doing, and watch the things that I do. Then you could judge me based off of my efforts, my work, the
Right.
things I do, not because you're lazy ass. You want to judge me based off of somebody else, because that's easy to just throw people in a little, stereotype guys, throw them into a thing. I don't want to do that. So I understand, and if you're as close as you and I were, people that talk, you don't know some of the inside workings. We did. And now I'm looking at the inside workings, and they are far better.
Oh,
Now,
yeah.
it's no guarantee, but I can tell you this. From Jaden Daniels to Luke McCaffrey, all these guys are sitting out there now doing the things that's needed to be successful. I can damn sure tell you one thing: if they weren't doing it, then I would automatically know they won't have no success.
Yeah.
But they are at least giving the effort and doing the things that are expected of them, that they're being told to do, that I think will give them an opportunity to go out there and be big.
I've never been more confident about a group that's going to be away for 6 weeks on their own than I've ever been since our groups.
Mhm.
Because they showed you their work. It's a learning curve and enthusiastic. Terry McLaurin, when you guys had him on, and Terry, to me, is as good a spokesman. And when your wide receiver is that stabilizing force on a team, dude, that's the platform for overall success. So I just can't wait to get it going, and I don't think there's going to be a drop-off. I think, guys, I'm worried about them overdoing it. I hope these guys get a little bit of rest before training camp.
Yeah, but I just think, like, listen, man, I can remember on the year we went to the Super Bowl,
Mm-hmm.
and I was a second-year guy, still young, rebellious, full of a lot of energy,
Mm-hmm.
and Armani Coleman kept saying, sacrifice now, you enjoy it the rest of your life.
Mm-hmm.
And I heard that, like, damn near, I know for sure, weekly, sometimes every day.
Yeah.
And when you're listening to a guy who has played 14, 15 years at that moment in the NFL,
It looks like
you
Zeus.
pay attention to it.
Mm-hmm.
And I started to try and do stuff that he was discussing.
Mm-hmm.
And now at 55, I look back and he was absolutely right. And I think, when you get in the church and every once in a while you get up, you tell your testimony.
Yeah.
And I think the testimony is, you come in, you listen to somebody, things work out for you. Now your job is to go tell your testimony, so the other guy may follow you. I believe there are a lot of guys that after this year and was brought into this team this year that have no problem listening to someone give them some advice.
Amen.
We've had a multitude of drafts come through here where they didn't want to hear advice. They wanted to tell you what they know, how it's going to be for them. I have all my life believed in this. If you haven't been through what I'm about to go through, why the hell am I listening to you?
Well, you've been led by the blind.
You're not gonna let no. I don't want to be led by the blind.
Yeah, well,
Because my thing is, if I'm about to go down an avenue, and you could be a veteran player, if it's something outside of what you've done, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna ask one question: have you ever been through this? No. Well, don't talk to me. I'll find somebody that may be a bum to you in the mindset, but if he's been through what I'm going through, I want somebody to tell me, how did you get from one side to the other? And the stuff I've heard about most of these young guys led by Jaden Daniels is that they are always asking questions, trying to figure out the why or the how to. That right there makes me feel comfortable, because I've seen years where they didn't even want people talking to them. And you know what? They were given that because that's how everybody else around here was, from leadership on down. So now you have from leadership down, they still want to know. Hell, Dan Quinn has been meeting with former players. He wants them around. Adam Peters has talked to former players, asked questions. You think anybody before gave a damn about these former players? They came in afraid of the former player because the former player had so much damn success. And they came in hating it, because you know why? Because the owner hated it, because he was fighting against what had happened prior to him. And instead of embracing that and bringing people in, he gave it the Heisman. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And I think everybody under them did the exact same damn thing. And now this new ownership comes in, they embrace former players. And the guy joke and Landfill like to throw it at me every once in a while that the alumni isn't doing enough. Well, alumni wasn't invited. The
He was
alumni has
thrown
been
out.
it's been invited now.
Now, yeah.
And I think ultimately you're looking at some things, and I say, well, if you want somebody to do something, normally you know what you do it yourself. So if the guys leading this is going to be, open to the former guy and open to this and asking questions, then the players don't have a problem doing it. So I would expect things to get better. This is my belief. But still, they have to go get it done. Like, man, how you think they're gonna be? Man, they've been in t-shirt and panties. How the hell am I gonna tell you what they're gonna how they could be? If they
Be
haven't
careful.
been hitting, it'll be a problem.
JP could be listening. He gonna put that on social media on you.
Hey, man, I don't care. I can deal with it.
But
Big
it's
time.
the thing is, because of the Dan Rileys of the world and the Wayne Severes, you win when your team is surrounded with the right people.
Yep.
And they don't have to play, but they got to be a part of the organization. Because we shared some of these same people, I know the impact. And we lost the first 5 games under Joe. So that's
Then
like
went
having a
8-3
storm.
after that.
Yeah, that's like being a storm. He never changed anything. When a guy is insecure, he'll make you come in earlier, make you work longer, because he's not sure about himself. Joe didn't change a thing. He knew we were on the right path. He believed in it, and he had the right assist. Pettibone, there are a lot of people, unsung heroes in the program, that don't get their just due. But when you have the kind of people we had, and from Bubba in the training room and all these people all the way across the board, strength and conditioning, Sparrows, all these guys, that's how you win. When you get hit in the gut and nobody gives up. Then when you get on the run, by the time you pass the baton to these guys, it was over.
All right, we'll take us a quick break here. When we get back, we're going to talk to a guy who leads in the proper way. Mark Stern from Capitol Hoops. Be Mr. Finley, 106.7 The Fan. We'll be right back. 1067 The Fan, coming to you live from International Country Club. Let's go straight to the BetQL guest line. Sports betting has come to Maryland. Don't place that first bet without checking with BetQL. BetQL analyzes every game to find you the most profitable betting opportunities. Get 3 free days of BetQL access by downloading the BetQL app or visiting BetQL.com. Let's go straight to the line and talk to our friend Mark Stern and from Capital Hoops. Mark, you got an all-star game tonight, and at halftime you got the slam dunk. Who's the favorite in the slam dunk contest?
So MGM right now has the odds-on favorite as J.J. Kelly from Chambersburg High School they're in Pennsylvania. In Summer League this year, we have a team from Pennsylvania and West Virginia that come into town to get this DMV bump. And this kid from Chambersburg High School, J.J. Kelly, he's got some high jumping accolades on his resume. Big football prospect, but this kid jumps out of the gym, and he comes in as the favorite, I would say.
So, over the years, you've been doing basketball for a long time, and if somebody's come to this town and probably great at it, you probably have something to do with them, or you've seen them at some point. Are the kids today getting more athletic in the dunking than the guys were 15, 20 years ago?
Unquestionably. I don't know if it's in the water or what, but every year the bar gets set higher. Every year the bar gets set higher, and the individual training that all these kids have for basketball, I don't know if that's an element to it, but I mean, even in the NBA, if you go and you look back at NBA dunk contests from like 15 years ago, I mean, dudes who get like 46s on NBA dunk on All-Star weekend, those were 50s 5 years ago. Like the Harold Miner dunk, where it's just, dunking has transcended, and it's crazy stuff is the norm these days for sure.
Any props with this? I never was a guy that enjoyed them jumping off trampolines, cars, and the whole bit. I just want to see you use what God gave you.
That's a good question. I don't know. Some of these guys might have guys throwing balls, off the second floor to them. I wouldn't be surprised if someone pulls a guy out and dunks over somebody. I mean, we got some really athletic kids in this. Giannis Kiki from Kennedy, Donnell Dorsey, Oxon Hill, Micah Samuels from Tacoma, kid Logan Jones, 6'6" from Potomac School, is a high flyer. Benaya Nwosu, Bryce Selby, Noah Limbago. We got some real talent out here tonight. We'll have to show you some clips when it's all said and done.
How many teams do you have in the? It's not teams. It's actually how many teams are represented in the All-Star game?
So we have. This is the biggest summer league in the country. We have 50 teams that play in our summer league, and the premise of tonight, it's crazy. It's grown a lot over the years since I was coming on and talking to you guys 6-7 years ago. Summer league has expanded, to say the least. But so we have 50 teams. And the premise of the All-Star game is public school All-Stars versus private school All-Stars. We have 28 public schools in the summer league and 22 private schools in the summer league. So, fairly close to even.
Where's the favorite in that?
So the regular season just ended. Playoffs start tomorrow. DeMatha, undefeated, 8-0. Their regular season summer league record over the last 3 years is now 27-1. So they are definitely the favorite. They are definitely the favorite. But we had another surprise undefeated team this year in Summer League, and that's Woodson from Virginia, public school, went 8-0. I would definitely put DeMatha as the favorite. They're more battle tested. They've done this thing a couple times in their day. There's a lot of teams that could be barking at DeMatha for sure.
Well, if anybody wants to come to it, how do they get there, Mark? Where do they need to go to get tickets?
So doors open tonight at what time we open the doors? 6:30. It's at DeMatha, right down in Hyattsville, Maryland, a mile away from College Park. Doors open at 6:30. All-Star game tips off at 7:15. Dunk contest at halftime. Thinking 7:45, 8 o'clock, somewhere in there. We got a DJ in there. Should be got some special judges for the dunk contest. Should be a fun night.
Is Andre Jones one of them? Because he can't be neutral. You can't have him judging. Okay.
He'll have that DeMatha foam finger up if he's there.
That's right. Absolutely. He doesn't know how to be neutral.
So how many participants in the dunk contest?
So we've got 8 participants in the dunk contest.
All right. And what is the format? Like they get 1, 2 dunks, 3 dunks, and
So
what's the format to move to get the final 2?
yeah, so here's the format. So each guy gets 2 dunks in the first round. You get a minute for each dunk.
Okay.
You add your 2 scores up, so you have 1 score. The top 4 scores advance to the final round. In the final round, again, you get 2 dunks each, but only your best score counts. So if you get a 50 on your best dunk in the second round, you don't need to dunk again.
Yeah. And
So,
if you get a 46, you got to go and do something better. And guess what? You might mess it up. So you got to be.
Yeah, you got. Unless you get a 50, you got to do a second one because only the top score counts out of the 2.
Wow. Well, hey man, I hope everything goes well tonight.
That's right, Mark.
Yeah, we're looking forward to it. If you guys want to come down, hit me up. We'll put you on the list.
All right, good luck to you, man. Definitely.
Good deal, man.
Thanks
Keep
for
doing
having
the
me
things
on,
you do, man,
That's
because
awesome
I
for
tell
the
you,
kids, man.
you got a lot of great hoops here, and you bring a spotlight to them, so they get a lot of national recognition, and they should be thankful for everything you do for them, brother.
I appreciate that.
Smiling down. Yeah, absolutely.
All right, Mark. Appreciate you, brother.
Thanks, Mark.
Thanks, Doc. Thanks, B. Mitch. Have a good one.
All right, that's Mark Stern from Capital Hoops joining us here on the Backyard Guest Line. B. Mitchell Finley, 106.7 The Fan. We're going to take us a quick break. We get back. Bobby Blanco joins us. Let's find out exactly what's going on over in Southeast. B. Mitchell Philly, 106.7 The Fan. We come to you live from International Country Club from the Purple Heart Open, presented by Green Drop. You can make a difference for our veterans. Donate to the Purple Heart Foundation.org. The hottest team right now in this area is the Nats. They won 8 of 9, and we're going to be talking with Bobby Blanco here real soon. 8 of the last 9, and you look at things that are happening. Lane Thomas, home run in 3 straight games. Jacob Young got his first yesterday on Father's Day. You know, and it's getting to the point now where this team is playing far better than I think anybody could have expected. And I don't know how long it's going to go. Join us right now, Bobby Blanco. And Bobby, how you doing, man? What's going on?
Hey guys, how are you guys? Hope you guys enjoyed your Father's Day.
We did, man. When you're getting wins from the Nats, where we thought we were rebuilding, but we're sitting out winning the last 8 out of the last 9. What is going on?
Yeah, I mean, they're playing good ball right now. I mean, you had the Marlins come in, and the Nats have really struggled against that team over the past couple of years, posting a pretty dreadful record against them, and then to now start undefeated against them, sweeping 4 in Miami back in April, now sweeping 3 here at home. I mean, this is what the Nationals have to do if they want to take that next step to be competitive, right? They have to beat the teams that they are better than on paper. There's not many of them, but there are teams that they are just better than, the Marlins being one of them, and you have to beat those teams to kind of take that next step back to being competitive and trying to compete for, division titles and get back into the postseason. So seeing them play well all the way around, on the mound, at the plate, getting collective hits, hitting for some power even, was a very good sight to see over this weekend. Now you got the Diamondbacks coming in the next couple of days. Obviously a team that played in the World Series last year. They're not playing as well as that right now, but still a tough opponent to see how they match up against the Diamondbacks.
How important has it been for Davey to stress the fact that his team is highly aggressive on the base paths? They scare the dickens out of people and they go for it. And I think that alters the personality of a baseball team.
Yeah, very important. Davies always kind of mentioned that he envisioned this as his team's MO at the end of last year, even kind of being like, hey, we're not going to hit a lot of home runs. That's fine. Let's get on base. Let's steal bases. These new rules obviously play to our advantage, play to the base runners' advantage. That's what the league wants. The league wants more excitement on the base paths. They want more stolen bases. And the Nats were very good at that early on this year. I mean, I think they still lead the league in stolen bases. The thing is now is that teams are adjusting to them, right? Like teams are prepared for that. And how do the Nats kind of adjust back? It's all about adjustments. This game is all about adjustments. So how do you kind of, adjust to the team that's going to, maybe like try to hold you on the base path a little longer, or has pitch, and catchers look at, they've got the speed, they got the talent to steal bases. They've got to be very selective in when they want to go. Davies always said he wants them to be aggressive, but you also have to be smart about it too. You can't just, go on a whim and expect to steal every bag every single time. You have to be smart about situational stealing bases, getting guys into scoring position, because they have the speed, right? C.J. Abrams, Lane Thomas, Jacob Young, these guys that, if they get on base via a walk or a single, they can essentially turn that into a double with a stolen base. So, but you got to be smart about it. You can't just, go, with 2 outs, depending on the count to whoever's at the plate. So being aggressive has definitely been a focal point for them on the base path. Now it's also about being smart, because other teams are taking notice and are going to try to hold that against them.
Well, they're having some timely pitching and great pitching on top of that. Hers yesterday, 13 strikeouts? So when you're seeing the pitching, did you expect the pitching to be that good?
You know what? I think we expected the pitching to be better than they were last year. I mean, especially guys like Mackenzie Gore and Jake Irvin, who, we know Mackenzie has all the stuff, all the talent in the world. Jake Irvin had a really strong rookie year last year. We expected those guys to have pretty solid years. I think when you look at like DJ Hurst, Mitchell Parker, these are the kind of guys that were similar to Jake Irvin's story last year. Like, they weren't really supposed to be up this early, and here they are, and doing really well. DJ Hurst, like you said, struck out, I think it was 13 on Saturday, and Mitchell Parker held his own yesterday. And that comes after a rough outing for Mitchell. So it was good to see him kind of bounce back, and be able to compete at a high level after a rough outing. That's sometimes tough for a rookie like Mitchell. But to have them both be homegrown guys, DJ Hurst being a guy they traded for last year, but still, a guy that you kind of handpick that you want to be a part of your future. Them playing at this or pitching at this kind of level is I think is a good sign overall for the organization. Obviously, it helps in the win column right now, but this team has always, under Mike Rizzo, has always emphasized starting pitching, and for a while they've been kind of swinging and missing at drafting and developing starting pitchers. Now you're seeing guys like Irvin, Mitchell Parker, and guys that they have gone out and acquired, and Mackenzie Gore and DJ Hurst kind of come into their own and perform really well. I think it's not too surprising that they're performing well. I think it was more surprising of who has come up and done it at this time right now in this stage of the season.
Josiah Gray, getting good news on him following his progress. Can you imagine if he comes back and gets back in the groove?
Yeah, and that's the guy too. Like we're talking about all of how well this rotation has been, and Josiah's not a part of that conversation because he's been hurt. And once he gets back into that rotation, we saw really good results from him on Friday night at Harrisburg in his second rehab start. He'll probably have another one or two coming up in the next couple of weeks, and then ideally, hopefully, everything all goes well. He'll have his arm built up and he'll be healthy enough to rejoin this rotation. And yeah, you're right, Doc. Like, if he joins this rotation and gets back to, he was their all-star last year. So if he gets back to that level of pitching, this is going to be one of the better young rotations in all of baseball right now, because you have Mackenzie Gore, who has, ace potential. You have Jake Irvin, who's probably overall their most consistent pitcher. You have surprising guys like Mitchell Parker and DJ Hurst, giving them quality outings every single time out. And so you add Josiah Gray to that mix. I mean, that's an exciting 5-man rotation, all young guys too, all guys that you have either traded for, traded former all-stars, superstars for, or drafted and developed yourself. So that's a really good sign for, Mike Rizzo and company when Josiah gets back and he's healthy.
We know how the season started, and they talked about basically rebuilding things of that nature. If you had to give them a grade, what grade would you give them right now based off of how they've been playing?
Yeah, it's a tough question because, I would give them a solid, A minus. I think you have to keep in mind, like, going into the season, I don't think we were anticipating them, anyone really, I mean, and myself included, them being one game under 500 in mid-June. I think, we were kind of anticipating them. They had a really tough start to last year, and then they played 500 ball the rest of the way. So the question was, can they get off to a good start this year and keep that pace? I think I was doubtful. I think some other people were doubtful as well, but they proved us wrong, right? Now here they are basically playing 500 ball. So I would give them, if you're surpassing expectations like that, I think the bare minimum, you have to get at least an A minus. You can maybe be nitpicky and drop down to a B right now, but they're surpassing a lot of expectations, and I think they haven't even reached their full potential. I think that this team can be even above 500 club. I'm not saying make the postseason or anything, but they can be that because, we've seen them give away games by making some, costly errors or just having, one bad pitch from the bullpen guy. This team could easily be above 500 right now. So, you can maybe nitpick right there, but I'll give them a solid A minus just because as of right now in mid-June, they're surpassing the expectations that we had, back in February.
If they get all B's, they get a degree. So that's passing to me.
Yeah. Speaking of all B's, C.J. Abrams at the plate. Assess the adjustments that pitchers have made to him and he's made back to them. A little up and down. Seems like he's getting back in a groove. For a minute, he was on fire.
Yeah, 100%. He had a fantastic April, and I think everyone was kind of saying like, all right, this is going to be their all-star this year. He is playing at a high level of at shortstop too. So he was going to be like having one of their best years. He had a really tough May, came down to earth, crashing in a sense, and he struggled. I think he struggled at the plate. I think he struggled mentally too. I think every ball player goes through the ups and downs of a tough season. Baseball's hard. You're a good player if you fail, 3/4 of the time. I think that kind of hit him a little hard. I think David Martinez didn't want him to be too hard on himself. But at the same time, he is kind of becoming the face of this franchise. There are a lot of expectations for him. He started chasing balls out of the zone, which he wasn't doing at the start of the season or even at the end of last year. And I think he's kind of reestablished himself at the plate. He's been more pitch selective, waiting for his pitch. That's showing in both his home runs that he's hit and the extra bases that he's hit for, and also the walks that he's drawn over the past couple of weeks or so to start this month. So thank God he kind of turned that page from last month. He's getting back to what he was doing in April that made him so successful.
We're talking about Bobby Blanco here on the B. Mitchell Finley Show on the BetQL guest line. And when you look at this team, we talk a lot about Davey. I mean, we talk a lot about Rizzo. We talk a lot about the players, but Davey Martinez is the guy. What is he doing and how much credit he deserves for the way that they're playing?
Davey deserves a lot of credit. The whole coaching staff, honestly. I know a lot of fans want to talk about how much Sean Doolittle has impacted this pitching staff, but I think a lot of credit also has to go to Jim Hickey, the pitching coach. He has done a really good job of getting these guys lined up for each start, managing the bullpen well, using what they are good at and having them attack hitters. And then, the hitting comes and goes. Everyone knows that, sometimes you're hot, sometimes you're not. I think they're doing a good job of trying to keep these guys within the strike zone, being patient at the plate. We talked earlier, obviously, about the stolen bases. So the offense is going to, come and go in waves. But, Davey Martinez is just the prototypical, players coach. Everyone loves him. Everyone wants to play for him. He's so supportive of these guys. He defends them. He backs them in everything they do. And I think he's done a really good job of putting all these guys in the best situations to win. Sometimes it doesn't always work out. That's sports, right? That's fine. But he is putting them in good positions to win, and he's maintaining that really high level of positivity in the clubhouse that he's always had since he's got here. I mean, you talk about 2019, obviously that team that had a magical run, and everyone mentions, that wouldn't be possible without Davey Martinez and just how positive he was after they started 19-31. Through this rebuild, they've lost the most games in the league a couple of times, but Davey Martinez, now don't get me wrong, he always wants to win, but he always kept a positive level head throughout all of that. So I think guys really respect and like playing for him. So, I think that's been a huge part, and it goes all the way to the top two. Mike Rizzo, that includes him as well. But they've created a really good culture in that clubhouse where even guys who are here in the short term like being a part of this team, like being, playing for Davey Martinez and these coaching staff. So shout out to the entire coaching staff and Davey Martinez for keeping a tight-knit group together.
How many other GMs in MLB could pull off a successful bobblehead promotion for the GM?
Yeah, I was laughing at that. They did a really good job promoting that bobblehead. The bit with Zimmerman in his office. Now, obviously, Ryan Zimmerman works for the team in the front office, but Ryan Zimmerman having all his bobbleheads. I think that kind of also just kind of shows that, this team isn't where they would like to be, where the fans want them to be just yet. I think a lot of people acknowledge that it's coming. But they can still, have fun. I mean, it's sports. It's supposed to be fun. And I think Mike Rizzo, like I said, that kind of starts at the top of Mike Rizzo. No one wants to win more than him and Davey. Trust me on that. But, they understand the process they're going through right now. And, they can have fun with it here and there. So, it's a good group to be around for sure.
Well, Bobby, man, listen, I'm going to tell you this, bro. I like to hear them start to do and play like they're playing, but you are there all the time. Do you think they're ahead of schedule?
I do. I think they are because, like I mentioned, guys like Mitchell Parker, DJ Hurst, who they're guys that we anticipated coming up to the major league level at some point this year, but definitely I don't think anyone thought they would be up here this early. And, it just goes to show that this, when the Nationals started this rebuild, back in 2021, it was a whole organizational upheaval, right? They realized that they needed to start from the bottom and kind of rebuild this thing from the ground up because the farm system wasn't as strong. The player development staff, I mentioned their struggles developing starting pitchers earlier. It wasn't as strong as it had been in the past. And, I think I give them a lot of credit for, acknowledging that and understanding that, hey, this is what we have to do to get back to, 2019 level of competition. So I think that when you got guys like that who were probably supposed to be up at some point this year, but not exactly. I mean, and Jay Gervin was an example last year, but like not this early and not having this high level of success. I think it's a good sign for the entire organization. We're going to see James Wood, if he gets back healthy at some point this year. We could possibly see Dylan Cruz. We're probably going to at least see him up at AAA. Maybe same with Robert Haskell III if he can get healthy again. Brady House, all these top prospects are having such good seasons. So I think when you got guys coming up at this level and performing at this level that weren't supposed to be here, quote unquote, I think it's a good sign so that they are ahead of schedule.
What's the best case scenario for this team this year?
I think finishing close to a 500 record. I'm not going to put like the pressure of, the expectation of making the playoffs on this team. I just don't think that's realistic. And you know what? And if they do, great. I mean, that's an added bonus. But I think, we saw them have a 16-win jump from 2022 to 2023 last year. So now kind of take that 70-win season and get closer to 81 or maybe slightly above. If they finish around 500 or even hopefully above it, I think that's a really good sign for this team. That's a realistic expectations for them. And, you look at the current standings in the National League, it's kind of wide open when it comes to the wild cards. And, they have 3 now. It's not just 2. So there's obviously more room for guys, for teams to slip in. And look at the Diamondbacks, the team that they're facing this week. That they snuck into the postseason last year with, I think, around a 500 record, and they made it all the way to the World Series. So, anything can happen if you just keep playing hard. I mean, it's baseball such a grind. You play every day, you play so many games. But I think if this team stays around this kind of 500 level ball, we might be seeing them play some interesting games in September with an outsider's chance of the postseason. Again, I'm not going to put that on them, that expectation on them. I don't think that's fair. But with the way the league is shaping out right now, I wouldn't surprise me if that were the case in a couple months.
Well, we hope it can end like that. It'll be great. They came in and they, we knew what they were doing, but they're playing a lot better. And I think a lot of enthusiasm starting to get behind this team. A young bunch that were getting the pitching early, but they wouldn't get the timely bats. Now they're starting to get that as well. Mm-hmm. So if they keep growing, we got something to look forward to and cheer about, man. Appreciate you giving us some time.
We love it.
Yeah, guys. Thanks for having me. I'm glad you enjoyed your weekend, and hope you have a good week.
All right, Bobby. Take care.
All right, Bobby.
It's Bobby Blanco talking to us, and he's Nationals insider, giving us his take on the Washington Nationals. And the B. Mitchell Philly Show is brought to you by Rude HVAC Equipment. Head over to rude.com to find your contractor near you and available tax credits and rebates. That's RUUD. And remember, if it ain't rude, it ain't right. We're going to take us a quick break here. We haven't talked a lot of Commanders today. We had a lot of other stuff going on, and hell, you got to do that in sports, especially this time of the year.
Thank goodness.
But we got one little quick segment. We'll talk about this, Doc. The biggest concerns for the Commanders when it comes to Mr. Doc Walker. I'll throw my two cents in there as well. Then we'll get out of here. Heard it here first. Remember the Nats tomorrow against the Diamondbacks at 6:45. He mentioned Philly, 106.7 The Fan. We'll be right back. 7 The Fan, as we come to you live from International Country Club. The Purple Heart Open is presented by Green Drop. You can make a difference for our veterans. Donate to the Purple Heart Foundation.org. Doc and I have not been out here all day. We both had dads that were in the military, so we really understand what this foundation does for those veterans. And, when we start talking and we start getting into this sports thing, we always come back to the Commanders at one point.
Mhm.
And as we talk positive about them throughout the things that's been going on, Jaden has been like ahead of things, and the atmosphere is totally different. I'm sure there's still some level of concern for you, just like, we all have the level of concern. I want to know how good the damn linebacker core going to be. I know we got better people at it now, but you want to see how that chemistry works. What seems to be a concern for you as you look at this team going into this year?
Well, my concern is always O-line, D-line, because I know that if we can stop penetration in passing downs and we can create holes running the ball, we're going to have to be in a game. And then defensively, we stop you and can put pressure, we got a chance. That gives you a fighting chance. And so they got the physical bodies. When you match that with schemes, we're going to be different. And I don't know how we could not be, just based on the leadership, Joe Witt Jr. alone.
Mm-hmm.
I just think that we're going to be sound. I don't know how spectacular, but we'll be sound. And if we sound, as you will know, this is a league of forcing turnovers.
Mm-hmm.
If we can force people to turn it over and we don't,
Gotcha.
we just got to play smart, and hopefully people play dumb against us, and you got a chance. And Tampa's no joke. I hope we don't get so hyped up. You talk yourself into thinking you're better than people. You're not better than anybody until you prove it.
There you go. For me, we talked for years about having those 4 first-rounders on the D-line. And I know this day and age, since they pass so much, the defensive end is given more love and credit than the people inside.
Mm-hmm.
But I've been watching this for a while. I believe John and Deron can be exceptional. And I believe that they can lead the pass rush.
Mm-hmm.
In turn, I mean this. There are guys that, if Deron goes back to what he was 2 years ago, Deron go back to, and then John goes back to what he was 3 years ago.
Beast.
See, what happened in that situation, they had to get double teamed, which opened up the one-on-one outside. Hell, the DN should be more athletic than the tackle.
Mm-hmm.
I think if they can get back to that, we all ask who's going to be doing the pass rush. Well, hell, what's wrong with them getting 10 and a half a piece from inside?
Mm-hmm.
And if they get that, now you got the people coming off the edges, and we know what Dan Quinn and Witt they're going to do. They're not going to show you something and just rush from the same thing. They're going to make you think about it. Unlike Ron and Jack, they just thought their scheme was better than everybody, which they found out it wasn't. So they're going to move and try to get advantages to where all of a sudden they're looking for something and then somebody come from another direction.
Or safety.
I am expecting interior to be better than what it's been consistently.
If we get help from the edge, people can't pick on our tackles.
Mm-hmm.
But, it's just about who's going to take over. And we got candidates that are going to be able to win one-on-one matchups.
Mm-hmm.
When's the last time we had somebody that we had to double? As you well know, everything comes to the NFL is about who on your side of the ball garners a double team.
Yeah. And that's I'm like you. People tell me about players, I'm like, do people double him? They're like, no. Well, he's not what you think he is.
That's
because if the other team gonna say, well, you go block it one-on-one.
Mm-hmm. Then you
that's telling you what they think about you.
That's it.
Yeah,
that's it.
The scheme busters.
We've been overpaying a lot of people, and to me, you earn whatever you get if you force 2 people to focus on you.
Yeah.
If you force people to game plan you worth your weight in gold.
That's part of what I'm looking forward to. My concern is, when are we going to have the scheme busters emerge?
There you go.
Because the moment we start getting scheme busters on our team, that's when you know that you have an advantage.
Right.
If I have one guy who's going to ask 2, sometimes 3 guys. I remember back in the day, LT was doubled.
Oh, every game.
And they told me to chip him on the way out.
Every game.
Yeah. So we can start getting some level of that on this squad. Then you can really discuss
Lawrence
making that jump.
They got 2. So all the bad behinds have 2. I call them people of interest.
Mm-hmm.
And we have, from a marketing standpoint, we have marketed our players like they're that, but ain't nobody else treating them like that.
See, I always say when someone asks for top dollar, I always look at the fact, like, how do the other teams treat them?
Bingo.
If the other team is not treating you like you're special, then guess what? You're probably not.
Well, see, they wouldn't want you to be a GM around here because, you be done hurt their feelings.
I don't have a problem with, listen, man, the whole thing about it is, yes, I say it over and over again. My family, I've been mad at my mom. I've been mad at my dad. I love them to death, but you know what? If I can get mad at them, I damn sure can get mad at somebody else.
Well,
and we sit up here with a mindset that we have to be damn near perfect when we come down to discussing a football team. No, that's not my job. My job is to tell you my opinion, and not just my opinion because what I think, my opinion based off experiences and research.
You're professional.
And I think a lot of times we are afraid to be honest with people. I know as a former player, if you keep playing me, you think I'm doing something good. If you bench me, I know I have to improve. You see what I'm saying?
Well,
we have had defenses and secondaries blowing coverages, and I know that should be changing this year, but they kept putting those same people on the field. But you wanted me to believe because one guy you won't be mad at because you said something to him. No, basically what you were telling me is you didn't pick the right people and you didn't know what to do when you keep putting them out there. So sometimes people don't live up to what they're supposed to live up to, and they need to hear about it.
14 administrative changes since 1980 for me. I think it's pretty safe to say that we have had a lack of institutional control. And so now we got people that clearly have passed the look test, eyeball test. You've seen them throw their program out, and I go, wow, okay, impressive. The kids have bought into it. Now it's just about results and how are you in combat? Because we've got all the cerebral stuff done now. All the check mark, all the boxes are checked on the cerebral part, the conditioning part. Now, how violent are you going to be in full pads?
See, I say those things sometimes, and I think I'm either, whoa, like Mitch quickly told me today that we're not in 19 whatever football anymore, but you know what? Football is still a violent sport.
Yeah, well, he's entitled to his opinion.
So, but let's be real about this. When you step on a football field, if your mindset is that the rules are going to protect you, you're bound to get your ass hurt.
That's right.
Okay, let's be real about it. I think guys have to prepare themselves as if they're going into a war every damn time. To where when you get there, if the other people decide to play softer, you're going to give them a problem all day. But if you prepare for the softness, you're going to end up being the one with the problem. And I think that is how you got to prepare yourself for it on a daily basis, that you're about to go have 35 accidents. I don't know anybody that goes out there, oh, I'm going to hit an accident, and they're not going to really try to hurt me. There are people out there that are going to say, I'm going to get you before you get me. That's Walter Payton. They call him sweetness. You ever see the man run a football? He was 205 pounds. And when a 300-pounder tried to tackle him, he attacked him as if he was trying to stop him from getting some food. And I think that mindset still lives and still works in this day and age of football. All of this, oh, man, things have changed. Yeah, it's changed. But you still can get hurt. You can get paralyzed. You can get a knee blown out. All these things can happen still in football, so why not prepare for it?
Well, you're not going to please everybody. But I'll say this. Every year I say this, and it's borderline ignorant, but I always look and see who are the teams that get fined by the NFL for overly aggressive techniques. And you know what they all are?
Winners.
Teams that are better we are.
And in the playoffs.
Yeah. And Baltimore's always on that list. Philadelphia's always on that list. Seattle's always on that list. See, so there's something to go with it. You just want to cheat, but you want to push the envelope of aggressiveness. This group, from the first time you heard them open their mouth, you knew, okay, that's him. We know how they're going to handle their house.
It's going to be, oh, let's just do everything by the book.
Yeah.
And you know when you normally do that, what happens? You lose. Okay, and we tired of losing, so it's time to get serious about it. And I absolutely believe that they will.
Serious. They're serious. I dare you to come back to this camp out of shape. I dare you to come back here not ready. I would dare somebody on this team not to be mentally and physically ready for the most spirited, aggressive training camp of your life.
It's gonna be crazy, man. Well, we're gonna take a break here. We get back. We're gonna get ready to do some betting this week.
Jeff Walker.
Heard it here
special
first. Gonna see if Jeff is gonna try and win because he didn't win last week.
day. Does Jeff ever win?
No, you wouldn't. Were you here Friday? No, but you weren't here. We almost give you credit. Be Richard Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Don't want to hear what Jeff has to say. We'll be right back. All right, B. Mr. Philly, 106.7 The Fan. We had a great time so far today, coming to you live from International Country Club as we sit here for the Purple Heart Foundation golf tournament. It's been a lot of people here. We were watching some good shots. We were watching some bad shots. But you know what? They're having fun raising money for a great cause. The Purple Heart Open is presented by Green Drop. You can make a difference for our veterans. Donate to the Purple Heart Foundation.org.
Amen.
It's been cool being outside, you know. I know people think radio thing's fun, but you know, if you go in the same room every day, it starts to feel like prison.
Yeah.
Every once in a while, you got to get out in the yard.
I have to admit, your quarters are cramped.
You know, this is out in the yard.
This is nice.
So I'm having fun out here in the yard
It's
today.
like being in your backyard.
Yeah, we're in the yard, but we don't have any wardens watching us.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
You know, because they said Chris is the warden, Chris and Jeff.
Mm-hmm.
And Diego just learning from these two, and they damn sure need somebody to be watching them.
Yeah, you ain't lying.
Chris and Jeff, man. Been a lot of fun though. A lot of fun. So we're back in the studio tomorrow.
And we got Finley to call in. That was amazing.
Yeah.
It was amazing.
He always do that, but we'll be back in studio tomorrow. Doc and I, JP's out until he'll be back Friday. We'll be at another golf
Smoking
at Norbeck Country Club on
Locker.
Friday, so that'll be a lot of fun as well. We'll enjoy those, but we always try to have a little fun with this thing, and our thing we do a bet every week. Landfill, I want you to explain something to Jeff. We don't just not give you the bet when you're not here. When you're not here, you can't win. It's like being at work and wanting to get paid for it. Let him know that.
Yeah, you got to be there to claim the dub.
Yeah.
Hey yo.
You ever notice
The week.
Hold on, listen to this. When you go to golf tournaments, they always say you have to be present to win. Can't nobody bring it to you.
This is heard it here first.
Yeah, it's about betting.
Y'all just don't want to say y'all lost to Jeff Walker.
You gotta be
okay.
here to win. You gotta be
It's
here to
okay.
win. See, I came from behind, man, and did something.
Hey, look, I'm gonna start the week right off again.
We haven't actually put on best, bro. Yet, what you doing?
Why? We might as well. I won last
That's
week.
why we try to keep him off the mic. He always goes along his own way. He never follows.
I'm not listening to y'all on that because I was 4-1 last week, and y'all trying to say a 4-2 guy won.
You forgot when I was ahead, hadn't lost a game, and I wasn't here that Friday, and y'all told me I did not win because I wasn't here.
No, that's because
that's because of nothing.
It changed the standings.
It didn't change any standings.
It changed the standings at all.
I've been waiting for this for the longest because I know what you did. You were the main one behind it, so I made sure you wouldn't go. I was waiting for you to leave.
JP was the main one behind it.
No,
because week the week you lost, it broke the tie. It broke the tie between y'all. That's why JP was so adamant about it.
No,
I'm just saying, I'm a winner.
How can it break the tie? And if it broke the tie and I wasn't there, he would have automatically won, which means I was still winning and they voted against me.
You were winning.
No,
when you lost, it took you out of the winning.
I didn't lose.
Okay.
So,
all
right,
we didn't lose.
It's time for her to hear first right now. So let's get our bets in. We don't have our little thing today, but anyway, you go with your bet first. No, we're gonna let Landfill go first. Landfill, you up?
I'm taking Texas A&M in the College World Series.
Give me France over Austria in the UEFA Euro 2024 games.
Okay, Doc, you bet?
I'm gonna ride this one out.
No, you got to bet, Doc. You here? What the hell?
Mbappe.
You scared to bet?
Well, I need to know what I'm betting on.
You can bet on any sport you choose.
Okay, then
basketball, football. There ain't no football going on right now.
I mean, I'll take
baseball.
I'll step up for the Mavs tonight.
You taking the Mavs?
Mm-hmm.
Oh Lord!
I was about to parlay and take the Celtics.
Well, I'm going right against Doc. You
gotta take the -6 though.
I gotta go -6.5.
Yeah, because it's like 250 for the.
I'm going -6.5. Come on, Boston. Show me that 4-leaf clover is supposed to be good luck. So
we'll do that for the purple.
The clover is supposed to be good, so we going. We see Doc don't want. Doc is just hating.
And I want to add a parlay, Landfill. You listening?
I just want 6 games.
To the France and Austria game, I want an anytime goal scored by Mbappe. Add that.
What is his? What's the rate? What's the?
It's only a +110.
+110. Anytime goal with Mbappe. Okay.
Mbappe. That's who I just scored a crazy goal with him on FIFA like 2 days ago. So I'm gonna ride that.
I'm going to -6.5 plus the. Give me the over.
Okay, plus the over. Landini, what you taking?
He just told you
I ain't hear.
Texas A&M
Oh,
in College World Series.
SEC.
Oh yeah. I should have thought of that.
Leffy, you not trying to do no like other sports that you normally be pulling up?
Nah, College World Series is obscure enough.
Oh, you rootless, man.
You might as well take the parlay with the Gators.
Yeah.
Nah, I'm good.
He's good. All right, well, let's get ourselves ready for here. We had a great day today, and I'm gonna just say, anybody, if you want to help out the Purple Heart Foundation, go to purpleheartfoundation.org and help out our veterans. You know, they do a lot for us, and I know I say that, and I hope people understand. You don't have the freedom that you have without people like the military, people going out and fighting for those freedoms for you. And so, if you have an opportunity, if you can afford it, make sure you make some donations to them. Because they need it, you know, and a lot of times they come back, they need our help even more because some of the things they see and go through, I don't think any one of us can probably handle it. So we're going to get out of here. We'll see you tomorrow. Take care of yourselves, and let's go Celtics. Be Mr. Philly, 106.7 The Fan. See you tomorrow.
God
Peace.
bless.
Good Monday afternoon, and welcome into Grant and Danny. It's June 17th, 2024. It is hot. Summer is here, and your boys are ready to keep you company for the next 4.5 hours, taking you all the way up to 6:30 tonight. Danny, how are you?
I'm great, my friend. Happy Father's Day belated to you and all the other dads out there. Hope everybody had a relaxing weekend. I got a nice few-hour chunk of cold, dark silence. That's what I'm asking for. That's what I want. I don't need a tie. I don't need a bar of soap. I don't need any knickknacks. I'll get myself those knick-knack patty whacks. Thank you very much. What I can't get for myself, darkness, coldness, and silence. And I got it. It was great.
Yeah, I had a really good time myself. We went to the Nats game yesterday as a family, and it went better than you would have expected.
Nice.
First and foremost, most important priority, we sat in a shaded overhang thanks to our guy Kenyon taking care of his boy. We had a wonderful time. My baby loved it.
Is that right?
She's in a mode now where she claps when other people clap. That's how we taught her.
Yeah.
So like every time a national made a catch or did anything and people were clapping around us, she would clap.
She was excited about that.
So if you were just watching from afar, you'd think she knew everything about the Nats. Like she clapped at the right time, but she really enjoyed it. She just ate like hot dog bread a bunch.
She's like big pitch for Mitchell Parker here, Dad.
Exactly. So we had a really good time. It was a great Father's Day. I don't think there's a right or wrong way to do it.
Mhm.
My wife and I were talking about this. My best buddy and I were talking, and his Father's Day plan was he was going out with one of his boys for brunch, essentially, just those two.
Yep.
And then he was going to come home and do some other things, and he just wanted to like go out in the yard and do some work, right? There are basically two types of dads and or ways to celebrate Father's Day. Either you do something with the family and you just pray that they behave,
Yep.
or you go, leave me alone. I'm going
Yep.
to do my own thing,
Mhm.
and I just want solitude. I went with the hectic, crazy, let's make the most of this
You rolled
day.
the dice.
Exactly.
I think you won.
You went with the other way, which is
Yeah.
like, I don't know where your kids were. It sounds like maybe the wife just took them and went somewhere.
Uh-huh.
But just leave me be for
So
a
it was,
few hours.
worked out perfect. It was one of my youngest friend's birthday parties, and I was like, you know what? It happens to be far away, which is a shame. You hate to see it. So I'll see you when you get back. It was great. But then the wife and I went to a concert last night at Wolf Trap. That was a thing.
You went to a concert.
Went to a concert. This was her birthday present.
Known concert guy Danny Rouillet.
Yeah.
Danny Rouillet likes concerts about as much as he likes dogs. He actually admits, though, to not liking concerts. So is it her birthday present from you or
Yes.
to you?
So my birthday present to her was this concert.
Who did you see?
Gypsy Kings at Wolf Trap.
Is that Tyson Fury or somebody else?
I don't get that bit.
You should. I think his
Is
nickname
he a gypsy?
I think his nickname is the Gypsy King.
Oh, could be.
I could be making that wrong.
Well, they
Maybe
sing
not.
songs. Dude, that venue is just so awesome. Wolf Trap is great. So we're sitting in the shade in chairs. Like, oh, you mean you sat in the stands? No, we brought chairs. We sat in chairs and drank drinks that we brought for ourselves. So just, it's like listening to a CD on somebody's boombox from like 200 yards away. I don't care about that. I'm just out on a beautiful night. Kids aren't yelling at me. Hanging out with my wife, drinking LaCroix and waters and whatnot. It was great.
So you liked it?
I mean, I like the experience.
Okay.
Yeah. So I guess yes is the answer to that.
That is as good as you're going to
Yeah.
get with No Fun Rouillet.
Yeah.
You were not miserable.
No, I was not.
Would you do it again?
For her. Yeah. Like this is her gift. You see what I'm saying? Like this makes her happy. That's an easy thing for me to do. Happy to do it.
That is an endorsement of the night.
Yeah.
NBA Finals this evening, Game 5.
Thank goodness we get one more at least.
Celtics Mavericks. Brian Geltzeiler is going to join us at 5 o'clock today, one of our favorite hoops heads. He, of course, is with SiriusXM's NBA channel and NBA TV. Geltzeiler will break tonight's game down for us right at 5 o'clock. You know, we were on the precipice of sweeps in the NBA and the NHL, and that has not happened. I think I saw since 1995 that both the finals in the NBA and in the Stanley Cup ended in 4 games. You got to go back some 30 years almost. Didn't happen in either of the two. So the series are ongoing. But tonight, Game 5, couple of things that are notable. We're trying to figure out still if Kristaps Porzingis is going to play. I've been looking all over the place. No real update there. Status is in question. I don't know why I have a hunch he's going to go because the injury sounds pretty bad, but the Celtics are making it seem like there's a chance he gives it a go tonight. They got beat by 38 points in Game 4. I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing for the NBA. I know it's a turnoff for me in playoff games, teams treat these contests as one-offs, understandably, you need to, but as battles in a larger war, for lack of a better phrase. So when you're down a bunch early, you just punt on that playoff game and you, if you have the luxury to, like Boston does, focus on the bigger picture. And so instead of getting back into a game when you're down 15, 17 early or whatever, you just lose by 40. And that it makes for really bad TV. It makes for a game that I have to turn off before it's over. But that was the case going into the weekend. Was you're up 3-0, you're down by a bunch, you're not going to waste a bunch of energy coming back. Let's sit our guys, get them off their feet, and let the chips fall where they may. So it's a 3-1 series now as the Mavericks try to become the first team to ever come all the way back from down 3-0.
Yeah, so I know this is not an exact, indicator of how the series is going to go. I think you're dead right. I mean, you saw Dallas; they were desperate, they were down big, came storming back and made it a close game, and one they'd ultimately lose. But Boston's in a very comfortable position, headed back home, up 3-1. They would trade that sight unseen before the series starts. But I think you're right. There are a couple things that happen now, more so than ever before in playoff basketball, because of the 3-point shot and the emphasis on it. Boston plays 5 out, basically. How many shooters are on the court for Boston? Is there a Boston player on the court? Count them. That's 5. They spread you out. If they miss a lot of threes, which any team is capable of for whatever reason, then you could have a blowout in one direction or another. I think that happens more now. I mean, maybe it's anecdotal. I can't prove this, but it feels like it's more that than it was certainly when I was a kid, when every possession went through the post and we're backing down and it's 90-89 type finals. This just feels like you're more prone for blowouts. Plus what you just said about Boston saying, we're down a lot. That's all for us. You guys enjoy the rest of the night. We're going to live to fight another day.
Which I get when it's a 3-0 series and you got 4 cracks at the piñata to try to break it open.
But with all the rest.
What I don't understand, though, is go back to, I'm just thinking of a recent series, Knicks, Pacers. But this happens routinely in the NBA. It could be game 1, blowout in one direction. Game 2, the next.
Yeah.
Like it's not like it was just we have the margin for error here because we've built this 3-0 lead that it's insurmountable. I mean, this happens in a 2-1 series. You'll get a 37-point game or whatever. I just don't remember it being this way.
I don't think it was. Because again,
up.
just because, I mean, the game is different. I know this is what, my dad used to do all the time and shake his fist at it. And I know I'm doing that now, but I'm not saying it's better or worse. I'm just saying it's different. Again, you think of a great 3-point shooter would hit like 53s in a season in the 1980s. And now that's one team per game is jacking up 53s because that's the emphasis. That's where it is. That can lead to those lopsided scores.
Celtics, if they can finish off the Mavericks tonight, would win their 18th championship. X factor for me, as it has been throughout this series, is Kyrie. Kyrie Irving's got to help Luka Doncic out. In the couple of games where the Mavs had no chance, he stunk. He averaged 14 points per game, shot 35% of the floor in games 1 and 2 in Boston.
Yep.
Last 2 games, a loss and a win, but the loss, remember, was a 3-point game with about 3.5 to play. He's been way, way better at 21, 6, and 4 in 31 minutes in game 4. And in game 3, he poured in 35 points in 45 minutes. And that was with Luka fouled out at the end of the game and having to do it himself. So worth watching. We'll get a preview from Geltzeiler at 5 o'clock tonight. Locally this weekend, big story's got to be the Nats, right?
Yeah, man.
How about 8 wins in 9 games for the Nationals? A 3-game sweep of the Marlins. And before you try to pour cold water on it and say, oh, it was the Marlins, the Nats are kind of supposed to be the Marlins. Miami's worse than they were supposed to be.
Yeah.
The Nats are obviously a lot better than they were supposed to be. But let's acknowledge, if we're going to do the it's only the Marlins thing, that in and of itself is a sign of major growth. That you're out of the bucket where you're one of the worst teams in the league, where you can look down on teams like the White Sox and the Marlins and the Rockies and some others. That in and of itself is signs of life in this rebuild, that they're getting closer and closer to competition and competitiveness. They're 1 under 500 now, Danny. They are tied for a wild card spot as we talk today, as we approach the halfway point of this season. And they are on pace to clear their total win projection by odds makers by 14 or 15 games, depending on the book you were looking at before the season started. And maybe most importantly, not the result, but the process. The young pitching continues to be excellent. This weekend, Friday, Mackenzie Gore, 7 dominant innings, 1 run, 10 strikeouts. Saturday, DJ Hers, the power lefty I was giddy about.
How good was he?
Getting called up. That was one of the best pitching performances by a national in team history.
1 hit, 13 punchies. Yes, please.
Like Scherzer, Strasburg, littering what are the top 15 or 20 starts in team history. Hers' outings on that list now. 1 hit, 1 over the minimum, 6 innings, scoreless ball, 13 Ks, as you mentioned. Couple of quick stats on that. He is the second pitcher in history, Strasburg, debut is the other one, with the Nats also, to strike out 13 or more batters without a walk in his first 3 big league starts. This was his 3rd start ever. He's also number 2 all time on the list of percentage of batters faced in a game you struck out. To Kerry Wood is a rookie when he struck out 20. Only Wood among rookies has ever punched out more than the 68%, 13 out of 19 batters that Hers did on Saturday. And I don't think he is some front of the rotation guy long term. He may end up in the bullpen, doesn't throw a lot of strikes. But the upside is that changeup's going, which is nasty. Fastball's deceptive. He's got a chance to really help them. And then yesterday, Sunday, their rookie of the year caliber lefty, Mitchell Parker.
Yeah, ho-hum.
Has never given up more than 3 earned runs in now, I think, a dozen big league starts. ERA barely over 3, 6 innings, 1 run. They've done it with starting pitching. And after years, Danny, of not being able to develop arms, Jake Irvin, DJ Hers, Mitchell Parker, Gore getting better and better since getting here. You got a bunch of guys on the way as well. I won't bore you with all the names. It is happening, man.
So a few things on that. I don't do the it's just the Marlins thing. I do not. This is Major League Baseball, number 1. Number 2, there are only 4 teams in the National League with a winning record. I'm going to say that one more time. Out of the 15 teams in the NL, only 4 teams are above 500. So if you aren't playing Philly, Atlanta, Milwaukee, or the Dodgers, you're playing a team that's either okay or worse. So that's your schedule. That's who's on it. Now, you cross over to the American League. There's, I think, 7 teams that are over 500, a couple teams that are awfully close, like Toronto. Tampa's pretty good, and you can go up and down the list. But you've got a bunch of cupcakes on your schedule in the National League. There's a chance when you've got Colorado coming to town, Arizona coming to town, you could keep doing this. You can make some hay. Now, I think they're in that bucket. They're just okay. You can watch their offense disappear for weeks at a time. If, Lane Thomas isn't red hot or if CJ Abrams isn't carrying them, they're going to struggle to push runs across. They still make maddening mistakes sometimes, running into outs and certain things. But that's not the point to me. The big picture is the point. We're going to talk about this a little bit later on in the show about what they should do coming up the trade deadline. I don't want to lose focus on the long term, but the kids are the ones that are doing the really, really cool stuff. Again, Lane Thomas homer in every game in the series, but Jacob Young jumping yard for the first time and the kid pitching.
Lane Thomas is 28. As a hitter, your career goes through your, age 34 or whatever season. Like, I don't want to call him a kid, but if they want him to be part of the next iteration, he will be.
He could be, yeah.
20 homer, 20 steal, outfielder with a plus arm, who's a good defender. No one in the sport has more outfield assists since the start of last season than Lane Thomas does.
I hope they keep running on him, by the way. I'm having a great time.
Yeah, well, they're starting to slow down. A couple times yesterday, being at the ball game, he got to the ball in the right field corner.
Couple stop signs happened.
And some slamming on the brakes. The old, Jason Worth fall down to stop yourself from continuing to go forward. So the word is definitely out. But, yeah, it's really, really entertaining and a fun watch. And people haven't all bought in. I don't think the average fan necessarily in DC sports is all the way back in. I say that because buying tickets yesterday, going to the game, there were plenty of them available. And sitting there on Father's Day, there just weren't a lot of people there. They had a really good turnout, I think, over the weekend. Last weekend, they've had some good gates. But I hope people start to take notice that this is an entertaining club. Their style of play, they don't hit a lot. They don't score a lot. They don't have a ton of power. And that makes it hard sometimes, I think, as a fan and as a viewer. But they steal a lot of bases. They run a lot. There's a lot of action. There's guys on base constantly. So it's all good in that regard. But young pitching is also fun. And other than Corbin days, which is only 20% of their games at this point, when you see this team, you're seeing a young, ascending star-type pitcher, depending on what you think of Hers.
These numbers...
I'm not necessarily there with him, but he just turned in the best start of a national in the last 5 years, probably.
The numbers on these guys are staggering.
It's crazy.
It's like a video game when you turn the difficulty down. This shouldn't be happening, with all due respect to the Jake Irvins and the Mitchell Parkers of the world. But the longer it happens, you stop apologizing for it.
If you're watching on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube stream, you're seeing me take my cap off and tip it. Sean Doolittle, man. I keep being told by people in the organization he has made an unbelievable impact as the conduit between the R&D department, the analytics folks, these young pitchers. But they're going to have a good problem to have coming up really soon, because Josiah Gray's almost back. He had 4 good innings at Double-A in his rehab start this weekend. Cade Cavalli's back on a rehab assignment, is going to be pitching again in short order earlier this week. Both of those guys are available. What do you do in the rotation? I would love to see them move Patrick Corbin to the bullpen and have, every game you go to the ballpark, somebody that's worth seeing and exciting and young and maybe part of the future. But do you go 6-man rotation? Would you remove Hers and put him in the bullpen? If he has another start like the one he just did,
Then how could you?
You can't do that. And then they have some really good pitching prospects that are getting close to being big league ready as well. So after years and years of just not having any internal pitching that they developed, really since Jordan Zimmerman and Steven Strasburg, they all of a sudden are striking gold here, which is really cool. We got an announcement on the in-season Netflix series from HBO and NFL Films. We already knew it was going to be a division, Danny. We didn't know which division they were going to cover. I think we both like this. Rather than following one team, they're following 4 teams in one division.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to give them a chance at more content, and I think it should make the show better because if there's a lot more footage to choose from, if so facto, the content should just elevate, right? It's like having more good players in your lineup, probably going to score more. Don't you think with 4 buildings with cameras rolling, theoretically, the quality of the show should elevate?
You would think, like, there's less, and I hate to think of it this way, filler time, but some of the best moments are just candid, one-off weird interactions between like the assistant laundry guy and one of the trainers. You know what I mean? You can always find these incredible nuggets. So it's not necessarily only with stars or only with people that you recognize, but I just think in theory, you'd have more good content to choose from, right? And one of the disadvantages that Hard Knocks has is that unbelievably quick turnaround. So they're coming out Tuesday based on like the previous week, so that we're 1 week behind in terms of when it is. So you're getting everything you possibly can, and then they basically have 72 hours of crunch to try to get the edit out so it's done, probably even less than that. So you would think with more time, more footage, you could get something pretty great.
AFC North, by the way, is the division they chose. Steelers, Russell Wilson coming over to quarterback with Justin Fields. Ravens trying to get to a Super Bowl after years of feeling like they're good enough to, but not being able to this point. The Bengals with Joe Burrow coming back from injury. T. Higgins playing on a tag. Jamar Chase wanting to be paid. They got to a couple AFC title games the last 3 years. And then the Browns. Is Deshaun Watson able to return to form or not? That's a really good team outside of the quarterback position. One of the most loaded divisions in the sport. I saw, though, it's going to debut December 3rd, which is well after when the in-season Hard Knocks has typically debuted. And maybe that's because they have the off-season one. That's got to come out soon. I would think sometime in the next month because you want to spread that out with the training camp version. So they did like a documentary style show on the Giants free agency in the draft. So that'll drop. Then they'll have the August version. And then I guess no Hard Knocks through the fall until December when the AFC North version comes out. But give us the content, baby.
Thank goodness. Thank goodness Netflix came along. I mean that in a million ways, obviously, because of the entertainment value of so many different things that I've watched that are incredible. But these, and I know Amazon Prime did a bunch too, but these behind the scenes, incredible access sports documentaries took the greatest league that we have, went, oh, we can be even greater. We can actually, we don't need to be behind the wall and pretend we have nuclear secrets. Like, this is the thing. Thank goodness.
Might the Commanders make a push for Brandon Ayuk? Seems like he and Jaden Daniels, who are boys, could be up to something. Let's get into that next on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. At 4 o'clock, when we give you a Beltway Blitz today on Grant and Danny, we've also got tickets to Old Glory Rugby in D.C. Make sure you're listening at that time. A TikTok from Brandon Ayuk's account, the Pro Bowl wide receiver from the San Francisco 49ers, showed a video of him talking on the phone with a guy you guys are familiar with, Jaden Daniels, quarterback. Washington Commanders, they're good buddies. They go back to their time together at Arizona State collegiately, which tells you a little bit about how long how long ago they were teammates is indicative of how long Jaden Daniels was starting in college, because Ayuk's been in the NFL for 4 years now.
Yeah, entering year 5
with the San Francisco 49ers, but they're longtime buddies. And on this TikTok, he's seen saying to Jaden Daniels, they've told me that they're not paying me. I'm paraphrasing, but they don't want me back is what he told him. And he and Jaden Daniels are kind of laughing about that. And it's leading to all kinds of speculation that maybe Washington would go after Brandon Ayuk. They were quiet, more so than everyone thought at wide receiver. They've got a ton of money. They're on the short list among teams with the most cap space. Ayuk's cap number this year is not even that big. It's $14 million going into the final year of his deal. So you'd have to trade for him, and then you'd have to pay him substantially if you wanted to acquire Ayuk.
I used to be opposed to these sorts of things, the trading and then having to pay, because my point is we all got to find an amount of resources, and you're using scum from both stocks in order to get somebody. I'm over that now. Please do this immediately. Please do this immediately. Set a record for how fast it's done. Adam Peters was in the building, and he knows Brandon Ayuk. You would think pretty well. I think he knows that the only thing that held Brandon Ayuk back was Christian McCaffrey, George Kittle, Deebo Samuel, and the excellence of weaponry over there. This is a 1,300-yard guy, even with everybody I just mentioned over this past year. He's gotten better every season. This is a badass. I want him immediately, GP. Immediately.
I think that what you're saying might be true. He might be capable of more than he's done if he's not around all of those other weapons, because that's a lot of mouths to feed. You think about it as we're all sitting at the table and we all are taking food out of that same bowl. There's only so much I could put on my plate if everyone else needs an equal amount of helpings, right? So you mentioned a couple of guys, but George Kittle, the Kyle Juszczyk, the weapons go on in San Francisco that they try to keep happy. I would say, though, if you're going to acknowledge that the talent around him hurts him, I think you also have to acknowledge two things. The other direction. One, all that talent around him is actually beneficial when you are trying to get open and when you are trying to make plays. If you come to a place with less weaponry, where more attention is paid to you, if he went somewhere, I don't think it would be the case here because they got some good players. But in a lot of places where you're a one-man band, see like CeeDee Lamb in Dallas to some extent, you get a lot more attention, bracketed coverage. I think life gets really difficult really fast. Now, he's probably good enough that it's okay, but I'm just acknowledging that with the bad that comes from all the other guys taking some of your workload away, some good comes from that too.
Yeah, without doubt.
You're also a receiver in a Kyle Shanahan offense, and that's tough for me to look past too. I'm a big Brandon Ayuk believer. I think he is going to be a perennial 1,000-yard wideout in this league. He's really good. But when I look at last year when he averaged 18 yards per catch and went for 1,340 through the air, you got to grade on a little bit of a curve that your play designer is the single best in the National Football League at getting receivers open, bar none. Jabbar Gaffney came here and had an unbelievable season, the likes of which he hadn't for most of his career. Anthony Armstrong, who's doing the podcast on the Commanders on the Believe Network, I think. Last time I heard, one of my buddies and your buddies from years ago, he almost went for 1,000 yards one season in Kyle Shanahan's offense a couple years after he was playing in parking lots in the Outdoor Football Extreme League or whatever that was. There's nobody better in this sport at thinking like a receiver than the former Texas walk-on Kyle Shanahan as a wideout, at designing offense from that perspective. And when you have a really good talent like Ayuk, you elevate him. So as much as I'm with you that maybe there's more in the tank, I think we also have to grade on a little bit of a curve too in a couple areas.
No, I think that's perfectly fair. I guess my retort to that is I'm not expecting he would go 75 catches for 1,350 yards, which is what he just did. Because as you said, that's 18 yards a pop. We don't have that here. Nobody does. Very few teams have that kind of luxury. What I am saying is you could feed that dude and get to those 1,300 yards with those 85, 95 type catches. I think he can do everything. He is big and physical and tough and strong. He has every attribute that I want in a wide receiver. I think that dude is a stud. And it's pretty clear San Francisco is going to spot where they're going. And I don't know what's true, what's not. I don't know how much is a leverage play with the Niners. I don't know exactly what the motivation is.
Yeah, that's important. I think we should just throw that out. I mean, part of this conversation is without this video, he is presumably on the trade block. He's an expendable piece. And right now, he's not a lock to be paid. So it's a fair conversation to have. This guy's out there at a position where Washington could stand to get really good, really fast, and to help out their young quarterback. And you'd be bringing in a la Devontae Adams for Derek Carr or something, right? Like a buddy that he played with in college, a guy that he's familiar with. You're linking Jamar Chase back up with Joe Burrow as an example, right? So I think all of that makes sense and makes it intriguing. This isn't just to say that we think because there was this stupid TikTok video that this is happening. It's just a reason that people are now talking about it. And you and I are kicking the idea around of, is this something they should consider if San Francisco is going to be taking calls on Brandon Ayuk?
And one of the things I saw on NFL Live, I want to say was, and forgive me, I don't remember the reporter, but he was saying basically San Francisco's in a spot where they're going, whoever wants the money between Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk can take it, and then the other guy's gone, probably. Now, I don't know if that's gospel or not, but just, again, kind of going on this. To your point, it's not just we saw a TikTok and now we're going, please bring me the receiver that might or might not be available. But to me, this is the whole point of hoarding the cap space, of hoarding the draft picks, of going through the pain of trading away a Montez Sweat and a Chase Young and getting a little bit worse in the short term, is to be able to pounce when things like this happen, right? We talk about this with the Wizards all the time, where if you're just sitting there and your salary cap's tied up and you got no future draft picks, when the disgruntled star becomes available, you can't enter the sweepstakes. Well, Washington can, and they've got a space for it. Can you imagine how much better this depth chart is if Jahan Dotson's now just a slot guy and Luke McCaffrey's your number 4? Oh my God. Now you're doing what should be done here for Jaden Daniels and company. Now you get to say, we did all we could. Sink or swim, kid. I'd be jubilant.
I would say at that point, a very solid receiver room just became excellent, or a good one just became great when you slot everybody down one. Because Ayuk would basically be your number 1. If you want to say co-number 1 with Terry, that's fine too. But I think he'd be the more explosive kind of X, and Terry would be on the other side as the Z. Dotson more naturally now in the slot, where he's a terrific route runner and using some of that shiftiness in the middle of the field between the numbers, which is fun. And between those guys and then McCaffrey and whatever they can design for him as a red zone threat with some size down the depth chart as a 4. I don't know what you give up in that trade. Maybe it's you picks and De'Ami Brown or De'Ami Brown really doesn't have value.
Well,
but
they can have De'Ami Brown. I never know, by the way, with these things. So, like, my guess is a future 2 or a future 3, something like that. But again, the trademark in the NFL, I'm always stunned by. Always.
Yeah, there's not a lot of consistency to it. I think that's, it's not our fault that we don't know what things cost. I mean, there isn't really a method to the madness sometimes. It's just case by case. How desperately does a team want to move a guy or hold on to a guy? And then you got to pry him away. The problem is you're paying twice, and I hate it. I do not like giving up a pick and then paying a guy a ton of money, because I think what we're talking about is close to $30 million a year. And San Francisco might well do it. Like, I believe that, because they're choosing basically between Ayuk and Samuel. They're going to pay one of those guys. And they just drafted Ricky Pearsall, who I love, love, love. Great college player at a University of Florida, first-round pick. I think he's going to be a good fit for them. So they could move forward with Samuel, Pearsall. They drafted another receiver in the 4th round. They still have Ronnie Bell, Juwan Jennings they just re-upped with. They obviously have plenty of other pass catchers with McCaffrey and Juszczyk and Kittle, and they signed Logan Thomas this offseason. So it's not like if you gave them a good offer, they would unequivocally turn it down. I think they'd be willing to. Again, Kyle's superpower, his cape that he puts on and flies around with, is the ability to turn guys like Juwan Jennings or Jacob Cowing, who they just drafted in the 4th round, into really good NFL players.
Well, even beyond that, they could go full Rendon on this thing, meaning that's a Super Bowl contender right there. Maybe we don't get a draft pick. Maybe we just keep this band together that was top 5 in points last year and probably will be again this year.
Yeah, and you've been to 2 Super Bowls and lost, and so you're
knocking on the door.
You're not as worried about the long-term next 3-4 years. You need to kick the door down. It's this year. It's all in, and we got to win this thing right here, right now, or else who knows when our next chance is going to be. That very well could be their logic. But what AAV do you foresee for Ayuk? I mean, if you look at the price tags at the receiver position right now for the highest paid wide receivers in the NFL, I slot him in. He's been asking supposedly, if you believe reports, for $30 million a year. That's what Amon-Ra St. Brown just got, so that kind of makes sense to me. AJ Brown makes more at 32. Justin Jefferson makes the most at 35. He's not going to get 35. I don't think he would get 32, but it might be 30, which is the Tyreek Amon-Ra
Just ahead
St. Brown
Waddle.
area.
Yeah, I could see it.
Waddle just got 28.2, so maybe it's as a floor. I'd say let's say 28.
Mhm.
You're willing to pay Brandon Ayuk $28 million a year against the cap,
Absolutely,
and give up a draft.
absolutely.
I like the commitment to helping the quarterback. I don't think I would do that.
So is it any pick at all?
No, not any pick at all. I mean, a second and a seventh are pretty different.
Right.
It's the
where's the line for you? In other words,
yeah. The line for me would be what it would cost is too much. Does that make sense?
it does.
They're not going.
So if it's
to
a
do,
second rounder and $30 million, you're like, it's too
I'm
rich.
like, no, not right now. Maybe next off season. I'm not there yet. I don't think. And we have a little bit of a fundamental disagreement, I would say, just from the conversations we've had on basically what they've done for Daniels already. Like, there are plenty of bad situations over the years where teams just gave a quarterback no chance with very little weaponry.
Right.
And in those situations, if you had an opportunity to have gone and gotten an Ayuk, they should have. I think, again, it takes a good situation and makes it great, which I'm normally all for. But if he was a free agent and I got to pay him, yes. If he was under contract for 3 or 4 years and I could just give up picks and take him on at $17 million a year or whatever it might be, sure. Both right now, when everything they're doing is to set themselves up to have a bunch of wiggle room next offseason to be super active and to kind of shape this thing how they want to, I don't think I would put the cart before the horse.
I get it. I mean, to me, you get one crack at that first time of that, getting your feet wet, getting in the league, getting yourself comfortable. I think it's an okay situation, and it could be really good. And that's just my general philosophy on it. And I think it also depends on your evaluation of the wide receiver room as it is. I think it's okay. If you think it's pretty good, not you personally, but if one thinks it's pretty good, you go, is that a luxury? To me, it's not. To me, this is like, I'm pissed they didn't go get Keenan Allen. I'm pissed they didn't do anything else other than a glorified compensatory pick, a fourth rounder in Luke McCaffrey, who I like, but I'm not ready to count on him as my second best receiver.
There's just only so much I can do for you in an off season.
I get it.
And I've got a top 15 wide receiver, a first round pick, another top 100 guy, and some veterans who have performed in this league. I'm handing you at receiver. I went and got one of the great quarterback friendly tight ends in the modern, the last 10 years in the league. I drafted another tight end for you pretty early. I've got the best pass catcher of his era, probably out of the backfield to help you out. Like, make this work, man. The Heisman Trophy winner in the SEC, 50 touchdowns, 4 picks. I just brought in a coordinator who has worked with a guy a lot like you and had a ton of success in his rookie year. Had an electric first season. Like, let's figure this out together. I'd like to do more. It's just that's a big price tag.
It is.
Big price tag. Let's open up the MGM National Harbor listener lines. 800-636-1067 is the number. Would you be interested in trading an early mid-round pick for Brandon Ayuk and then giving him $30 million a year? Is that something you would do to upgrade this wide receiver room? Grant and Danny on the Fan. video came out via Brandon Ayuk on TikTok where the 49ers wide receiver was actually talking on FaceTime to Jaden Daniels, telling him that the Niners have informed him they're not going to pay him. They don't want him back. Who knows if that's true, if that's actually the case, if he was pranking Jaden Daniels, if they end up signing him in a few days. Bottom line is right now he's expendable there, could still be on the block, and we're asking should the Commanders have interest in linking Daniels back up with his college teammate and very good friend. A guy that, by the way, as Danny pointed out, Adam Peters, the general manager, is very, very familiar with. Phone lines open, 800-636-1067. MGM National Harbor listener lines. Because you got to give up an early to mid-round pick and then pay him $30 million a year, I'm not double dipping. I would wait until he was either available or a guy like him is available on the market, and then I don't have to do both, so I can continue this build. Also, they did not spend the season, the offseason, I should say, acting like they're pushing any chips in right now. Pretty much everything they did was to have as much flexibility next offseason as possible, and this would dent into that a little bit. I'm all for prioritizing weapons, wide receiver, playmakers around the quarterback. So don't hear me wrong. I would not mind this. If they did this, I'm not going to be upset. I'm not going to yell about it. As a GM, though, I would not pull the trigger. Like, I would be getting the phone calls. I would be the one that you'd have to convince to do this. I wouldn't be the aggressor if I'm Adam Peters.
I would be the aggressor. I would make this call already and start making offers and get the deal done with the agent and do it now. Because to me, the whole point of having the cap space and having the resources for flexibility next year, you don't have to do it next year. You do it now. He's 25 years old. He's great. You've massively upgraded. You now went from a position of relative weakness to okayness, depending on your grade, to excellence. And that is something we should strive for here, especially with a young QB.
I'm not convinced he's great. I think he's pretty good, really good even. And I don't know that there's a big difference, but there were back-to-back years early in his career where he was kind of a 60 catch, like 775 yard guy. I think he's a lot better than that. He's probably an annual 1,000 yard receiver, but you're paying him elite level top of the market money. I think you might be able to do a little better with a $2 and $30 million a year. Like you might be able on the open market, let's say, to go get yourself a real top of the line wide receiver if you wanted to spend the same amount rather than just going and getting him because he's the one that's available. Now, if the point is Jaden's boys with him and Adam Peters knows him, I could be sold on that. No problem. Those are good arguments in his corner. Let's go to Chris in DC on the Fan. Hey, Chris.
Hello. Hey.
What's up, bud?
So I hear both sides, but I feel like we should follow Houston's mode and like see what we have in Jaden first. I do believe he's going to be great, but we got to see what he is first before we go out and try to fill a team around him because we see it over and over again. You jump the gun and, overspend and put all these weapons on the team. And then, in a blink of an eye, you could be looking for a quarterback again. So
it's actually a great argument, Chris, that I hadn't really thought of because I'm in the mode always of just build up your QB. But this argument for, let's just say hypothetically, Jaden's not the guy.
Right. Which happens all the time.
Please, God, help him be the guy. Right. But in a world where you're back looking for a quarterback next year, giving up draft picks, plural, like a 2 and a 4, it makes it a lot harder to go get the guy at that point. The lack of money you have makes it a lot harder to go get the guy rather than keeping your options open to potentially use them on a quarterback if need be. Now, I don't think that's how they're thinking or operating, that he's not the player. But his point is, no reason to rush. Let's make sure he's the guy. Then you've got all the picks you need, the money you need. And if you're not going to have to use it on the quarterback, use it elsewhere. Let's go to Will in Stafford. What's up, Will?
Hey, Will.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, man.
I agree with Danny 100%. I think a couple things. I think if Jahan Dotson had a better year last year, I would lean more towards Grant's argument. I also think this wide receiver core is a little overrated. One injury to the top two, and they're one of the worst receiving cores in the league just on experience. They've got a good amount of money already available next year. If John Allen's gone, Andrew Wiley, Eckler, I mean they got the room to make it work. I would pursue the guy. 2,400 yards in 2 years. 15, 16 touchdowns. He's 6 foot tall, but he plays big.
Plays big, yeah.
You gotta have this guy. He brings a lot to the team, and what better way to make a splash? The only receiver I would want to spend more money on would be CeeDee Lamb in 2025. But if that's not the case, I would take Ayuk all day. I'd make the call this week right now.
Yeah, I don't know the Lamb's leaving either. So that makes
Yeah,
it
I think
a
they're
little
about to lock
easier
him up.
for
I mean,
you.
just looking at the free agent class, projected now. I mean, things change, obviously, but it's a lot of guys north of 30. A lot of Stephon Diggs, a lot of Keenan Allen, a lot of Amari Cooper, Chris Godwin, Brandon Cooks, Deontay Johnson. Good names, but all on the bad side of 30. This is he, along with T. Higgins, who's probably in his last year in Cincinnati. That's kind of the cream of the crop next year, it looks like, in terms of free agency.
I think trade market is where you go
Mhm.
to this point on Ayuk. And, whether it's Jalen Waddle, who just got paid, where the Dolphins had 2 guys, and now it means Tyreek Hill wants to get paid
Mhm.
again, or some of these other frustrated and annoyed wide receivers with their hands out. The Cowboys aren't trading you CeeDee Lamb as an example, but you're seeing this all over the league where I'm next in line. I want to be paid. I want that money. Not everyone's going to get paid like Justin Jefferson and Waddle have this offseason. So T. Higgins is a great example. I don't know how you would compare T. Higgins to Brandon Ayuk, but I think you could probably have him right now for a comparable situation, maybe, than what you could get Brandon Ayuk for. And you just don't know who's going to pop up and be available next year when you start to spend some of that cash. 800-636-1067 if you want to join us on Grant and Danny. Ayuk seen on FaceTime telling Jaden Daniels that the Niners will not be paying him and keeping him around. We will get back into this. Also, on the sports media front, one of the great broadcasters covering sports says he's going to be retiring next year, and another debuted this weekend. You're listening to The Fan. He's Danny. I'm Grant. This is The Fan. Thank you for making this Monday, June 17th. Hours with you on your flagship home for the Nats and the Caps. We are live all over DC on our flagship 106.7 The Fan. We're live now for the next 3 hours in Richmond on AM 910, FM 105.1. And we are live streaming on video and crystal clear high definition on YouTube on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page. The exclusive sponsor of our shows, the law firm of Kandori & Murad. They'll guide you and your family in the right direction by helping you draft your will, set up a revocable trust. They'll help you create a healthcare power of attorney if needed as well. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that we sent you at Grant and Danny, and they'll get you a discount. kmlawyers.com. Your chance to win tickets to Old Glory DC Rugby ahead of the Blitz in 1 hour at 4 o'clock. Make sure you're listening then. Danny, last night I went to the movie theater with my buddy, late night. Kids were asleep.
Okay.
Wife went to bed a little early. Father's Day. I decided to treat myself. Got out and about, ate some popcorn, had some cola, and watched Bad Boys 4. My boy Joe and I have seen all the Bad Boys together in theater, dating back to 2 when we were, early high school in 2003. So Bad Boys guy through and through.
Sure.
This is one of those ultimate theater experience movies, not just because of how it's shot and the effects and
so much slow-mo, so many explosions.
A lot of that.
Yeah.
But
Michael Bay can't help himself.
The shared experience of being in a theater with a bunch of people who have bought in and enjoyed the whole Bad Boys vibe over the years. There's clapping when different cameos take place. There's a big cheer. I'm not going to give away a scene, but there's one unbelievable scene, if you're familiar with the arc of the show, basically, and where this one character started from and where he is now in this grand scheme of this movie, where basically got a standing ovation in the theater. And it's one of those things where if you've never seen Bad Boys, you don't know what's going on.
You're like, why
do people care about this guy? So good. I just had such a blast last night at the Alamo watching Bad Boys 4. And this was after, as you know, I swore off Will Smith.
I was going to say, what happened to your Will Smith embargo?
I unembargoed him, I guess. I personally canceled him. I said I wouldn't support his entities. I gave him like a 2 or 3 year timeout. Self-imposed, because he basically didn't do anything for 2 or 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
But am I going to hold it against Martin Lawrence that his dumb friend slapped the guy? I'm not going to do that. There's a lot of other hard workers on that film. Am I supposed to just not give any of them a chance to redeem themselves because Will Smith's an idiot? I'm not going to do that. So I went and saw it, and it was just perfect. It was exactly what I wanted. It was excellent. Excellent. The perfect summer action flick. And if you're a Bad Boys fan, you will love it.
It's getting decent enough ratings.
What do you mean ratings?
Like I don't know, the critics and how they
Rotten
rate stuff.
Tomatoes or something?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So it's like one of those things where I think the people who want to see it are seeing it. Does that make sense? Like for the audience, like the audience that's going to see it, it's like, this is what I signed up for.
I don't
So
get
they're
the sense
happy.
my dad is going to the theater, although he would enjoy it. But no, you know what it is. It's Bad Boys. It's the same shtick. The first 70 seconds of the movie it's like Martin Lawrence screaming in a car, like, slow down, Mike, you're killing me. My stomach hurts. And Will Smith is driving real fast and telling him he's late and I'm tired of you. It's Bad Boys all over again. And it's boom. I'm 16 again. I'm right back in the theater. My first R-rated movie, probably in like 2003 or whatever year it was, as a young high schooler with my brother and his buddies. And I'm watching Bad Boys again. Bad Boys 4.
Ride or Die is the name of this film. Ride or Die.
Are you familiar at all with Bad Boys?
I think I've seen some of them, which means I've seen them all. Just the hardest of passes. Like this could not be less interesting to me.
Okay.
The first one with Taya Leone from like 30 some years ago, right? Where like Martin had to be Will and Will had to be Martin. And like, nah, Mike Lowry. And it's like, that was like the comedy. And it went on for so long and so much slow-mo and these explosions. And it like, either guys go between not being able to hit anything and then being the greatest shot in the history of mankind. I'm out. My version of this is Die Hard. Like every Die Hard to me is perfect. Bruce Willis, barely able to walk, but I'm still doing it. Like, give me those. This,
The other movie that killed it apparently this weekend was Inside Out 2.
New Pixar joint.
This is the Pixar smashola. It exceeded all expectations, earning $155 million in its domestic opening weekend. I skipped this with the kids. My kids want to see it because they saw the trailer and they keep asking to go see it and they see it on TV. So do you know what Inside Out is at all?
I missed this one somehow, the first one.
I don't really know anything about it, so I'm kind of talking out of my tuchus, but what I can glean from some context clues is that each character is an emotion. So like one is happy, one is mad, one is sad, one is friendly or whatever.
Yeah.
And they're characters. And in this movie, they're introducing anxiety and like depression. And I just don't want my 5-year-old to even know what those things are. Do you know what I'm saying?
I do.
So it feels a little older than my kids, where they're like, I'm anxiety. That's in the trailer. And then there's like someone voicing anxiety as a character. And it's like this part, now you're growing up and you deal with this too. And I'm like,
we're going to do that on our own. Yeah.
I'm medicated for anxiety. Okay. You're going to get a nice education on it in your life as time goes on, is my guess. I don't need, like, my daughter even said, like, pointing out the characters on the trailer. She's like, there's happy, there's sad, and I'm like, well, who's this? They're like, she's like, it's anxiety. And I'm like, we're going to skip this one.
That's great.
But apparently it's good. People seem to like it and everyone went and saw it. I just think maybe it's for a little older kid.
Well, if you've got a kids movie, it's going to do fine.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that's this. Everyone's looking for activities. School just ended, so like this is what we're all doing.
I'm a little bit surprised that you're not more of a take your kids to a movie guy. It's the perfect dad activity. My daughter and I have, that's like our thing that we do. And my son is now old enough that he's come along too. I say her because it started with her. But like, I just get them out of the house. My wife loves it because she gets either time with just the baby or the baby's napping to do whatever she wants. For me, I go to the movie theater. I sit there. Everyone's quiet and locked in. It is the ultimate dad move. I'm just surprised you didn't get in on that.
We've done a couple of movies, but they don't sit there. They can't just sit. They're not sitters. Just sit down and watch the movie. They can't. My oldest goes to the bathroom 414,000 times. And my youngest like stands up and is like running in the aisles and is like taking popcorn and throwing it at his older brother or whatever. What we did Super Mario Brothers or Mario Brothers or whichever one that is. He went okay. My oldest liked Top Gun. We did that one together. We did the dumb Godzilla one, the newest one, like Godzilla 0, 4.0 versus Kong 7 or something, whatever.
So you're even luckier than your boy because you can actually see decent movies.
Yeah.
I'm still seeing whatever the kid movie is. And some of them are made for adults and are funny and are fine.
They're throwing a couple jokes for us.
I just went and saw the Garfield movie, a couple weekends ago, and my kids loved it. It was fine. There's nothing wrong with it. But I look forward to a day where the movie I want to see is also the movie I get to take them.
That's the same one.
It's going to be a little while before Truman's watching Mike Lowry in Bad Boys.
Some of those. Some of the higher level concepts there.
I didn't bring him to the theater last night. We were talking about Brandon Ayuk and whether or not the Commanders should be willing to give up an early draft pick and $30 million a year to make him their number one receiver, move McLaurin, Dotson, and company down the depth chart. Some of you want to weigh in at 800-636-1067. David's in Charlottesville. What's up, David?
What's up, fellas? Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, how you doing? But so I can say this: I wouldn't be mad if they ran it this year with what we have, what we've acquired, Scary Terry, Eckler, Ertz. But at the same time, I'm kind of on the fence of Danny. Like, why not go out and splash somebody? Let's make us, instead of okay, make us good or great. That's what and that's what it might take.
Appreciate you, buddy.
So,
thanks, man. I mean, I'm looking ahead to next year. Like, this is one of those. I know the plan is next year because they'll have a ton of cap space again because a lot of these guys are 1 years will come off the books. Right now, they have the second most cap space effectively in the sport. They'll be among the top few next season as well. My point is, let's skip that. You know what I mean? Like, let's ensure right now the bird in the hand versus two in the bush type theory. Like, I understand that there's the idea, the concept, we might be able to get this, that, and the other next year. We might be able to execute that trade next year. My point is, I can do it right now for a guy entering his prime who just had the best season of his career to really, really kickstart this offense and do something special. I know it's a hefty cost, but I've set myself up to incur these kinds of costs. Like, if I was counting every penny, if I'm Dallas, they can't do it, right? If I'm one of these teams up against the cap, this is the luxury of effective leadership. This, to me, allows you to strike. I get the hesitancy. I get that it costs a lot. But to me, this isn't like a normal year where everything costs a lot. You've got a window that's starting right now this minute with the cheapest and most the best possible asset, that young quarterback that might potentially be a star. Let's go.
Yeah, there's definitely break glass in case of emergency situations where you avoid the plan or you go away from the process. Like the Nationals right now, I don't think they actually have a decision to make, but some people are suggesting they
Yeah, I
might,
know.
where you're right there on the thick of the wild card, and maybe you could actually compete deep into the year if you were to not sell pieces off, or maybe even add a piece or two, or really get more aggressive. And I'm a stick to the plan guy for the most part. And in this case, I'm just not sure if I put Ayuk in that bucket of.
I think that's important too, by the way.
Exactly. Like, is this worth breaking glass over? Justin Jefferson, hell yeah. Tyreek Hill, of course. Like, there's a list of receivers. Amon-Ra St. Brown, who just got paid. If the Lions didn't want to pay him and dangled him, I think I would. Am I putting Ayuk in that category? I don't know that I am. And I actually really like him and have for a while. I don't know, leaving San Francisco, leaving Kyle's offense, now paying him $30 million, making him the marked guy with the bullseye on his back after giving up draft picks, if that's the best play right here, right now. Let's go to Ali and Sterling on G&D. What's up, Ali?
What's up, guys? Love the show, by the way.
Thank you, bud.
I just want to say I agree with Grant on this one. I think we're really in the first year of a true rebuild, and with all the talent coming out at receiver from college, I just think it's way too premature to make a move like that.
Thanks, dude. That's another avenue, by the way, we haven't talked about. It every year seems to be, stock full of receivers in the first couple of rounds. That's another avenue potentially. But in general, let's be patient, let's be thoughtful. I don't think this is in general. And I think that's another interesting debate here as well, where I'm going, because I've got Jaden Daniels, my axiom is I maximize and I protect. That means every weapon I can get, I get. Every person I can get to protect him, I get.
We'll get back to Brandon Ayuk a little bit later on in the show. Speaking of being thoughtful, Charles Barkley's been given a lot of thought to his future, it sounds like. And on NBA TV, after Finals Game 4 on Friday night, he made a pretty big announcement. Normally on this show, when we talk about Charles Barkley, it's because Danny's doing a Charles Barkley impression. This is not Danny, even though it's going to sound like Danny doing Charles Barkley.
Danny Routier?
That's me, Chuck. What's up, bud?
The actual Charles Barkley saying he has reached the end of the road. One last ride coming up for Barkley.
Yeah, I've been thinking, guys, I want to say this because you guys are my family. I really love TNT, all the people who work here, NBA television. You guys been great to me for 24 years. And I just want to say thank you to my entire NBA family. I love you guys. There's been a lot of noise around our network the last few months. And I just want to say, I've talked to all the other networks, but I ain't going nowhere other than TNT. But I have made the decision myself, no matter what happens, next year is going to be my last year on television. And I just want to say thank you to my NBA family. You guys been great to me. My heart is full with joy and gratitude. But I'm going to pass the baton at the end of next year. I hope the NBA stays with TNT. But for me personally, I wanted you guys to hear from me because I'm not doing any more interviews. Don't y'all be calling me. Nobody calling me. I'm not talking about this again, but I want to tell my NBA and NBA TV and TNT family that I'm not going to another network, but I'm going to pass the baton to either Jamal Crawford or Vince Carter or you, Steve. But next year, I'm going to just retire after 25 years, and I just want to say thank you, and I wanted y'all to hear from me first.
Big announcement late at night from Charles Barkley on a broadcast that I'm sure it wasn't the highest rated broadcast he's been on lately. It wasn't on Turner, it wasn't on TNT. That wasn't him and Kenny and Ernie and all those guys. He was just sitting on a quick NBA TV post-game panel or something.
With our buddy Chris Miles and a couple others.
Chris Miles, it was right there. But a bunch of different reactions pouring into that, as you can imagine, from powerful people all over the industry. To me, it's a shame we'll lose Charles Barkley on television. I think he's one of the really important people in this industry. He is one of the few people who always says exactly what he thinks. He's one of the few people who is completely fearless and who tells it like it is. I don't mean to say he's always right, but he is going to tell you the ungoverned version of his thoughts. And a lot of us aren't, frankly, even able to do that.
Correct.
Like, we're not allowed to. I wouldn't want to necessarily anyway, but he is. Like, he is this kind of uncancelable person who is, I think, really good for society. And I've said this for a long time. There's certain people, I've always put like Dave Chappelle in this category. He's really smart, big picture thinking, introspective at times, folks. Not to say I agree with everything Chappelle or Barkley say, like people that I would just love to have a meal with and pick their brain on, forget sports in Barkley's case, just the world and different things. And man, is that going to create a void? Like, I will miss Chuck on television.
I think you said it very well. The unbelievable power of not giving a damn that he has is worth its weight in gold, right? Like, if you disagree with him and he gets yelled at online, he doesn't care.
How many people, like, who else can you think of gives zero bleeps?
So there's a handful. Another one's on that broadcast in Shaq, right? Like, who will say the thing. I get whether I agree with him or not.
He's on that same level
I do.
as Barkley?
I do. Now he has. I don't think he says things that is in quote unquote inflammatory as Chuck, or will go as hard at times.
Yeah, and I don't think outside of sports. I mean, Barkley says like big picture things that he thinks that ruffle feathers.
I mean, there's a handful of guys, and again, it's not that we always have to offer it. Like, not that I agree with or disagree. It doesn't matter. But like Dave Portnoy is a guy like that, for example, that they're like, this is what he thinks, and it drives some people nuts, right? Like he's kind of made an industry out of punching back and not being afraid to take on the critics or people that are trying to cancel or whatever. Barkley's in there, but not Portnoy hasn't got to the level of Charles Barkley, who's been on TV doing this for, as you said, multiple decades.
I guess my point is, it is just so rare that you find someone
that is unfiltered
completely. And it is, I hate when those people step away, because I don't get the sense that we're like more people are graduating to that. It's almost like you're grandfathered in. I mean, you can just be a unique person who's brash enough and you get there, but there's also respectability to him. He's kind of been through it in his life and come up. Yeah, he's just an important figure.
I mean, and there's a difference too, as well, between him sharing his thoughts and opinions and that fine line that I think puts so many people off about a lot of folks, which is the lecturing. So, for example, like I'm not a big Bob Costas fan, who's a legend in this business, right? He's, has done more than I'll ever do. He's been everywhere and everything. But those times where it feels like now Bob's going to sit you down and lecture you about what he thinks about the issue of the day or whatever, right? And use his bully pulpit that way. There's a difference between that, which I find off-putting, whether I agree with him or not on any given subject, and what Barkley does, where it's unfiltered. He's not insisting that you are stupid or moronic if you don't feel this way, or only the informed, not the unwashed masses, can understand me. It's this. There's a beauty in it, and you're 100% right. Like, he is a treasure. He is so much fun to watch. He's so genuine. That show is perfect, by the way. It's so funny. It's so well done.
To your point on you mentioned Shaq being in that same vein. I don't know if I completely agree, but that's a good guess as to like who's another guy.
Because I don't think anybody's exactly like it. You're right.
But good on that show for creating that environment. And they do tackle things that other shows don't, and frankly can't. Right? I mean, they talk about real issues when it's relevant, and they talk about big picture things when it's time to do that. And everyone is okay somehow. You know what I mean? Like, when they do it, there is a decorum to it, it feels like, even though that sometimes Barkley's a bull in a china shop and they're not mincing words, but it's just kind of like it almost feels like old school, where like a bunch of people in the neighborhood got together and hashed something out. A bunch of people disagreed, yelled at each other, shouted about something. You know what happened afterwards? They all shook hands and walked in separate directions. Like, that's how it used to be. That's how Dad did it. That's how Grandpa did it, or whatever. But it ain't that way anymore. But they've got a little bit of that on that set.
Yeah, it's magic.
I don't know who's created that culture or how that came about, but somebody deserves a lot of credit for that. While Barkley was saying this weekend he's going into the sunset, Tom Brady was making his television debut for the UFL championship game last night. I want to get into that briefly. Also, Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark back in the news. The collision course, seemingly, that they figuratively have turned into a literal collision course this weekend. And you're listening to Grant and Danny on the Fan. Our double play coming up at 3:45. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. Charles Barkley says he will retire at the end of next season. Just played that audio. How about Tom Brady breaking into the broadcasting biz? One legend leaves. We need someone to step up. Could it be Tom Brady? He made his debut in the booth for an NFL, I should say a football game on Fox for the UFL.
I actually think it's smart they did this, by the way.
I do too.
Like a nice little bit of batting practice.
He did not really do a lot in game, I will say. He was basically there at halftime. It was very odd how they did it. You would think they would just throw him in the booth and let him like call a game. And it was really not that. It was Kurt Menefee and Joel Klatt. But Brady, this is the clip that's making the rounds, was in the booth for a little introduction, getting ready for the fall.
Bringing a little instant offense. You know him, you love him. Tom Brady, legendary quarterback, just had his number retired.
I can't go down there on the field anymore. What are
You can't play anymore?
No.
He's joining us here at Fox Sports. I'm sure you have heard as an analyst this fall. Can't wait to see him. So far, what are your impressions this early going? Championship game, sometimes teams can be a little bit tight. It looks like it may be right here.
They're all a little different. You get into these games, and there's a lot of defense out there right now. You see defense can go out there and play with a lot of energy, but someone's got to get the ball down the field and try to open this field up a little bit. It's a lot of horizontal passes, and the defense is swarming and trying to punch the ball out. So make them defend every blade of grass. That's what we say.
What I liked about that clip there is, number one, he was super comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's a personality that he showed a little bit with the big smile, and he just looked comfortable in his own skin in the booth, looked like he'd done it before. But also he gave you a strong take. He's watching the game and he's going, this coordinator needs to open up the playbook. Way too much being close and tight to the line of scrimmage here, being nervous about it being a championship game. Let's go play football. Let's open this thing up. Makes you think maybe he's going to get into strategy and really be opinionated, which I think would be cool to hear in the booth.
I'm into that. Again, I want that happy medium between Tony Romo telling you what's coming because of his incredible insight and aptitude, right? Where it's going, watch, maybe not necessarily, hey, they're going to run the trap play to this side or this is a smoke screen or whatever, but hey, they've got a matchup down here one-on-one. He might look to exploit that. I want that insight. I want that level of genius, but let's do it without the squeals, right? Like Brady can do that, I think, and give you that strong take kind of in between where it's like, hey, they've opened up or they're trying to win the game with one pass. Don't do that. Or, they've been way too conservative, whatever the take is. He's got that cachet and credibility where whatever he says will carry a lot of weight here for the first several years.
Yeah, I don't know what people generally look for in their commentator. Do you want a fun personality for that grab your popcorn kind of campy vibe, which is what Brady's become a little bit of to me? Like just a guy who's sitting there with popcorn yelling in the sports bar. It's a little too much of that. I liked him a lot more early on than I do now, as an example, because I think he's gone more and more to the just yelling what he thinks in that moment. And I'm having so much fun and I want everyone to know it guy. Or do you want I was in a huddle for 20 years. I could call every play that they're running. And by the way, I could be a better coordinator than most of the guys in the league if I wanted to, because I'm Tom Brady. Like that's what I'm looking for. I think Greg Olson is great at that. But what he's married, the reason everyone loves Greg Olson, I think, he knows all the numbers. He has studied his butt off. He's super analytical and he has a great feel for situational awareness. And he's always answering the question, why? Like, this is what they're going to do here, and here's why. This is what they're going to do next, and here's why.
Yeah, they've got a tendency to do this on 3rd and 4. What they always like to send this guy in this kind of motion. Yeah, I mean, there's this, again, it's a sweet spot. Everybody's got eye of the beholder type stuff, right? Like I love Charles Davis, for example. You could hear the enthusiasm and passion that he has for everything. Like this conversation that he had on Tuesday with this guy, he lit up the room. I remember talking to him here. And here's what this guy does on this play. Watch this. I love that sort of stuff. Make me smarter. Show that you're interested in it, but don't squeal and clap like a seal and yell at me. Here we go, and all these other kinds of things. You know what I mean? Like there's this educate, inform, and entertain. Those are kind of the axioms to me, right? And I think Brady can absolutely do that. You just having seen him talk a little bit and the understanding he has of football, I think he can be really good.
I think he will be very good. I think it's going to take a little bit of time. And as funny as this sounds, I think Greg Olson losing his job the way that he has is going to work against Brady too. Because Olson was very good and very popular, especially with the online, like fantasy, Twitter, PFF, like numbers, kind of loud football online community. And those are the guys that are all going to be killing Brady because they're going to be mad that it's not Greg Olson. But I think in time, he's going to be excellent. If you get the superstar player who's really smart and has a good personality, Peyton Manning would be amazing. Brady would be really good. Those guys exist. They're all over the league. If Russell Wilson wanted to do it at some point, like he'd be a front of the line guy where right away, he would be in the booth making good points and doing it in an eloquent way. I think quarterbacks are always kind of going to be the ones that generally
because
get
you
that.
see the most. I mean, it's like a catcher in baseball, right? Where the thing that I want from Brady that I feel like we haven't gotten from Romo. I mean, listen, it's not like I'm watching every second of Romo tape or whatever, but the thing I would love from Brady is some of the nuance of quarterbacking, right? Where on this play, it may not be about this play. It may be about setting something up 3 quarters from now, or this same look will come back to it and show something different to get the safety flat-footed, or watch how he manipulates this player with his eyes right here, or this slight ball fake, or this, taking his time when this bootleg did this. Those little subtleties of quarterbacking, I feel like are like, that's a drug for those of us watching, because that's the person we're paying so much attention to.
Debut coming in the preseason, which, believe it or not, is only 2 months away now.
About it.
In August for Tom Brady and the A Crew over on Fox. I haven't seen the numbers, but on network television, CBS WNBA action over the weekend yesterday, and I did not watch this, so I will just tell you that up front. Saw the highlight like everyone else did. Your boy was at the Nationals game for Father's Day yesterday with my family, but we had yet another run-in between Angel Reese, everybody's favorite villain, and Caitlin Clark. This time, I would say a basketball play, pretty much.
Yep.
This was not a cheap shot where the ball hadn't been inbounded, where you NFL linebacker your way into colliding with Caitlin Clark. But Clark's going to the rim. Multiple defenders are converging on her, including Reese from behind. Reese kinds of swat toward maybe for the basketball, presumably, and catches Clark upside the head with her elbows. Really hard, kind of normal basketball foul, except it was pretty flagrant, obviously. And they reviewed it, and she got a flagrant foul assessed for the contact. Thoughts before we go any further?
I think it was the exact right handling of it. So as you said, it's a basketball play. Now there's a difference between a non-basketball shove, extracurricular, which is I've forgotten the player's name that did it previously.
Kennedy Clark.
Thank you. That we stood up and applauded. That was wrong. That should be fine worthy, suspension worthy. Whatever you want to do is fine by me.
Kennedy Carter. Sorry.
Yeah, this is a basketball play, but it's also a bad foul in a basketball play. If that makes sense. She's clearly talking about Reese. She's clearly beaten here. There's very little opportunity to try to make the play. You're trying to recover, and the only thing you can do is make some bad foul contact.
Yeah.
So in other words, that's why it's now in the 80s, it's a regular foul in the NBA, but as we've sort of morphed on, these sorts of things are now standard for a flagrant foul, escalating beyond kind of the regular because you made contact with the head and you're a full, foot and change away from where the basketball is. But it is a basketball play that was penalized correctly, in my opinion.
Yeah, so I think it would very normally, I would see that foul and I would go, that's a hard foul. It's not a great look. Probably we'll go a lot of games without seeing someone hitting the head that obviously, generally speaking. But basketball happened. Except that it's interesting that it is a person who we know doesn't like the person that they hit. It is the same person who a week and a half ago quite literally stood up off of the bench to applaud her teammate when she took the cheap shot that you were referencing against Caitlin Clark.
Mm-hmm.
That's what happened. That's what Angel Reese did. Her teammate did something egregious and ridiculous, and she stood up and applauded, and has many times over, vocally and publicly, questioned Clark or talked about her in kind of a vitriolic vein. So that's where this is a larger story. Like, my favorite thing after this was that everyone got so upset when anyone thought this was anything other than just a normal basketball foul, or that this is interesting. The entire reason people tuned into the game is because these two girls have a rivalry. And then one of those girls hits the other one in the head driving to the rim, and you just think that no one's going to mention that or care about it or think it's significant.
Yeah, there's a history here. So
there's a huge history that goes back to their time in college. They're seen as kind of this, head-to-head, mano-a-mano, like tandem that is inextricably linked. And the last time these teams played, Clark took a huge shot from a teammate and Reese applauded it. And then in this game, when people are going, they're going to play in this game, let's see. You're wondering maybe, is there going to be a hard foul? Is there going to be any weird moment between them? And then there was. And people were like, Why is anyone bothered by this? It's just basketball. Okay, yeah, a little bit. It's also the girl that doesn't like the other girl hitting her in the head.
So I will say the only women's basketball I have actively sought out in this past calendar year was their matchup. I believe was the Elite Eight or Final Four. I can't remember which.
Depends on the year.
This year LSU and Iowa played. I went, oh, that one's on. Seeing the last few minutes to see if there'd be any fireworks or anything kind of crazy. And that's all I've watched. That's all I've sought out and looked at. So the point is, to pretend that there's no context here is naive. And
now that's all I want acknowledged, by the way. I'm acknowledging that if this is just a normal foul in a normal game, nobody would care. Like, this doesn't get talked about. It's not because it was Clark. I think if this was some random WNBA player on a random team and this was the foul, there might be a couple people trying to make a story about it, nothing saying, Caitlin Clark took another shot. Man, this girl doesn't like her. It was Angel Reese. It was the girl that trolls her and has publicly followed her around the court and pointed to her ring. That we all kind of have the perception does not like her very much, and who cheered when she got linebackered, an NFL hit during a WNBA game 10 days ago. That's a story. I'm sorry if you don't want it to be.
Yeah, it is. Now, it doesn't also mean that it wasn't just a basketball play that happened in a split second. I don't know the truth. I really don't. But I think it's a little bit silly, not like silly, but like a little bit silly to say, yeah, nothing else but a basketball play. Okay, all that I'm doing as an uninformed observer, I'm asking a question. There's a pretty significant documentable history here. If that doesn't concern you, that's awesome.
Yeah, I'm just connecting the dots that the person that cheered when she got cheap shotted a week and a half ago or whatever that was the person that had a hard basketball foul, which is what it was, a flagrant hard basketball foul. That's what happened. It's not really opinion. That's just that those are the facts of what took place. Nobody's suggesting that Angel Reese should be fined or suspended or anything like that. But hey, look, they played again, and Caitlin Clark got whacked in the head.
Would you look at that?
The person that was cheering when she took a shot outside of the play of basketball last time they played. Double play is next. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. We're Grant and Danny on the Fan. To you by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Stop in for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today. Let's get after it. I will tell you really quickly, best deal in all of sports if you're taking your family to a game, semi-sports related here. Nats Park, kids eat free. They're doing this throughout the month of June, I think, into the summer, maybe through August. We took the kids yesterday to the game. 3 kids, 3 little brown bags of a hot dog, chips, and a bottle of water for just going to the game. They give it to you for free. You don't have to buy them anything else if you don't want to while they're there. It's a great deal. We were in line with, 200 other kids. You just go through, you grab your brown bag, you go to your seat. It's a really cool deal.
It is so great. Now, my kids take that and they say, thank you. And then, 40 seconds later, we got to go to Dippin' Dots or this ice cream in a helmet or whatever. So the kids eat free part, they're smart to do that. It's a good deal. I'm not ripping the Nats for it. It's awesome. But they know you'll get in the ballpark and your kids will be like, ooh, what's that? Ooh, what's that? Can I go to the team store? So they've already got me because I'm inside, but it is the best deal. It's so good. Double play time for yours truly, GP. I got goated. Now, I want to be very clear. I'm not saying goated, meaning like I'm the greatest at something, because that's not the case at all. Goated, aka like sort of mocked and belittled and shamed a little bit into showing up. You're not going to believe this. Played pickup basketball this morning. Played some hoops this morning. That doesn't sound that outrageous. Wait till I tell you what time I played. I'm going to say the time, and then I'm going to take a second, let everybody soak it in and realize what went into it. We played at 6 a.m. That was today. Last night, went to the Gypsy Kings at Wolf Trap. Got home, basically went right into bed because I was shamed into showing up at 6 a.m. to play hoops with other people in their 40s and then one dude that's 20 who ran the game and knocked down every shot. I'm so sore. I'm so tired. I played so poorly, even by my standards of not being good, not having been good in 25 plus years. It was embarrassing. It was shameful. And I was shamed into doing it. Does that make sense? That's what happened. I did that today.
I don't know what to say to this.
Yeah, there's nothing much to say to it.
Because here's the thing.
Yep.
I'm going to just say the quiet part out loud.
Tell it like it is. I need to hear it.
Well, I'm just workshopping this in my own head.
Yep.
I want to be supportive of you suddenly being a guy that just plays sports all day long like you're 11. Okay? I don't know what to do about, you're complaining about waking up early to play basketball. Nobody made you do that.
No one made me do it. Well, they did.
And I think you kind of like waking up to go play basketball.
I didn't like waking up at 5:28 this morning.
That's a no for me, dog. But at the same time, I'd love to Joan. You're doing the right thing. You're active. You're exercising.
I could have done something
I'm
else.
not doing that. I was asleep.
I had a decent time. I played poorly, and that's probably my frustration. It's the fact, when I got home, the game, everything had ended. We played however many games. People had to go to work. I got home at 7:55.
There was a time
and I'm like,
last
what am
week.
I
I
doing?
need people to understand this.
Yeah.
I saw your wife actually on
Friday.
We went to dinner. The Rouilles and the Paulsons and the Joe Beninati.
And the Beninati's.
And we went to a lovely dinner. It was a great time.
It was fantastic.
And thank you, Joe B, by the way.
Seriously, huge
what
thanks.
a stud he is. What a guy.
You people, if you're out there and you think you're an expert in something, respectfully, you're not.
You're not.
Until you listen to Joe B talk about wine.
Joe B knows his wine.
Do you know this guy who's bottled 2 wines in the northern part of Italy? No, I don't know anyone, Joe B.
So I remember when we first moved into Afternoon Drive and we started to come back to the studio post-pandemic, you initially would play tennis over on St. Albans or something for once every 2 weeks. And I was like, oh, wow, that's kind of a weird thing. Danny's doing an old guy bit but this has now turned into, there was a time last week where Danny left here before I had signed off. You were running out the door.
You had to get there
so that you could get to a pickleball game. And then earlier in the next day, you had pickleball first thing in the morning.
Yes.
And then pick up basketball at night.
Yes.
As if you're some 16-year-old at summer camp.
Yep.
And so I think it's all good. You're not getting hurt. You're active. I don't know, man. Got God bless you. I guess.
That's a great endorsement.
I don't know where you want me to go with it.
You don't have to go anywhere.
Your number one priority in your life right now is playing sports with 40-year-olds. That's the number one thing you care about after your family. I just can't relate, so I don't know what to do with that.
Yeah,
it's number 53 on my list.
It's putting a lot of putting a lot of onus on you to do something about it, and it's not fair.
I don't know. I just don't know. Like I want you.
Like
to
you're just like, I'm
do-
just here with my beer. What am I supposed to do?
It makes you very happy.
But today didn't.
It's exercise, which
Yeah,
is good.
that
So
is
like
good.
we could all use more.
My
of that.
rings are closed, Joe, on the phone.
That's kind of I don't know where else to go.
Yeah, the 6 in the morning part. That was that. I told you that for shock value because it's true. I can't believe we did that.
I mean
that's outrageous, right?
That's dumb.
6 in the morning.
Yeah, it's dumb. But those people all work.
Yeah, they have real jobs.
You could play all day long.
So my buddy that invited me was like, I have to play early because it's going to be 100 degrees today. So I'm like, all right, I guess. And then part 2 is like, yeah, I'm getting on a flight at noon. So I got to leave my house where we're playing at 9:45 or something to get to the
6
airport.
a.m. when I get the normal people you play with every day. Does anyone have jobs or no?
Yeah, real jobs.
How are people like when I go somewhere during the day with my kids to pick them up or drop them off? People are just everywhere.
This is my question.
How?
This is my question.
Why aren't people working?
This is my question.
Like what time do you normally play pickleball? 9 to noon?
No, usually get the kids to school at 9. Now school's out, but kids are at school at 9, like 5 after 9. Get back home at like 9:15, 9:20. Then usually get somewhere at like 10:15 till noon. Then come here.
The people you're playing with, they've already worked. They work later.
I don't know.
Okay.
So, but here's where I get frustrated, Fred Smoonism. It's not the midday people that can sort of take a lunch or like work from home or whatever. Maybe can't make it sometimes. It's how are you at this practice that starts at like 4:45 in rush hour, 30 minutes from where we live?
Yeah.
How'd you make that? How'd you make it? How'd you get here with your kid in tow? We're like scrambling, begging like other adults, like my in-laws and like ride services somehow to get like kids to each different
How
thing.
many
How
people
are they
that
there?
you play pickleball with do you think are on the clock while you're playing with them?
Half.
Do you really believe that?
Yes.
No chance.
Yes.
I'm thinking like 10%.
No. These are workers.
And they're at home working in air quotes?
I think so.
Come on.
I think so. One guy works at a school and like there's a couple free periods that he's got. So he rolls in, plays some pickleball, kicks everyone's butt and goes back to school. Can you believe it?
God bless him.
Yeah.
I just wish I enjoyed games. I did when I was a little boy.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't anymore. I just wish I could get myself to a place where like I was excited to go use a tennis racket
What
tomorrow.
opt-in activity, not like a work thing, as work things we've had to get up early, late,
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah.
What opt-in activity would you go, yeah, that's worth it, where the alarm goes off at 5:28 for you to show up at 6 in the morning to do something? Is there an opt-in activity that would do that?
You said non-work because work is
Yeah.
kinda
We have to do something like that.
What
yeah.
I got.
Mhm.
Anything with the kids, taking the kids somewhere, doing something.
Like
with
if you
the
go to
kids.
King's Dominion, you have to leave early, something like that, you do that.
But
yeah.
for me personally,
Yeah,
no.
just for Grant?
I don't have a hobby right at this point in my life. I work and I go to movies.
Movies.
They don't have a 6 a.m. movie.
Oh.
And I wouldn't go if there was one, to answer your question. I honestly, I don't really have a hobby.
6 a.m.
That's early, bro.
I can't believe it.
But you're doing it.
I'm not, but I played so poorly. And again, that's even in with the standard of how
all
bad
due
I am.
respect.
I know you don't care about that part. It made it so much more frustrating. I'm like, I got up for this. I got up to miss every jumper. I got up to brick layups in traffic. This is what I did.
You're focusing on the wrong thing. 6 a.m.
6 a.m.
You're playing basketball. Ridiculous.
I had so many late game Bradley Beal moments just dribbling off my
Did
leg.
you have to bring your kids to that?
No.
Okay. That would be hilarious.
Can you imagine? I dragged him out of
Like,
bed.
well, I don't know. Yeah. you're
Watch
just
your
dragging-
father. Pay attention to his movements. See how daddy does it.
We're going blitzing around the Beltway next. Brian Geltzeiler on the NBA Finals. Game 5's tonight at 5 o'clock on G&D. The exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Kandori and Murad, can guide you and your family in the right direction. They'll help you draft a will, set up a trust, create a healthcare power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com, and be sure to tell them we sent you to get a discount. kmlawyers.com. As promised, caller 10 at 800-636-1067. Congrats, you've won a 4-pack of tickets to Old Glory Rugby Saturday, June 29th against NOLA Gold at the Maryland Soccer Complex. Congrats to the winner right now at 800-636-1067. Time for the Beltway Blitz. We'll cover the NBA with Glenn Consor and the Commanders with our buddy Kevin Sheehan. Let's start things off on the diamond. Spencer Newsbaum gets it going. Washington Post. He was out at Nats Park this weekend for a sweep of the Marlins. Spencer wins in 8 of 9, one back of 500, sitting on the break-even line for the wild card now. How about these Nats?
Yeah, I mean, who would have thought at the start of the season, right? You look at the predictions at the start of the year, 66 wins, 68 wins, 71 wins. They're on pace to do a whole lot more than that. And, you know, I know it's still June, but there's a level of optimism around the team right now that you just haven't seen in a while. So, it's been a fiery time around that part.
If and when all of their starting pitchers are healthy, including Trevor Williams and including Josiah Gray, maybe Cade Cavalli, what's it going to look like?
Yeah, you know, that's kind of been the massive question, you know, as of late. You know, you have those three guys who are locked in right now who are healthy, and Jake Irvin, Mackenzie Gore, and Mitchell Parker. I think Josiah is a lock to be in there because he was an all-star last year and he's shown what he can do. And then it gets complicated. You know, you're going to go with a 6-man rotation. Potentially, you could go with 5. I think they want to see how Cade does. Again, we don't know exactly when he's going to be back. But it's going to be tough. You know, DJ Hers had a terrific game the other day. He's kind of on the fringes despite that start. But he could easily make it as well. Trevor Williams, again, like what the Nationals always say about this is this sort of stuff works itself out in the sense that when one guy usually leaves the IL, another one can end up on it. So, you know, they have an interesting problem right now, but it's a good problem to have. You know, I really think that maybe in a couple months we could be looking at, you know, a 6-man rotation from the Nats.
All right, so two-parter here, continuing this pitching theme and sorting out the rotation. When is Cade Cavalli's next rehab start? Do we know that for sure? And then also, is there a chance that they just put Patrick Corbin in the bullpen at some point?
Yeah, so on the Cavalli side of things, Davey mentioned that we should be hearing something probably tomorrow. They wanted to see how he did after a live BP the other day and how he's feeling today. So we should get that update tomorrow. If things, you know, went well there, the idea was that he would go out on another rehab start. But again, that's something we'll find out tomorrow. As for Corbin, I think probably the earmark date on him is whenever Josiah gets back. You know, DJ, the question is whether DJ or Corbin is going to earn that 5th and final spot. I think what we've seen from DJ is they want to get another look at that young arm. At which point, I wouldn't be surprised if they move Corbin to the bullpen. You know, they haven't said anything explicitly about that. They've danced around that for a while, but I think you look at what this organization wants to be, and that's probably the most logical move.
Spencer, my only concern here is the reliance on a few different guys in that bullpen. Finnegan, Law, Harvey, and Floro have thrown a lot of games, a lot of times getting up and down. That's my only kind of thing I'm worried about here for, you know, sort of this house. I don't want to call it a house of cards because they deserve the record they have, but I'm a little bit worried about that. Maybe one injury or something changing the dynamic there. Thoughts on that?
Right. No, and that makes a lot of sense. And I think that's why, and this doesn't really solve that issue, but moving Corbin to the bullpen eases up some of those innings where, you know his arm is going to stay durable and stay healthy. So that potentially, puts some lax on some things. That being said, that is absolutely a point of concern. They have that solid kind of 5-man group that they can rely on. And then, in the back half, Jordan Williams has struggled recently. Tanner Rainey hasn't pitched often. So they really need some guys to eat those innings just because the back half of the bullpen has been so dominant. And as you said, they're one injury away from, potentially things starting to look shaky in the 6th and 7th inning, which is where they've generally been pretty good heading into Harvey and Finnegan in the 9th.
What's your take on what the trade deadline could look like them if they're still right around the wild card when it comes?
Yeah, this is something we talk about every day, in the sense that, do the Nationals know what they want to be? I'm not sure they know that yet, in the sense that, they could easily sell off, some of their players who are on one-year deals. And, obviously, teams are going to call about Lane Thomas, Hunter Harvey, Kyle Finnegan. It's just hard to say, because this is not a team that we expected to be in the hunt for the postseason. I think some teams in their spot, with different GMs and guys who might not want to push the envelope would still go ahead and sell. We don't know yet where Rizzo's line of thinking is at. And so, I think that's something we're going to start to learn in the coming weeks, especially, if the Nats keep this up.
Spencer, thank you, buddy. Have a good one.
Thanks, you too.
We will see you later. How about some hoops, Darius? Our buddy Glenn Consor to speak about a little whiz draft coming up here, lickety split, but finals game 5 tonight in Boston. Glenn, how do you see this one going?
Well, it's going to be interesting. To me, the interesting thing about this whole series is that neither team has shot well from 3. Kyrie and Luka are shooting 25% from 3. Tatum and Brown, 25% from 3. So I just think, someone's going to start making threes in this series, which we haven't seen yet. And I think that's going to be a big deal. But I think for Dallas to, come into the Garden and do some damage, they're going to have to play with a fast pace.
I was going to say, if the Mavs do win tonight and it's 3-2 and all of a sudden things are getting a little tight for Boston, how do you think they will have done it?
I think what Dallas needs to do is find a way to increase and improve their spacing, allowing for Luka and Kyrie, because what we haven't seen Boston do is, blitz guys like Kyrie and blitz Luka because they're too good of passers. So I think what they need to do is improve their spacing and let these guys do what they do best. They're prolific scorers, both of those guys, in so many different ways. And if they can get that going, that's how elite those two guys can carry this win tonight, if they can get their offensive games going and make threes.
Thinking one more here for Dallas, Glenn. 100% with you on those top 2 guys, obviously having to be great. Kyrie has to have his best game in Boston here this series. I think that's pretty clear. I'm thinking about the Gaffords, the Liveleys, the Joneses, guys like that having not a huge impact, but at least enough to kind of offset the talent level of Boston. What's the best way to get those guys going?
Yeah, I think they got to make shots because they're not switching off. Those guys, the other guys, got to make sure that they're moving without the ball and making themselves available. And it's not just those 2 guys. It's got to be the other guys as well, making shots. That's going to be really important to get open. If the help is on the weak side and they're going to be open, they got to make shots. Tim Hardaway Jr. is a perfect example. He played well in the 4th quarter. He's an X factor. If he can keep that going, Dallas has a chance to win.
Who do you like as MVP? Assuming it ends tonight, nothing crazy happens in terms of individual performances.
Oof, that's a tough one. If Luka has a great game, Luka could be the first player since Jerry West to win an MVP, even in a losing series. That would be something that I wouldn't be surprised to see. But if they're going with the Celtic, it's got to be either Tatum, Brown, one of those 2 guys, possibly even Drew Holiday if he has a big game. He's been so solid.
Glenn, we're a little over a week away from the NBA draft. Have you dug into any of the players yet at this point? Wizards in an interesting position at 2, obviously, so depending on what Atlanta does at 1. But have there been some guys that have caught your eye?
Yeah, you know what? There are some pretty good players. I think this draft really reminds me a lot of 2013 when Anthony Bennett went 1 and Otto went 3, because there's a lot of ifs there. But, there are players that have caught my eye, guys like Reed Shepherd and Klingon, who I think is going to be a solid pick in this draft. Alex Sarr and Marissa Shea they're intriguing, but it's all very young. It's going to be, these players are going to need time to develop.
Glenn Consor with us here on Grant and Danny's Beltway Blitz. Last one for you. What do you make of the draft being a 2-day event now and having the second round on its own day?
Yeah, I think I think the second round, especially this year, is going to be, something that I think a lot of people will be watching. I think it brings some more attention to the draft, making it a 2-day event.
Glenn, always enjoy the convo, buddy. Enjoy the game tonight.
All right, guys.
We'll see you, pal. Hit the local 53 sounder, Darius. Our guy Kevin Sheehan will join us to talk about that outfit. Kevin, what do you make of the Brandon Ayuk FaceTime with Jaden Daniels? How should we be feeling?
I just can't believe that the Niners don't want him. That's not possible. It is possible that they've gotten into a deadlock on trying to get an extension, and they're concerned about that. But he's really good, and I would imagine that they'd want him back. The issue is, do you get him signed, or do you play him on a franchise tag for a year and try to go win it this year, or do you try to get a second and a fourth or something for him, right? Because I don't think you have to give up more than that. I don't know if you guys have been talking about it, but because you have to pay him, it's probably a second-round pick, somewhere around there.
Yeah, I was thinking a second as part of a 2-pick package, and then you're paying him close to $30 million a year. So it's kind of you're paying on the front and the back end in terms of trade compensation and AAV, but then you've made an okay or good wide receiver room, depending on how you view it, a whole lot better for your young QB. Hey, Kev, I know you were talking about Commander's Log and the behind-the-scenes draft access that we got over the last several days on your show like we were. Any big takeaways from what we got to see? It was kind of unedited, unfettered access for a few minutes at a time into the draft room.
First of all, I actually really enjoyed it. Secondly, I thought Adam Peters really came off in the 50-some minutes out of the many, many hours of video that was clearly edited down as, a guy that's super calm, super prepared, super polished. And at the same time, easily adaptable to whomever's around him. Like, he's a good communicator. I thought he came off really well. In terms of the information, actually, Ben said something to me this morning, and I hadn't thought about it, that the attempt that actually I think Adam Peters told us that they thought about or tried to get back into the first round to take a tackle, we didn't get any of that. And I would guess it's because, any sort of trade conversation could have included a player that's on their roster, A, or B, more of an emphasis on it being a need. And so that's somewhat critical of the players that they have. But I thought that was an interesting omission.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we'll get that from somebody else that they were talking about. But I enjoyed it. I thought the Johnny Newton piece, where they are talking to somebody, and I presume it's Howie Roseman in the first conversation with Howie Roseman about a potential trade there at 36. But once Johnny Newton was on the board at 36, he and Newmark just look at each other and they're like, no, we're taking the player, which, I think we knew in the moment was a player that they were really surprised was on the board. But I thought that kind of confirmed it and was clearly, kind of the highest rated player on their board, because it wasn't necessarily a position that they needed.
Kevin, I give you a lot of credit for being on top of this. I heard your conversation with Eric Flack about it, but the D.C. government spent taxpayer money for basically a feasibility study of how they would pay for a new stadium. And I don't know if you've seen this, but Eric Flack posted this. They denied his freedom of information request, citing something that doesn't really prevent freedom of information requests from being put out. What can you tell us about that, about where DC stands currently trying to woo the local 53 back?
Yeah, I haven't read through. Eric actually just sent me a text and I was going to read it, so I'm not up to date on the response. But when I had him on the other day, we actually talked about why they wouldn't, necessarily disclose the information with respect to, where the financing would come from or what they'd be willing to do, because it might be a competitive disadvantage to the city. So that doesn't surprise me. I don't know. One of the more recent pieces of information was just that the Maryland senator, who I'm blanking on right now because I used to live in the state, Chris Van Hollen, wants to hold it up in the Senate as well, that RFK site bill, because he wants it in Landover and wants to protect Maryland's best interests. I don't know, guys. I still think that ultimately it's going to end up in the city because that's the best thing for the team. It's the best thing for the city. But whether or not they'll be able to come to the table with, the kind of offer and the kind of money that Josh Harris will be looking for, that's going to be the big question. Because I think the RFK site bill will go through, but then the next step is, well, can they negotiate a deal that's comparable to Buffalo's deal or Nashville's deal, where you've got state and county and city money being a big part of a new stadium.
Kevin Sheehan Show, the Team 980. Kevin, we appreciate you as always, buddy. Thank you.
All right, boys.
That is your Beltway Blitz on GND. You heard us ask Spencer Newsbaum, who covers the Nationals for the Post, about what the Nats might do at the trade deadline. I mean, here they sit about a month and a half away. They are winners of 8 of 9, coming off of a sweep of the Marlins, a wild card team as of this moment. They got to start thinking about whether or not they're going to stick to their plan and sell, hold their controllable talent, maybe even make a move to try to improve this year. Let's get into that next on The Fan.
Here's the pitch. Swing by Young and a drive in the air to deep left field. This ball way back to the Cruz. Warning track at the wall. Going, and gone. Goodbye. Bang! Zoom goes Jacob Young to put the Nationals back in front with his first major league home run. A drive into the Marlins bullpen in left center field. RBI number 17. He is 2 for 2. He wears the Uncle Slam hat into the dugout. And the Nationals lead again. It's Washington 2 and Miami 1.
That is my guy, Jacob Young. It took almost 300 career at-bats for the speedy, diminutive center fielder plus defender, slap hitter to hit his first big league home run. JY went big yard, Danny. 403 feet. That's a 4 on the front of that. That was not a cheapie. That was back wall.
It was hitting it, stayed hit. When a power hitter like that gets a hold of one, you know it's gone.
I just kept telling my kids, I'm like, that's Daddy's favorite. That's Daddy's guy. They did not care.
Did they care?
They were Mike Tomlin.
They Tomlined you?
My son actually looked at me and he said, we do not care.
We do not care.
And then my daughter looked at me and she said, we definitely do not care.
We do not care.
And my baby, who doesn't say any words at all, she looked at me and goes, I sure as hell do not care.
We do not care.
But I was fired up yesterday. JY, with
good for you.
Tie game, man, 1-1. When he came on the Grant and Danny radio program several weeks back, we asked him, what's he going to do for his first home run? And would you know that he jokingly told people after the interview, I've been told, he's like, yeah, I didn't have the heart to tell him. I don't know if I'm going to hit a home run this season. Jacob Young, you may not have believed, but I believe.
We believed.
We knew you would.
We believed you'd hit a backspin wall scraper.
Steamed up. By the way, speaking of steamed up, can confirm Dylan Cruz is headed to AAA Rochester.
Hello there.
How's about it?
Nice little month going on, right? The adjustment that inevitably happens. You go up a level, struggle in May, a lot better in June. Here we go.
Danny, how do you feel about the Nationals right now? They are a game from 500, and they are currently tied for the last wild card
This
spot.
is a blast. This is awesome. This is way better than I thought. I thought they'd be more competitive than, odds makers, Vegas folks said they would. That's been in their DNA these last couple of years, right? Where they're out kicking their coverage a little bit. Guys like Jimmer Candelario who come in here and outperform their previous expectations, or, the Eddie Rosarios, Ildemar Vargases, et cetera, combined with the maturation of guys like CJ Abrams stepping into his own and Lane Thomas, who's now a borderline all-star, kind of establishing that perimeter in his own right. I thought they'd be okay. This pitching has made them, you don't want to see them. If you're a good team coming to town and the rotation lines up badly, you might leave losing a couple of games. This is legit. They're now in a place where they can compete with almost anybody because of the way they pitch. Scratch out a couple runs here and there. The offense is going to run cold, so they're not going to end up, an 85, 86 game winner or anything like that. But they were going to be better always than the expectations. They've even been a lot better than mine. This is so much fun.
Yeah, this has been great. I think the conversation we need to have probably is, what should they be thinking and doing as we get closer to the deadline? Because here's where I'm at. As fun as this has been, and they're ahead of schedule, and as productive a season as this has been in this rebuild, the young pitching shining, some of the really important players, both at the big league level and at the minor league level, excelling. This has been a great season in the grand scheme of this rebuild from a 10,000-foot view. They should not change course at all. And what I mean by that is there's always 3 options, basically, at the trade deadline, right? You buy, you sell, or you stand pat. So first things first, I'm going to rule out and cross through buying. Anybody who suggests that because they're right there at the wild card and maybe they could make the playoffs this year, so they should trade any kind of future assets to get better this year, even controllable talent for years to come. No, absolutely not. You should not buy. That's a 0% chance that I would do that. So to me, now it's either you sell or you stand pat. And I think I would do something of a morphing of those 2 ideas. I will sell anybody that is not bolted down. If you're a free agent to be at year's end, you are very expendable. That's Jesse Winker. That's Eddie Rosario. Not that he's going to have value because he's hurt and wasn't playing that well, but that's Joey Gallo.
Mhm.
Trevor Williams may not get you much anymore because he's hurt, but you once traded John Lester. So if you could trade John Lester for anything, you could trade Trevor Williams maybe. Those types of guys. If you're a free agent to be, I will absolutely trade you. The other more interesting names today, as an example, MLB Network's John Paul Morosi also works at Fox Sports.
Yep.
He came out and he said the Nats are drawing a lot of interest in 3 of their players or names are all over the trade market. Kyle Finnegan, their closer, Hunter Harvey, their setup man, and Lane Thomas, their right fielder, who leads all outfielders in outfield assists since the start of last year, and who's got power and can steal bases. Those 3 guys are all under contract beyond this season. And in the case of the 2 relievers, Finnegan and Harvey, both of those guys become free agents after next year. It's not to say that I wouldn't trade either of them, but I need a pretty sweet return, especially for Finnegan, who's been lights out and has become one of the better
He's
closers
been really good
in baseball. And so I'm going to straddle the line between selling, where I have no problem dealing any of the 1-year rental players, and standing pat. Maybe not trading a Finnegan, not trading a Harvey, not trading a Lane Thomas if I can't get the right deal. But I think people will be annoyed to hear this. I am not opposed to any kind of trade of a non-building block. Whereas I think most Nat fans are going to look at this and go, wait a second, man. I have been patient. I have waited. I've gone through 4 or 5 years of this rebuild. Now it's finally starting to turn a corner where things are getting better at the big league level, and you're going to pull the chair out from under me again, and they'll be loud and angry and frustrated if a couple of popular players are traded. But those same fans were screaming and angry when they traded Soto, and they were wrong. Those same fans were angry and screaming when they traded all of the other veterans they moved on from, including Scherzer and other guys along the way. And they've been wrong. The way this rebuild's been done has been Mike Rizzo being an adult in the room and kind of having a vision into the future of flooding the system with talent, adding prospects, giving up guys like Candelario to get someone like a DJ Hers, who just had a brilliant start. And I would continue down that road. Mike Elias, Danny, last thing I'll say. 2 years ago, GM of the Orioles.
This
and
is,
they were,
I literally, this is what I'm looking at right now on my baseball
What's
reference
that?
page, is the Orioles transaction in August when they were close to 500 and pretty
Yeah.
good with a young team.
We brought it up like last week on the show. I mean, they were a better team, by the way, that Orioles team 2 years ago than this Nats team is now. And their fans, same deal. They had been waiting and waiting and
Getting
waiting.
their teeth kicked in.
So many times. You're paying to see a AAA team. And so now they're right there at the wild card. And it looks like if they want to, if they go for it, maybe they could be a wild card team. But Mike Elias knew that that was fool's gold. And that was, sugar high candy, just eating it in the moment. That doesn't help you long term. So he traded Trey Mancini. He traded Jorge Lopez. And he goes and gets Cade Povich, who just threw 6 shutout. And he goes and he gets Chase McDermott, who's going to be in their rotation, replacing Kyle Bradish now, who's got one of the highest strikeout rates in the minor leagues. He stuck to his plan, and he has every step of the way. And when the fans got loud, he just kind of buried himself in his bunker and keep doing the right thing. And to me, that's what Rizzo should do, is just keep moving forward. People are going to get angry if you sell, but you certainly shouldn't buy. If you want to stand pat to some extent, okay. But you got to sell off as many of the pieces that aren't long-term answers.
So my guess is that they're going to stand pat more than I want them to. I'll get to everything I think in a second, but I think they're going to stand pat because I think the argument's going to be we want these kids to experience meaningful baseball games, not empty calorie June wins against Miami, but games where stuff was on the line. Like you got to play Atlanta because they're trying to win the division. You got to go play a team down when your series with the Dodgers in September matters that much more to them for home field or whatever. They want these guys to probably go through that. So I think, unfortunately, they're going to stand pat. This to me is sell time. It's never going to get better than this. And I know fans who have put their money in, probably to your point, are going to be annoyed and discouraged and frustrated. This is a sports philosophy question here. This isn't just about this year for the Nats for me. My point in building sports teams and every barbershop conversation, every on-air conversation you and I have, or I have with friends, acquaintances, people I've just met, whatever. I will sacrifice anything to get to greatness. That includes goodness. That includes relevance. That includes being okay. That includes being better than we think. That includes short-term pain. 101 wins last year for the Orioles, well on their way this year to doing the same thing. That trade you mentioned is the test case. If you're someone that at the time went, I can't believe they're doing this. They traded Trey Mancini. This team is fun. They're good. 101 wins the following year, set up to do that for the next handful of seasons with a bunch of guys under control, a system that is stock full, that never seems to end producing studs. This is what we should be looking for, not a couple extra wins in the short term. I know it's not fun when you put your hard-earned money to go see a game and they've traded away some of your favorite players. I get that. The value of a Harvey, of a Finnegan, who you frankly plucked from nothing. Hunter Harvey was a rehabilitation project that you've now turned into a late inning stopper, a key bullpen guy for a playoff team. Absolutely. Closers come and go. Guys that were all stars a couple years later, can barely be found trying to recover their former form. That's why there's a constantly rotating and updated closer report for fantasy baseball owners to reference, because it changes all the damn time. It's fickle. Finnegan has been great. Now is the time. The value has never been higher. You can absolutely rush this rebuild headlong and stock your system a little tiny bit of spend or two, and you could be excellent, just like the Orioles were from 22 to 23 when they won 80-some games, punched above their weight class, then won over 100. That's on the horizon for this organization if they're able to take a little bit more short-term pain. I know it's less fun. I get it. I get going to the ballpark in July and August when some of these role players have been traded and it's minor league Marty or it's more Ildemar Vargas than you want. But I'm telling you, the reward looks like that parade. That's the goal, not to be okay, not to Ernie Grunfeld Wizards this thing, but to be great. Whatever you have to do, that includes trading guys at their peak, even if it might be painful in the short term.
Yeah, I think if you're Mike Rizzo, it's a pretty easy case to make at this point, because you just go, see what we've done the last few years?
Mm-hmm.
We're going to keep doing that. We'll talk to you later. And you just kind of keep getting to work. Again, there are going to be loud, angry people. There's going to be someone saying they're selling their tickets or they're tired of it or they can't deal anymore.
I get that.
Okay.
I get it.
Don't go to the games. A lot of people are happily not going to the games at this point. I hope ownership, and I don't really know what their priority is, frankly, at this point. I would imagine it's not selling tickets just because maybe you'd spend money if that's what you cared about. But I hope they don't rear their head and go, hey, Mike, we're close. Like, let's go do something and alleviate. Or I should just say avoid the plan or take any opportunity off the baseball people's plate, because maybe they want to get some gates later this summer where maybe the team's pushing their chips in or goes and gets a player and kind of abandons the script. But there's one obvious correct play here to me, and that is to sell any of the non-controlled talent that expires at year's end, which is what they've been doing, which is a no-brainer. And then also to shop Finnegan, to shop Harvey, anybody else that you find expendable with a nice potential return. Maybe that is Lane Thomas. I'm not saying you have to trade all those guys.
There's no requirement.
You don't have to trade any of them. I would sit them down and I'd say, our goal is that you're going to be here. Our plan is that you're going to be with us when we're trying to make the playoffs next year and trying to win a World Series in 2-3 years. But in the meantime, we are going to be making calls and we are going to be doing our due diligence. If your name comes up in the media, that's why. What do you guys think they should do? 800-636-1067. The Nats have won 8 out of 9. They are currently tied for the final wild card spot. We're Grant and Danny.
Now here comes the 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. That's 13 strikeouts. He strikes out the side of the sixth inning. He goes hopping off the mound back to the dugout. What a performance by DJ Hers. 13 strikeouts. Wow.
That was shades of Dave Jagler calling Steven Strasburg's first ever game with the 13 strikeout call of a rookie this weekend. Add Hers to the pile. Mitchell Parker's been nails. Second-year starter Jake Irvin's been terrific. Mackenzie Gore's becoming a front of the rotation horse in front of our eyes. The Nats can pitch. The Nats are pretty good. They're a 500 team. And as of right now, they are battling for the wild card ahead of schedule. By the way, I don't think they will be a wild card team. I don't think they're good enough, even if they didn't sell anything off, to finish the season in the wild card. It's more indicative, I'd say, of the league not being very good than the Nats being great. But they're ahead of schedule. They're playing very well. And the question is, with the trade deadline at the end of next month, if they continue at this pace for another several weeks, what should they do? Nothing changes for me. I am team sell. A little bit of stand pat in there, I guess, in the sense that whereas if they were really bad, I would trade Finnegan no matter what. I would trade Harvey no matter what. It now looks like next year, if James Wood and Dylan Cruz and you actually, God forbid, spend a little bit of money, like all kind of come and help, you might be able to compete next season. That might be the year where you're actually fighting for the playoffs and being able to make a little noise in October. So it'd be nice to have some extra bullpen help, but it is volatile with relief pitching.
Indeed.
So I would definitely take calls on those guys. Thomas would be the last one I traded right now because I think he is a really nice piece and will be in the next couple of years when they're good. In the order of like those three guys, the Finnegan, Harvey, Thomas, I guess I have the most interest in trading Harvey, then Finnegan, then Lane Thomas, but I would need to get a really nice return. Otherwise, like if you're a free agent to be, I'll trade you and get whatever I can.
I smell it. To me, like I was thinking about the order as you were talking about it. Like if I'm not doing this just to do it. I'm not doing it to hear myself on the phone. If I got a great offer, a market offer that I considered acceptable for all those three guys, I don't know what order I would trade them in. But to me, like they are not bolted down here, and I don't want to be in a free agent a bidding war for Lane Thomas in a couple of seasons. I could maximize his value now. Same with Finnegan.
I readily admit that most fans wouldn't want them and don't want them to sell. When does a fan really want that? But I would also point out that the same people that will be the loudest and angriest when they sell screamed at me or you or anybody else when we said the Soto trade was necessary. Screamed at us with each of these sales that have led to right now. And you don't have right now without those decisions. And the reason they're so far ahead of schedule is Rizzo and the staff have done a hell of a job with the trades that they've made. Let's go to Chris in Hyattsville. Hey, Chris.
What's up, guys? Great conversation. I agree with you in general. I mean, the smart move is to cash in on some of these chips, whatever you could get for Finnegan or Harvey. I'd love if they could keep at least one of those guys for next season or the remainder of this season. But this is one wild card I want to throw in there, and you kind of mentioned it earlier, is, you know, the Lerners haven't had a major payday in a long time. And I would not underestimate the cachet of having, you know, a wild card chase, filling up seats in the stadium, and actually potentially securing a playoff series. I mean, their attendance is back down to 2010 levels. If you look at last year.
And Chris, by the way, that's why I think they're going to stand pat. I really do believe that. I think that's going to govern their decision making here, and I think it's kind of a shame, but that's my feeling, is that they're going, hey, this is fun. Maybe people will take notice. We'll have some, you know, for lack of a better way to put it, some bigger gates without actually having to do anything. It's not like we spent on advertising. It's not like we went out and blew our budget of free agency. I think people will be interested if there's a playoff chase.
Appreciate you, buddy.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, that's one of my concerns. It's just kind of nervous energy more than I think it's realistic. But if ownership was to get involved, I think for several years, it would have been to do the right thing, to basically say, we're not selling, or excuse me, we're not doing anything. You know, we're not spending money. We're not trying to win right now. Like, long game, rebuild. But now they could say, I want butts in seats. I want to make some money. I would love to get to be the wild card team. Why not? Let's become the wild card team, as Chris just said, and get me some gates and Let's put 25, 30,000 every single game down the stretch, and then 35, 40,000 in the final couple weeks of the year and get a playoff game in here. S is in Sterling on G&D. What's up?
Hey, guys. First of all, love the show. Love Bustin' Loose Baseball. First time, long time.
Oh, thanks, buddy. We appreciate you. Brand new episode of Bustin' Loose Baseball dropping as soon as this show ends tonight, by the way.
Thank you very much, Darius. So I think there's 3 distinct categories here. One's the 1-year veterans. You got to either sell them or jettison them. I want to see young guys later in the year. The second category is Lane Thomas. I think his value is as high as it's ever going to be. There's tons of outfielders in the system. So I think you sell them as hard as you can to other teams. Try to get something in return that's worth a lot. And then the last category is Finnegan and Harvey. I know relievers are volatile, but guys who throw 100 and have 90-mile-an-hour splitters don't grow on trees. So I think you try to keep them around in case next year is 2012 and they're actually competing.
I mean, you could also just pay one or both of those guys too, and feel like you've built your bullpen sustainably for the next wave. Like those guys could be getting outs in October in 2-3 years because of where they are age-wise. But the volatility word I come back to is it's just so hard to predict year to year, or certainly over a 2, 3, 4 year window in a bullpen. And normally when you spend that huge money, it backfires on you. I want to go back to Lane Thomas for a second because I think that's super interesting. He's right that they have so many outfielders coming. I do think it'd be nice to have a veteran with Wood, with Cruz, Young, whatever iteration of 2 of those young guys, until the other one graduates. And Thomas has proven to be a really nice piece. He can run, he can hit, he can play defense. If his value is at peak, then I agree, trade him. That's the part I disagree with. His numbers are bad because he got off to a slow start and he was hurt. Now, he's homered in 3 straight games. If he was to get really hot going into the deadline and the numbers don't matter because everybody sees the type of player he is and he should have been an all-star last year, all right, no problem. But I actually view him as being worth more right now than you would get maybe because of what a slow start he got off to, and the numbers are pretty gross to look at.
You might be right, but the deadline's not till August 1st, right? So you've got some time to kind of build some of those numbers up. To me, the key things are this. He'll be a free agent at age 30, and he's got one more ARB year left, which will be age 29. And I know it's cutthroat, but them's the breaks. I would say his value is not going to be in a free agent contract for most teams. They'll want that shorter window of as much time as possible with those ARB control years. That's why I'm saying I think his value will be high enough if he continues to hit as he has over the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, if he's hot and you're getting legitimate offers of good prospects for him, it'll be real hard to turn it down. And you can finish the season out. You have all kinds of options internally, whether it's just big league Jags or dipping into the system. Just told you, Dylan Cruz got promoted to AAA today. Yep. James Woods coming back from injury at AAA this week. Both of those guys could be in the show with Jacob Young. Bing, bang, boom. There's your outfield. You've obviously got Robert Hassel, who's going to be big league ready later in the year. Travis Blankenhorn is leading the team, the entire system in the entire Oregon home runs, has, I think, 16 of them at this point. Let's squeeze in Nate in Centerville. What's up, buddy? How are you?
Hey guys, what's going on? I'm going to start by saying I agree with you. I don't think if they stay where they are, like kind of right now in this wild card chase, that they're not going to sell. We still have a month and a half, so my guess is just looking at this lineup and everything that by the time we have this conversation in mid to end of July, it's going to be no brainer sell because they're 3, 4, 5 games out of it. Even though they'll probably still be playing competitive baseball, but all that to say that I do think that. Harvey and Finnegan have both been really good this year, and you can build around them. But I think you got to move one of them. I mean, they're going to be, especially Finnegan, one of the better relievers on this market in an NL where everybody's all jumbled up. It's super competitive. In AL where you have a couple powerhouses in Cleveland and New York who maybe just want to stir up that bullpen. So I think you can get something. And I think that in a year where maybe you're a little bit ahead of schedule with your record right now and where you are, it makes sense to try to maximize and cash in one more time. And then next year when Corbin's off the books and Wood and Cruz are up, you kind of go all in on those free agent deals and trying to get into that wild card and eventually, maybe start competing for the division in 2 or 3 years.
Love that. Yeah, I mean, that would be my plan, basically, is I'm cutthroat for one more season in terms of building for the future. And then now's my future. Now I'm in it. And now let's go.
More on the Nats. Again, Bustin' Loose Baseball, the Nats pod that we do as part of the G&D network here at Odyssey drops as soon as we're done tonight. Myself and Toby Altizer. The guest this week, Double A arm, you're going to want to learn about the Eastern League pitcher of the week, who just threw 7 innings of a couple of hit ball. Brad Lord has been one of the best pitchers in all minor league baseball. So check that out this evening, Bustin' Loose Baseball, when we're done. Brian Geltzeiler of NBA TV joins us next. We will talk to him about NBA Finals Game 5 tonight, Celtics Mavericks.
And it's going to be difficult. You're going to have to fight and just stay in the moment. And that's what matters the most. We just come out and be a team, win as a team, lose as a team, and just come out and be the best versions of ourselves. And that's the only experience that you could really speak from in the playoffs, that, at this level, you have some very talented basketball players who are going to be on the floor, and you got to bring it every single night. And if you don't, you can see what happens.
That's Jaylen Brown, who might be on the verge of an MVP award in the NBA Finals if he can play well in a Celtics win in Game 5 tonight. Welcome back to Grant and Danny on the Fan. We're getting you ready for potentially the final game of the NBA season. The Mavs will try to make sure that's not the case. And who better to preview the matchup tonight with than our buddy Brian Geltzeiler, host on SiriusXM NBA Radio and a contributor to NBA TV. Brian, why don't we just start with what was so different early in Game 4 for the Mavericks that the Celtics essentially decided to wave the white flag, save their energy up for getting back home in Game 5?
First of all, let me tell you, guys, I actually think that Dallas has played, by and large, very, very good defense for the 4 games. I think defense has been good. Listen, keep this in mind about Dallas. They've given up 105, 106, 107, and 84. They've won a lot of games, giving up less than 107 points in the playoffs. Their defense has been good. What was different for them in Game 4 was how they approached the offensive end of the floor. The Celtics do not want to do a lot of switching. As versatile as they are defensively, Joe Mazzulla and his staff have matchups in mind that they think work to their advantage. And Dallas had spent way too much time in the first 3 games of the series walking the ball up the floor. Even in Game 4, when they walked the ball up the floor, they kind of jogged it up the floor. They got into even if they weren't on a fast break, they got into their offensive sets quickly. So at the point of attack, they weren't giving Boston the time to necessarily do not only on-ball switches, but switching off-ball screens that, or fighting through off-ball screens as well. They forced the Celtics into a lot of switches. The Celtics did not look comfortable making those switches. And what it did is it caused Luka to have a lot of room off the dribble. Because of the switches, they were getting Horford to the ball pretty much whenever they wanted to. And the same thing with Kyrie Irving. And when you look, Dallas didn't shoot it great from 3. I mean, they weren't bad from 3, but it wasn't like this unbelievably good 3-point shooting game for them in Game 4. They had 64 points in the paint. And that's where they won. Now, I also will say this. You're able to get away with that against the Celtics with Kristaps Porzingis on the bench. And I do think that he's a factor there because he really is the only guy that they have outside of what Brown and White do with transition blocks and things along those lines. He's the only guy that's a true conventional rim protector for them. And Dallas took gross advantage of that. I think they will take gross advantage of that. Again, my one concern for Dallas, and obviously Boston's going to come out and they're going to play a little bit better. And Dallas did some things defensively with, going from a hybrid man to a zone mid-possession, depending upon who the ball was passed to, which I thought was brilliant and very interesting. Boston will adjust to that, even with some multiple screens on the ball to try to see if they can overload the strong side a little bit. Like Boston will figure all of that out and I think be better offensively. I wonder about Boston on the defensive end of the floor if we don't see a lot of Porzingis, because I do think Dallas found something in Game 4. And I'm not saying the Celtics won't finish it out tonight, but I don't think it's going to be a Boston Celtics coronation and they're going to win this game by 30 points.
Yeah, Brian, I was going to ask you about Porzingis. What are you hearing? And is he full go? Is he a Willis Reed style decoy here? Like, what do you think is going to happen with him?
I wish I could give you guys some intel. I found what they did in Game 4 very odd, because he went through a rigorous warm-up and workout. And if you're going to do that with a guy that's got the kind of injury that he has, you would think it's incumbent upon you to use him. And maybe the game got away and they didn't want to take any needless risk. But if that's the case, then that warm-up was kind of a waste and maybe risk you didn't need to take with him. Now, I would think because he, again, has been rested for 2 days, gotten a little more treatment, I think you'll see a similar style warm-up from him. But I would think Joe Mazzulla is going to go to him early and see what he has and how he can handle. Listen, if he's moving around like OG Anunoby was at the end of the Indiana series when he played in that game for the Knicks, you'll see Porzingis put back on the bench quickly. But he's been
I think we lost Brian there. Let me throw him on hold and see if we can get his phone working again. Always love X's and O's with him and just diving into some of the specifics on how these games are going to play
Just
out.
so sharp talking about it, right? I mean, I just to the naked eye, as I'm watching, I'm going, it feels like Dallas is getting up quicker. Well, he confirmed that, and then kind of, I don't want to say double down, but triple down on what the idea was, right? You don't want Boston to be set up. They don't switch a ton, and you kind of make them do something they don't want to do for the first time. It feels like all series.
We got Brian back, Brian Geltzeiler of SiriusXM NBA Radio, NBA TV on Grant and Danny, previewing Game 5 tonight. So, Brian, I'm going to pivot here for a second. How about the MVP chase? It feels to me like, assuming Jaylen Brown plays well, it's his to lose. Is there a path, short of this thing going a few more games, for Tatum or somebody else to win it from Boston?
I mean, listen, I think that if Tatum would come out tonight and score 46 and Boston wins in any way, shape, or form on a huge Tatum performance, you possibly could make the case for Tatum. But Brown's been their most consistent player. He really has. So I would think Tatum has to do something extraordinary tonight to even have a chance at that award. It looks like it's Browns. But, of course, what happens tonight matters. This is Drew Holiday's had a very good series. If Drew Holiday turns around and puts up 28 tonight, maybe it's him. And that's the wild part about this MVP race for the Celtics here. It's absolutely wide open. But I will stress this. I think Dallas is too good for the Celtics to get caught up in who's going to win MVP. I know they were up 3-0 in this series. But and as I said earlier, what happens with Porzingis is enormous tonight because he had a major impact in those first two games and played a big role in Boston playing as well as they did. And I think to be able to close this thing out tonight, I think a contribution from him is absolutely vital. But again, as far as Tatum's concerned with MVP, unless we see Jason Tatum stand on his head tonight, it's not going to be his year for MVP.
Brian Geltzeiler with us here on G&D. So give me a non-Doncic, non-Irving player for Dallas. It's got to be really good tonight to get to a Game 6.
It has to be Lively. It's always Lively. No one else is going to be consistent enough. What's happened with Lively as the series has gone on, and I give Jason Kidd and Sean Sweeney and the rest of that staff a ton of credit for this. They have been able to, when early on in the series, the Lively-Porzingis matchup wasn't much for them. They have now gone to taking huge advantage of Lively's ability to switch out the guys on the perimeter. He's so good at that, and he did a really good job in Game 4 of doing that. The other thing is that when they go mid-possession from man to matchup zone and that hybrid defense that they played in Game 4, Lively's the captain of that. Lively's the one that directs the traffic. Lively's the one that essentially plays the middle without camping in the middle. He leans more towards the strong side, and he's so vital to everything they do because Dallas's big advantage, besides Kyrie and Luka, is they're a big team that's pushed people around. They pushed OKC around in that series. Everybody thought Minnesota was the big bad boys on the block. Dallas banged as hard with them as anybody has and did a super job with them and really out-physicaled the most physical team in the NBA. Right now in this series, Lively's your big advantage in doing that because Washington, with the way that Boston aligns, Washington has to be more of a perimeter guy than be a guy that bangs on the inside. Washington essentially has to match up with Jaylen Brown. And I like PJ Washington, and he's a good player. That's a tough matchup for him. That is not an easy matchup in any way, shape, or form. So you give me a third guy, I'm going to tell you that's going to be Derek Lively just because he's so versatile. And then the other thing is they need those easy buckets around the basket, whether it's Lively catching passes, lobs, or offensive rebounds.
Brian, what'd you make of the discourse around Luka coming out of Game 3? I mean, obviously, Wendy took him apart, but everybody was killing him for complaining for calls. He came out, and I thought he just shredded Boston in Game 4. But he's been so good in these playoffs. I feel like this should be elevating him in his standing, and he was answering a lot of questions as if, he isn't a superstar after Game 3. Where are you at on all that?
Listen, Brian Windhorst totally lit him up. Brian Windhorst of ESPN, and he was 100% right. Here's what I'm going to say about Luka, and I'll give Luka a lot of credit. And this is an interesting topic you asked me about because the first thing with Luka is his biggest problem defensively is he tries to play defense like he plays offense, which is always looking to make a play. And you can't play defense that way in the NBA. When you're going to make a play defensively in the NBA, it has to be opportunistic. It's not because I'm going to go and just make something happen. I'm going to reach, or I'm going to create contact with a guy and try to take a charge. You can't do that. Like, you have to sometimes in the NBA, a lot of times, the best defense is defend a possession for 24 seconds. Luka's not patient like that. Okay, now what's interesting is during the OKC series, he had a really good game, and he was interviewed by TNT sideline reporter, my good friend Jared Greenberg. And Jared asked him a question about whining to the officials. And he said that it's something he needs to stop doing. He stopped doing it that night, and it because whining to the officials takes his joy out of the game, and he has to be better about it. In Thursday's media availability, after Game 3, after Wednesday night's Game 3, Jared was there and asked him again. He said, on May 15th, a month ago, you told me that, crying to the officials was taking your joy out of the game. It seemed that you were back doing it last night. Does it still take your joy out of the game? And Luka was incredibly candid. And he said, no, you're right. I told you I wasn't going to do it anymore. I'm back to doing it, and now it's back to sucking my joy out of the game. I have to be better and not do that. I just have to go out there and play my game. And you saw what he can do when he does that in Game 4. First of all, they were so successful going at Luka in the second half of Game 3. Mm-hmm. They tried to go at Luka as much as they possibly could in Game 4, and Luka held up. Gotta be fair. Luka held up defensively in Game 4. Now, will that happen more games than not? Probably not. But at least for the one game, Luka kind of found it. So the discourse, I think, has been very fair about Luka. And Luka, and I give him a lot of credit for a young guy. He's had no issue owning it to the media and owning it in public. And part of that is on Jason Kidd's shoulders, because Jason Kidd has made it a public issue and made Luka have to account for it when he gets interviewed and talks to the media. And I think that holding Luka accountable publicly about that is really the best path to get him on, because if you're going to try to protect him and keep it private, it's going to keep going. And I think what happens, what Jason Kidd's doing with Luka is something that Steve Kerr should have done with Draymond Green a long time ago. All of the public defense of indefensible actions doesn't make the player accountable. It normalizes the behavior you don't want the player to have. Jason Kidd's gone the other way here with Luka, and I think it's on the verge, hopefully permanently, of really changing.
Yeah, Brian, you touched on him. He's never going to be Bruce Bowen, but you wouldn't expect him to with the offensive load he carries. But I thought he was good in Game 4 defensively. What's the balance there for him to make sure he's still doing what he needs to do the offensive end while still, going through the grinder there on the defensive end? And if I'm Boston, I'm going to take my chances for a couple more nights to see if he can hold up doing that.
I totally agree with you. I'm going to keep running all the pick and rolls I can at him. And listen, if you're Dallas, you're kind of at the mercy of that, because you're going to try to hide him on a guy. So the guy they've hit him on a lot of times has been Horford. They've tried to see if they could do it on Holiday. Holiday shredded him. Horford's just going to stand out in the perimeter and take threes. That's why Porzingis' presence, another reason it's so incredibly vital on the offensive end of the floor. Because if Porzingis is out there with those other four, you officially cannot hide Luka. You have to put a big person on Porzingis. You have to challenge those entry elbow passes, and because he's so good at the elbow, Porzingis. When Al Horford's on the floor, it's an easy hiding spot for Luka, because what's Al going to do? He's going to come to the ball. He's going to screen. He's going to pick and pop. Now, again, they're going to bring out the ball a lot and try to get Luka switched onto the ball. But with Al, he's not going so far away from the ball handler off the screen that you can't switch it back if Boston doesn't attack it immediately. So Horford's presence leaves Dallas with defensive options to hide Luka in certain spots. With Porzingis, you can't get away with that. So, listen, I think for Dallas, it's a poison that you just have to keep drinking and swallowing and hope that it doesn't kill you.
Brian, I want to let you out on a Wizards-related question. We're closing in on a little over a week.
Speaking of drinking poison.
Speaking of that poison you talk about as a fan here, the NBA draft is not far away. I don't know how much you've dove into these prospects, but do you have anyone who separated themselves in the top couple? The Wizards have the number 2 pick. We don't really know which way they're leaning, and it might not be a great year to be picking there, but they got to find themselves a gem.
Well, listen, I would tell you this. If Atlanta chooses not to select Donovan Clingan, I think you have to take him if you're the Wizards. I think he's the best player in the draft, the most NBA-ready player in the draft, and I think he's going to step onto an NBA floor day one and be an above-average defensive player, and that makes him unique. We don't see that a lot. This is a starless draft. You have to treat it as such, which means don't go and try to hit a home run. Hitting a home run's not going to get you where you want. You're going to fail. And the thing is, you have to be conscious of, with the number 2 overall pick, you're actually committing a decent amount of money to this player. This is a rookie scale. That's the top of the scale. So you're committing a decent amount of money to this player. You got to make sure it's a guy that's going to be a contributor year in and year out. Listen, this is one of those drafts where you don't have any top 5 caliber guys. It's like you're almost starting at 6 with the number 1 pick. So just get a guy who can come in and make a major contribution. And I would say for the Wizards, it would be one of the 2 UConn guys who I prefer, who I would like. I wouldn't go near Reed Shepherd. I know they're talking about Reed Shepherd in the top 3. I can't take a 6'1" guy who only shoots and doesn't guard in the top 3 of any NBA draft. I need a better athlete than that. Stephon Castle, I think, would be a nice fit because I think he can guard well on an NBA level. And Klingon's the other guy I like. I think I would look at one of those 2 picks. Listen, I will tell you guys, as this is going to sound bizarre with the season they just had, I'm actually a little bullish on the Wizards. I think the Wizards have really good people running the show. I think Michael Winger's a very smart executive and knows what he's doing and is going to take this thing up patiently. The best decision the Wizards made here was to keep Brian Keefe, who's a smart coach, who's going to be a big player development focus, a young guy, positive, upbeat. This is what the Wizards need. They need somebody that's going to make people want to be associated with the program, because if wins aren't going to come quickly, there's just not a lot of talent there. But you got to make sure you're developing a young guy like Koulibaly, who they took for a high pick last year. And I think he's got a lot of potential. I think he'd be very good. I think it was a smart move by them. It was somewhat visionary because he didn't have a ton of experience. So, I like the direction that the Wizards are taking here. I think they're going to be in really good shape. I think at one point they'll get some value for Kuzma. It's a reasonable contract, especially as the cap goes up. There's better days ahead here for the Wizards, but I think one of the things I'll tell you right now is they have the right people in place running this show. I'm a very big proponent, guys, of you can't always, most times in the NBA and in professional sports across the board, you can't let the guy that made the mess be the guy to clean the mess, because he's going to be cleaning up his own mistakes, and they're almost managing to fight for a job instead of managing to build the winner. I like that the Wizards kind of cleaned house here, and the guys that they got rid of were good guys and smart basketball guys. It was just time for fresh blood. Okay, between Winger, Brian Keefe, you got some fresh blood here.
Love the conversation as always, Brian. Really appreciate it, man. Enjoy the finals tonight.
My pleasure, guys. We'll talk to you soon. Take care.
Be good. The outstanding Brian Geltzeiler getting you ready for NBA Finals Game 5. And the bonus, saying some nice things about the Wiz amid their rebuild.
So we do a lot of shtick because obviously they lose a bunch, but I actually 100% agree with them. Just in general, about smart people at the top and not having a guy clean up his own mess for 20 years.
This is what I asked for a long
100%,
time.
man. 100%.
And I'm not going to now be upset about it.
Mm-hmm.
I asked for this. I want you to be bad as a means to being good. Because you were just being bad without any chance of being good.
That's the fun part.
Be worse and potentially get good. I'm cool with it. The Nationals have been doing it. They seem to be close to coming out of it. Now you've got the Wizards doing their version of it. I'm perfectly fine with bad as a necessity.
Bad with a purpose, man.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. ESPN had a piece over the weekend about Jaden Daniels and first impressions of the quarterback. Thought we could go over some of our first impressions of Daniels. We'll do that next on G&D on the Fan.
I ain't a star quarterback. Yeah, I got a long way to go. I'm a rookie to answer that. But just coming out here and just being able to experience different things. Like, that was my first time throwing out a first pitch. That was my first time going to a soccer game and just seeing the atmosphere and seeing different sports, and be able to just go out there and support them, coming into a new town, a new community, and be able to go out there and support, showing them love. So when our season come around, the players at the Nationals game, or, people on the Team USA for soccer want to come to a game, they can come show love too.
Jaden Daniels last week talking with reporters from minicamp. Welcome back to Grant and Danny on the Fan. John Keim, ESPN.com's local Commanders reporter, had a story he posted today on the national website. First impressions of Commanders rookie quarterback Jaden Daniels. And he got into a lot of what he's heard from players and coaches at the podium over the last couple of weeks about Daniels in the early going. He joked in the lead of the story that the only throw he's made that really led to any ire was his first pitch out at Nationals Park, and that otherwise everything's gone seamlessly. Writing, the errant pitch was one of the few times Daniels has left observers unimpressed this spring. Otherwise, the number 2 pick in the 2024 draft has left a favorable early imprint on his teammates and coaches. They know more steps remain. He has yet to face a live pass rush, an opposing defense, or anybody in pads. Teammates and coaches have pointed out that they have acknowledged that there will be good and bad days ahead as Daniels develops. But after getting a first glimpse of the hours he puts in at the facility, his ability to call, make, and direct plays on the field, and his engaging personality, they cannot wait to see how he progresses. The piece is essentially about how right now, the first impression of Daniels in the building has been wonderful.
This is as good as it can be. Again, no games are played. No, 3rd and 7s have been converted or otherwise. But all you can control is what's in your control. And the habits are there. The working on stuff. You don't just get in early and sit down with your feet up and drink coffee. You actually are going to work. You're going to do something. And he and Luke McCaffrey are walking through plays to get a better grasp of the playbook. He's trying to make every throw, trying to learn as much as he possibly can at all times. And there's an axiom, or the kind of the beginning of, if you've ever taken an improv class, where the first tenet you learn about doing improv is yes and, meaning you accept the situation and what are you going to do about it, right? In other words, you're in there with everybody. You're in there in that scene, and this is where you ended up. Now, what are you going to do? Are you going to rest on your laurels, congratulate yourself for being there? A lot of guys have. A lot of guys signed that contract, got a paycheck, were out to make that money, boss, or whatever the hell they wanted to do, which wasn't necessarily to be the best football player possible. If he fails, it's not going to be because he didn't work at it. And that, to me, is just so much fun and so refreshing that this is what he's about. He's about showing up and doing the work. And that's what turned him from kind of a college disappointment into the Heisman Trophy winner, breaking records at LSU, what made him so attractive to me to be a pro prospect. And it sounds like he's carried that over to the league, and I'm excited about it.
One of the angles here in this story is about the lack of success Washington has had drafting quarterbacks in the first round, something we've talked quite a bit about.
Sure.
But you can go all the way back to 1994 through 2019. Heath Schuler, Patrick Ramsey, Jason Campbell, Robert Griffin III, and Dwayne Haskins, who combined as starting quarterbacks to go 51 and 86, if you're into that kind of thing. But more importantly, one Pro Bowl selection. That was Griffin as a rookie in
basically
2012.
one good season out of that group.
Yeah, I mean, Campbell had some decent
yeah.
years, but yes, that one outstanding season for sure. Only Campbell served as the primary starter for 4 years. The other guys, either in Griffin's case, burned out very quickly or just never really got it figured out. Also, the only one who started 12 or more games in 3 different seasons, Jason Campbell. There's just been no longevity. But the idea is Jaden Daniels is different. That Jaden Daniels is going to do what none of those other guys has been able to do. And one of the arguments in this piece about what a great first impression he's made is that his teammates are really enamored with the work he's putting in. And I think this is kind of what I would highlight. If you're asking me, what's your first impression that's notable? What do you like that you've heard so far? It's about, as much as it's overplayed now, when he's getting there, how much time he's spending in the film room, the hours he's putting in. That's how you impress me as a quarterback. It's not throwing in a T-shirt and shorts. I'm not going to go full Doc Walker on you, but there's not a whole lot you can do when you won a Heisman Trophy at LSU in the bubble in June when you're wearing spandex that is going to move the needle for me. I know you got the physical talent. I care about things like how many plays is he checking out of? How is the picking up of the playbook going? What kind of studying is being done? Defensive tackle John Allen said he always beats me here, so I think that's pretty cool. He gets there at 6:45 a.m. That has not always been the case with the young hotshot quarterbacks recently in that organization. You start to doubt yourself a little bit, said guard Nick Allegretti, who gets there at 6:30 in the morning. You think you're one of the early guys, and then he looks like he's been there for a minute. He's bright-eyed. I'm dragging at 6:30, so I'm going to work on it. Maybe get here by 6. Daniels gets there at 5:45 a.m. It's easy to roll your eyes and go, okay, that doesn't win you a Super Bowl. And not directly. But getting there at 5:45 a.m. and busting your butt gives you a chance to win one at that position. I promise you that.
Putting in the work.
That's
again,
what the really good players do.
And that's what's exciting. And again, does that complete a pass in November? Not necessarily, but it's also the best way to avoid having some of those labels. Because you know what it sounds like. You know what it looks like when you hear about it, right? When it's not ideal, when someone isn't putting in not only just the normal amount of work, but like the prerequisite amount of work, but the extra stuff. Guys notice that sort of thing, right? And if you're going to lead everybody, the best thing to do is outwork everybody. And then when you have something to say, people tend to listen to it.
I also really like that Luke McCaffrey's doing everything with him.
Mm-hmm.
So McCaffrey is obviously a first-year rookie wide receiver. They just drafted in the top 100. But remember, he was a quarterback, and I don't think that can be underscored enough. He was a quarterback in high school. He was a quarterback in college. I think he was recruited to Michigan before he transferred. You know, he was at a major program and left to go become a wide receiver and ended up getting drafted where he did because he's such an unbelievable athlete with great skills and, you know, great intangibles. But to have another quarterback basically who now plays receiver who knows what you need when you're studying an offense, when you're learning a playbook and what you have to be able to process and that cerebral element of the game. It's one thing if just a receiver is doing that. For a quarterback, really, at his core, to be doing that with you is a big, big deal, I think. And I really, really like that. They go over the playbook and then they go out to the bubble and go through concepts starting at like 6 a.m. each morning. I think that's awesome.
Me too. I love that. Again, this was the story that kind of made me, obviously the Heisman Trophy caliber play was pretty good too, but the stories about him that sort of came out in the wake of the season, that's what got me so excited. It was he was at Arizona State and was fine, and he was even pretty good at LSU, but it was this level of dedication to be able to deal with everything being thrown at him from a coaching staff that's probably not that pleasant to be around all the time in terms of what's demanded of the QB. And he sailed through that with flying colors by outworking everybody. That's the thing that I get steamed up about, right? Is if we're going to go down, let's go down this way. Let's lose like this. Let's not lose where we're going to play golf and not going to the Senior Bowl like Ron Rivera. If we're going to lose, let's do this. Let's work so hard that we leave no stone unturned. That's what I want.
Cliff Kingsbury on first impression of Jaden Daniels. His football IQ is really high. With protections, I've been really impressed by that. A lot of guys coming into the league, it's not an area that they major in college. They don't have a lot of time, but he's well-versed in protections, and he works at it. He's further along than you probably should be, Dan Quinn added, about Jaden Daniels in that regard. So this piece, again, is all about asking people around the building for their first impressions of Jaden Daniels. But we want to pose the same question to you guys at 800-636-1067 on the MGM National Harbor listener lines. We can open up the phones on this next. Jaden Daniels was drafted end of April. It has now been almost 2 months. A lot of mini camp, OTA, workout time, and plenty of stories and pixels on him to this point. What has stood out to you? What have been your early impressions on Daniels, the rookie quarterback here in D.C.? 800-636-1067 next on The Fan. Taking you up to 6:30 tonight on Grant and Danny. You are listening live to The Fan. Show's sponsored exclusively by the law firm of Kondori and Murad. They'll guide you and your family in the right direction, help you draft a will, set up a trust, create a healthcare power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you to get a discount. kmlawyers.com. What's your first impression of Jaden Daniels? Piece in ESPN.com today about all of the first impressions from coaches and players in the building. Let's go to John in Rockville. Hey, John, how are you?
All right, what's going on, guys? I
Hey,
just
buddy.
wanted to kind of say quickly that, the whole thing about Jaden Daniels is exactly what you would hope to expect. The biggest takeaway and difference for me is that, we heard 4 years about a culture change in DC. This is the culture change. We're finally allowing someone to be set up for success. We're holding people accountable. Like, this is actually what gets me the most pumped up about, Jaden Daniels and his future, is that you actually have the infrastructure for once around him. And that's, I think, probably the biggest takeaway from all of this.
No, I love that angle because if they'd had the number 2 overall pick under Snyder, they might have drafted this kid. Dropped into a GM-less, rudderless, okay, kid, come save us. Instead of, no, you've got a general manager and a great assistant general manager and a setup that's the envy of a lot of people. A coaching staff that's, it's now people want to come work instead of, yeah, I'll take that gig. You know what I mean? Instead of the Greg Minuski tier, you've got the Joe Witt tier. You know what I mean? Like the exciting buzz around the organization. So it's a much better setup than it would have been, say, 3 years ago.
Maybe this is a different way to say what he just did because I think they're relatable. I also think this is the first time that everybody in the building is on the same page as it pertains to developing and getting the most out of this player and wanting this guy to thrive. Since probably the Jason Campbell pick, when Joe Gibbs and Dan Snyder were the coach / GM / owner, and they had other titles at the time, but Joe Gibbs was running the football operation, and Dan essentially allowed him to as his biggest fan.
Mm-hmm.
But in 2012 with Griffin, that was mostly a Dan Snyder creation. I think that the Shanahans were fine with it, but their selection of Cousins is all you need to know about how confident or sure they were or kind of how in they were, so to speak. And Robert has talked about this. I mean, it was obviously an issue for him that he never, without putting words in his mouth, I don't know if he would agree to this or not, but I think to some extent he's suggested like that he always felt like he had to look over his shoulder in some way. I think Kyle Shanahan designing the offense he did helped make Robert Griffin very successful in his rookie year, and they wanted him to succeed. They needed him to excel, and he did early on. But it wasn't 100% everyone on the same page. We're all making the pick for the guy that we all like. It definitely wasn't that way with Dwayne Haskins. When the football people told Dan Snyder that that was not the pick that they wanted to make. And what happened with Dwayne Haskins is so tragic and awful, it makes it hard to go back and talk about him as a football prospect. But the reason that they traded up into the end of the first round and took Montez Sweat later was that it was essentially
It's like a compromise to the football guys.
It was the olive branch from Snyder to say, okay, well, you guys can get your guy, we'll come up, but you're taking my guy at 15. And right away, it's not like, again, Jay Gruden put in the work, wanted him to succeed. If he's good, you have a chance to keep your job. If he's not, you're probably in big trouble. But right away, you knew that this staff didn't really buy in. They never loved this guy. They didn't really think he could do it. And it's hard to pretend, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And that animus behind the scenes becomes pretty clear to players. They're not stupid. They know what's going on. So you finally now have a situation where everyone's on the same page. And maybe that's what he's talking about in terms of the culture. The head coach, the GM, every person in the building, ownership all the way down to the water boy. They all desperately want Jaden Daniels to win Rookie of the Year. It's not like somebody looks smart and somebody looks bad because we were at odds. They're all in this thing together. And to me, that's really the only way you can make the quarterback thing work because it's so hard for these guys to develop.
Yeah, all the gears are lined up. In other words, it's not one gear that's in we're in year 3 spot, and then this gear is a rookie quarterback spot, so that doesn't jive, or it's a GM on a second coach spot. everything is new this year. They're all coming in together, and it's, in everyone's best interest, obviously, that it works out. I mean, it's always in your best interest to have it work out, but this is different where nobody's being foisted on anybody, right? I mean, you might have disagreements in the draft room. It's not to say that there never have been, and there should be. That's healthy. But this is to your point, everybody's pulling the rope in the same direction, right? This isn't a CYA time where everyone needed to know. A lot of people had to get their word out really quickly. Again, I echo your sentiments about Haskins. It's hard to talk about, but people needed others to know this wasn't our pick. You know what I mean? Like that had to happen quickly because there had to be some CYA if and when it didn't work out.
I think a big
that's
part
not
of that
happening.
Is, right. Like it's a chicken or the egg thing where if you weren't doing that, could it help him and maybe he develops better? Sure. But I also think they're going, this is not going to work. Like this guy should not have been the pick and it's on my butt.
Yep.
And everybody knows that because we took him, I thought he was good. I need everyone to know I would not have done this.
Wasn't me.
But when you're busy doing that and everyone's covering their own butt, it speaks to a toxic, awful workplace and a terrible culture because you're in it for yourself in some way, not the team. But so is everybody else in the building.
Yeah.
So it's it's like a kill or be killed kind of scenario. Everyone else is doing it. You kind of have to do it. But that was the toxicity and the awfulness of the old place. And it is gone now. And you can't win that way. You can't thrive that way. Good young quarterbacks aren't going to play at a high level that way. So to the caller's point, with this culture, all systems are a go for Jaden Daniels, who's already signed his contract, to hit the ground sprinting. And if that's his first impression is that everything around him is harmonious enough that he can actually make this work in a way that his predecessors couldn't, I actually think that's smart.
I do too. Yeah, I mean, it gives you a chance, right? I mean, we've debated smaller edge things like, do they have enough at left tackle or how's the receiver position? But big picture, if you have an organizational culture that's positive, everybody, quarterback, as you said, on down to the secondary water boy, has a better chance to succeed.
He's Danny. I'm Grant. This is The Fan. Next, a university that I wish I went to. I will explain. And what are the deets behind the possible RFK 2.0 stadium people want in D.C.? We're Grant and Danny. Taking you up to 6:30, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Live local programming all night long, including overtime with our pal Toby Altizer tonight. No Nats game. They are off. They are home taking on the Arizona Diamondbacks, who come to town tomorrow. The Nats will have a chance to get to 500. Tight End University, which is a hangout for all the tight ends in the league that want to participate. They get together, they work out, they watch film, they train, and they shtick it up, is starting today. I guess it's a 1 week. I think it's a several day hang, basically. It was created by George Kittle, Travis Kelce, and Greg Olsen. At the time, three of the best tight ends in football. Kelce's still doing his thing at the top of his level. George Kittle's still very good in San Francisco. And, of course, Olsen's been in the broadcast booth for a couple of years as a retired, longtime successful Bear and Panther. But I just saw a video of the boys getting back together. And so, like, they all see each other at the bar and they kind of come up and they're hugging and they're just bros being bros. George Kittle starts, like, slapping him on the butt and they're just all hanging out. It would be one of the best hangs ever to just go to the tight end university for a few days with all the NFL tight ends.
What position group would be the most fun? Because it might be tight end.
Oh, I mean, it's not even close.
You don't think it'd be fun to hang with the linemen and have like an eating contest?
I mean, I think there would be perks and benefits and fun to be had with any position group. Like the one I would most want to attend maybe as a media member would be quarterback because of the star power and the name value and just seeing what you could be a fly on the wall to hear. But I think in terms of the fun and the personalities, like you think about George Kittle, just made for television. Greg Olsen literally became the best commentator almost immediately. Kelce, who currently dates Taylor Swift and is one of the biggest stars in all of sports because of that. Also, maybe the greatest tight end who's ever lived. But then you got all the other big star tight ends in the league are there. They didn't create it like those three did. But the young guys, like I hope Ben Sinnott is there. If he's not, it's a missed opportunity. I think anybody at the position is welcome.
Should try to go, yeah.
To go to tight end university. Why don't other position groups do this?
So didn't Von Miller and the defensive ends kind of do something? Or was it like pass rush you or something? Or was that Von Miller's camp? What was that?
They started something, whether it was exactly the same or different, I don't know. But yes, they started something comparable. I don't know if it's a staple and it's now an annual thing that they do, but it has not caught on like I would expect. Like to me, this has become such a thing where there's this fraternity now among tight ends in the National Football League. There is a rapport among these guys that it almost is like the position group itself is its own union. It really feels that way.
Seriously.
Like when one of us make it, we all make it. And I just kind of love that brotherhood and that camaraderie that they've built. I don't think that exists at other positions.
And it's interesting that it sort of develops this way, right? Where
I think just those three dudes were super tight.
Yeah.
Like, let's all get together. Let's train and hang. Let's invite some young tight ends. And it kind of was a cool thing and it caught on. But so, like, you look at what they've done for the position.
And that's where I was going. It's almost like its own sub-union, right? Where tight end is, people that know football, obviously, it's like, hey, it helps to have a good tight end. Well, duh, it helps to have a good anything. But now I think more and more people are realizing that this is the matchup advantage. As everybody goes specialized, as everyone is in nickel all the time, is that, to counter our 11 personnel or this and that. And if you've got one of these dudes, if you've got Evan Ingram, if you've got Mark Andrews or one of the names that you mentioned, that is a matchup nightmare. Where if you try to put a nickel corner on that dude, he's going to get knocked in the next week. You try to cover him with a linebacker, good luck with that, right? I mean, it's so that the notoriety and kind of the stardom and you look at the pay scale of these guys. I think it's gone up really precipitously. I don't think it's a 1-to-1. They started tight end you and now everyone gets paid.
No, but
there's some correlation.
I think it was these same guys that started National Tight End Day, which is just a day that they just decided, like, hey, we're going to make that day Tight End Day. And how they got the word out or how exactly
they talked to him.
I think they got with some media people and they said, let's push this thing. And they all wore T-shirts. And the first year it got a little bit of run. And the next year, a little more. And now it's like a promoted build week, whatever it is each year, the second Sunday in October, National Tight End Day. So as everyone's doing the highlight packages and going through, all of the plays of the day, George Kittle touchdown on National Tight End Day. But they have kind of put the position over. And there is something, I don't know, wholesome is maybe not the right word about it, but I do just like the idea of the hang. I would love to be there. But someone, if they haven't already, has anybody Darius chronicled this for one of these like Netflix type shows where we had quarterback and then we had Now we've got receiver, I think it is. And Kittle's going to be heavily involved in that from the trailer that I saw. But I don't know why a Roku or Hulu doesn't go to National Tight End Day. Maybe the guys don't want the cameras there.
Yeah, it definitely seems like a missed opportunity because all the tight end personalities that typically show up to this are fantastic personalities. I think people would be interested in. Yeah.
But I wonder, just because it hasn't happened, that tells me like there's been a limited amount of coverage of it. You see the occasional video or camera. I'll bet you they kind of want to keep it to themselves a little bit too. Meaning, like we're talking shop, dudes are being dudes. Everyone doesn't need to have their cell phone out the whole time.
Yeah, some things can just be for us and not for everybody else.
Joking, you know what I mean? There's got to be a little bit of that.
There's got to be a happy medium in it too, where you'd want some of the nuanced things about technique and the like, right? Where this is where I put my hands when I act like I'm blocking and then I'm actually releasing to do this, or this is how I get to the outside shoulder of a defensive end with a really wide split or whatever. Those kind of things are, invaluable as sort of training tools for these guys. Cause again, it's kind of a sub-union of players where it can be a pretty short shelf life, right? I mean, because you're a glorified lineman that's running routes at times from what you're asked to do.
Travis Kelce's the best tight end in football. Agreed?
Even still?
Going into this year, coming off 93 grabs.
Yeah, hard to argue against that.
All right, we're putting him number 1. Who's number 2? Would it be Mark Andrews? Injury last year in Baltimore.
I feel like he's always banged up.
George Kittle gets hurt a lot, but is so good in San Francisco. And the thing I think people forget about George Kittle, because the offensive numbers are always very good, had 1,000 yards on 65 catches last year. He is an exceptional blocker as well.
So two-way guy. I mean, to me, he's kind of taken over that Gronkowski. Gronkowski was bigger and more powerful, straight ahead bulldozer, but Kittle's good at both.
So let's say Kelsey's gone. Where you have the number 2 pick to draft a tight end. Who do you take?
Either Kittle or Sam Laporta.
So Laporta, I would have probably 4th already, with the arrow trending up. He was like my guy.
So you got Andrews ahead of him too.
I love him. I've got Kelsey 1, Kittle 2. I think I actually have TJ Hawkinson 3. I love Hawk. He's a good.
Do you like
blocker.
good numbers?
Yeah,
that's what you like.
He's a good blocker. Now the problem with him, he's coming off an ACL, but he was on his way last year to catching 100 balls for over 1,000 yards. He's had a couple like 14, 15 catch games in Minnesota with Kirk. He makes unbelievable plays. Gets banged up a lot too. Something about that position, dude. It's violent.
I'm telling you, yeah, because
middle of the field.
You are contact on more plays than receivers, right? You're blocking half the time. The other half, probably so you're nicked up, and then you got to go run routes with your back turned off a lot.
But that's where I put Laporta, probably 4, Andrews 5. And if Andrews is back fully healthy for 17, maybe he climbs that list. He's awesome.
You know we sleep on, by the way, as a quick side? Evan Ingram, who's not really a tight end to me. To me, he's just a bigger receiver. They sometimes line up close line of scrimmage. You know, he had 114 catches last year.
I remember that.
114 catches.
And I don't even have him near the top of my list.
Well, because he was such a bust in New York.
Yeah.
For so long.
But that was a volume thing to some extent. I mean, not to take away from his season. Like 114 is
it's definitely a volume thing. But still, I'm like, that's an astounding number of catches for a tight end.
8 yards per catch.
Yeah.
He didn't even have 1,000 yards. They just threw him a bunch of balls at the line of scrimmage. I think who's your most underrated tight end in the league? I've got a name that I think gets slept on.
Underrated. All right. Running through in my mind. I'm thinking of a guy I love Dalton Kincaid. Hasn't arrived yet, right? But I think more targets are coming. He's a star.
I'll just give him to you because
David Njoku?
Trey McBride.
Oh, from Philly. Good one.
From Arizona. Did he bounce? Trey McBride.
Plays in Arizona? Who am I thinking of?
I don't know.
I don't know who I'm thinking of then.
You're thinking of Dallas Goedert?
Oh, that's who I'm thinking of. Idiot. Yeah, sorry.
Did he bounce?
Shut up, Danny. We're having a conversation.
But Danny, seriously, stop it over there.
Did he bounce?
Yeah, he bounced to Arizona.
Yeah,
the only team
he's never played in Philadelphia.
Literally, he was drafted by the Cardinals out of Colorado State. That's what happened.
Has he ever been to Philadelphia?
So his rookie year was meh. Everyone kind of put him over. I remember there was a lot of talk about him, and people thought he was going to like take the league by storm. 2nd-round pick. Last year, he caught 80 balls for 800 yards as a 23-year-old second-year player. Trey McBride's going to be good.
Play a little bit.
And that was Kyler Murray didn't play a lot.
Yeah, that's with whatever that situation was.
So I think he's fringe top 5, like ascending in that conversation.
That's a good one. And Njoku, again, sneaky, had a great year last year as well with a lot of weapons in Cleveland. He was an 80 catch plus guy as well.
He had a great year. And he can make plays after the catch. He can rumble. He can make people miss. He scores a lot of touchdowns, I feel like. David Njoku's a beast. That's another guy. It took him a while. Like, it doesn't always happen right away.
There's a lot of nuance to that position, too.
Yeah.
And that kind of makes sense to me, again, because, like, the college tight end's a different animal than the pro tight end an awful lot. Cole Kmet had a pretty nice season. I'm just thinking of guys that have added and dropped in fantasy a million times.
Yeah.
Right? I think he had a 5 or 6 touchdown year last year.
Kmet also probably a beneficiary of, like, there wasn't a whole lot around him, 70 for 700. But good player. I'll be curious to see what it looks like this year because they're loaded at wideout now.
Yeah, they got
They
players.
probably go outside in with their passing game instead of vice versa. It's easy as a tight end to scoop up catches when it's Justin Fields who's not really seeing the field. But now you got Williams throwing to, you got DJ Moore still. You brought in Keenan Allen. You drafted Roma Dunze. I'll be curious to see what that looks like.
Me too. But yeah, I mean, there are weapons galore. But he was one of those, like, always dependable, maybe not as flashy, maybe not as dynamic as some of the other guys, but always felt like a dependable receiver.
We have not gotten into this to the extent that we probably should. Maybe we could circle back to this tomorrow. But wanted to talk about some of DC's visions for RFK 2.0. I know this is something you've been tracking since going into the weekend, where it looks like we got some numbers and some details from them on what they're thinking for the stadium.
So the thing that I've seen, and I'd love to hear what just more of what you're addressing here, is they did this feasibility study. Whereas we were asking Kevin Sheen about this before during the Beltway Blitz, where they contracted with a guy that used to be on the council, had to resign because of alleged financial improprieties. That guy's consulting firm, talking about DC, gave them an economic feasibility study. And this guy is the dude that loves stadiums. So you would think this is the positive stadium thing. This is how much money it's going to bring in. This is how it's all going to work. And how are they going to pay for it? And they have not released that information yet, despite a freedom of information request from Eric Flack at Channel 9. They've denied it, et cetera. But the financial boons that they're talking about are as rosy a picture as you'll ever find in this kind of thing, which would make sense as a way to say, look, we're selling it to everybody. Look how great this is going to be. So I'm not begrudging it. I'm not belittling it. I'm saying, but you would expect this would be the rosy one, the rosy report that they commissioned.
Yeah, I was just more talking about the numbers themselves than the suggested nefarious, way they got there or whatever. But yeah, for people that don't know, according to the data obtained by DC's chief financial officer and Eric Flack, our buddy from Channel 9 had a bunch of this reporting. By 2030, the district's predicted to be more than $1.7 billion in debt, which includes $520 million the city just shelled out to renovations at Capital One Arena, combined with other projects that puts DC smack up against DC's limit with DC law and what they're allowed to do in terms of debt. They released this study, came after 27 days of Channel 9 had filed this legal request under the Freedom of Information Act that you're talking about. But what they found was the study projects the one-time economic impact, to give you this number, $2.29 billion during the construction phase in the district, $1.26 billion recurring annually every year after that. It assumes 70 non-football related events, to give you a specific number of what they're seeing, although it does not specify inclusion of a dome. But I've told you guys, I've talked to many people over there. They've all said this would be a stadium with a roof. This is going to be a dome. I would hope a retractable roof, but I don't know that it would be, because most retractable roofs aren't
non-retracted.
Yeah. It would probably just be a roof all the time at this point. But those are some of the numbers that they've given. Also saw that the projection would be for a 65,000 seat stadium, which is another question people have had about size of stadium. Because one of the numbers, remember when they were looking into Virginia, Woodbridge area, they came out with renderings. It was like all the way down at like 52,000 seats or something.
Yeah.
Which seemed tiny.
Very intimate.
But 65 at least gives you a chance to host Super Bowls and do some of the bigger NCAA tournament type stuff.
Indeed. So, yeah, I mean, that's, again, and I'm not whipping anybody or calling anybody names or anything like that. That's the rosiest possible financial picture, where it's 70 events, 1.3 billion in annual revenue, 2,000 jobs. Somehow during the construction phase, when it's the outlay of payments to build up materials and hire folks, there was still positive economic impact there in the form of jobs created, aka the construction jobs, et cetera. So this is the best possible vision of everything that we're going to try to sell both to constituents and a team and whoever. And that's fine. That's what should be produced at this point, right? From that side. If you're trying to woo somebody, you don't go, here's where we'll be in the red. Here's the biggest pitfall. Here's the problem. And here's where you're going to have to come bail us out and win all the solution for that. That's not what you're doing at this point. This is the courting phase. We're wooing here.
Yeah, definitely. And you should project for a rosy outlook if you're trying to get a stadium.
Right.
Doesn't really help you much to sell them on the worst case scenario. I mean, you're kind of, it's like moving into a house. You're thinking about all the possibilities. This is what we could do with this room, and we'll remodel this room, and your parents can live in this room. You're not going, the kids are going to draw with markers on this wall. And,
that's right.
You know, this will probably look like crap.
Is that a furnace that's going to break down?
And,
Give it a second.
The dog will pee on this carpet. Like, that's not really the way that you're thinking about the new stadium. So I totally get that. Big story today is, as far as the Commanders go, Jaden Daniels was seen on a video on the TikTok account of Brandon Ayuk talking to the 49ers wide receiver. Ayuk was telling Daniels that San Francisco, quote, don't want me back, end quote, as he was chatting with his good buddy from Arizona State years and years ago, now the quarterback of Washington's Commanders. A lot of people made a lot out of that combo as if it meant maybe that Daniels is trying to plant the seed. Certainly not my view on it. I kind of just laughed and thought it was interesting, but he is expendable. San Francisco's got a lot of talent. He is a trade chip if they want him to be, and the Commanders do have a need if they want a great wide receiver room. They do not have that. They've got a top 15-ish guy in Terry McLaurin. They've got a first-round pick who played poorly last season in his second year in Jahan Dotson and took a step back. I'm still confident he'll be a lot better this year, but if your goal is to have an exceptional wide receiver core for your rookie quarterback, they did not do that, and they have not done that. And Ayuk's available. You could give a couple of picks up, including maybe a second, and then pay him a ton of money. I think he'll get close to $30 million. Some people have pushed back on that, just some fans on X, but to me, that's what the market looks like it's worth.
Indeed, it does. So to me, I'm so curious as to the motivation here. And maybe we're not playing checker. Maybe we're not playing chess in the case of Brandon Ayuk. Maybe he's just posting a video where he's chatting with his friend and thinks it's funny, or, you know, maybe he's not using it as a negotiating play, but maybe he is. Maybe it's super savvy. Maybe it's to put a little extra pressure on the 49ers. Maybe he does get his payday. Maybe he does force a trade. I don't know exactly what the motivation is. I do know that it's really interesting that two buddies, one happens to be the quarterback here. Hi, Jaden. Thanks and welcome. He's the one sharing that news with, right? So, of course, Daniels is excited. They're talking, they're just friends on FaceTime talking about contracts. It just so happens they play in the same league. And you already mentioned the need that Washington might potentially have. Depends on what the front office happens to see for it. But it is a fascinating situation. A team with a window that's open right now, this minute. San Francisco has been excellent and looks to be excellent again this year. They've got layered talent now. They drafted a couple guys. They've already got Deebo Samuel. They've got McCaffrey and Kittle, and you've already mentioned Juszczyk and company. They're well set up. So if it's not Ayuk now, maybe they just leave him, put him on a franchise tag, give the longer contract to Deebo Samuel or something, or maybe vice versa, and try to keep the window open for an extra year. Or maybe they say, we can restock the cupboard while still competing at a really high level. Let's trade him a year early. Who knows what they want to do? But it's fascinating when it's your quarterback here in town talking to his buddy that happens to be coming off a 1,350-yard season.
I want to wander off the beaten path for a second to end the show non-sports. After weeks of knowing this was coming, it's actually gone down, at least for me on my account. I don't know if you've gotten here yet. Likes are now private. A lot of people are making a big deal of this on X. Are you familiar?
I am. I saw that.
So here is what I've gathered. Essentially, you can't see my list of likes, and I can't see yours. When something is tweeted, I can't see who's liked it. Now, I'm not sitting here defending Twitter because I think it's gotten way worse every month, basically, for the last couple of years. And initially, I thought a lot of people were just complaining and they didn't like Elon Musk. And, because they disagreed with him on a lot of things, they just yelled into the ether. I actually think there's more porn bots and there's just more nonsense. And like, if you click on a popular tweet, you have to scroll through 50 fake tweets like the old MySpace or something of ads and just stupid stuff that are bots to actually get to a response to the tweet. I think the app itself is not in a good place. But I don't understand why people are so upset about this private like thing. This will not change my experience in any way. I don't think I've ever once searched somebody's likes. Why would you ever care to search someone's likes? And I don't necessarily care who specifically has liked any tweet. Like I've never even used those functions, but people seem very bothered by this.
So here's what my personal theory is. It's no longer a way for people to go, gotcha. So for example, I have in the past not liked something. The way I use it is as a bookmark. Other people will tell you can actually bookmark it a different way. I don't really know how to do that. It's really quick and easy for me. I just hit like.
Oh yeah, that's
now,
what I do. I like not because I'm endorsing. I like because I want to read it later,
right? Or
I want to talk about it on the show. And it might be something that's terrible to like in air quotes, but I don't actually enjoy it. I'm just coming back to it.
Sure. My point is I want to save this for later. I can't do it now or whatever, right? Or I'd like to read that. And if it's on the wrong team, then everyone can yell at you or whatever. I think people don't like the idea that they can't yell anymore. That's literally what I think. I have no idea if that's true or not. But now I'm liking this. I'm in favor of that.
Yeah.
So I can actually go through and go, oh, that's interesting. I may not agree with this, but I'd like to see that. And now I'm not seen as endorsing some sort of thing that's on the wrong team. But I just want everyone to remember, I like what I'm supposed to like, and I dislike the thing that you think I should not like.
Yeah, very specifically you.
Very specifically, you were listening right now. Yes.
Whatever you think, I also think. And whatever you don't think, I don't think that.
That's how I feel. Just how I feel.
Oddly on every subject. I'm with you on that. The only time I've ever seen the like function used in that way is like when a athlete or someone likes crazy political stuff or like something that is viewed as like, oh my God, this guy is into this, or you know what I mean? Whatever that is.
Yeah, like Kyrie liked this tweet about Earth being flat or something.
Or like Patrick Corbin's likes are a wild ride sometimes, right? And people will like screen grab it and like, look what this guy's liking. That doesn't do me any. I'm not the guy that cares what other people like or are into. I know I'm in the minority in 2024. How you view the world and like who you vote for and what you think on certain issues does not change whether or not I'm going to treat you with respect and decency and any decorum. So like, I'm not playing that game, but a lot of people do like to play that game. But other than that, who is using that function that it is a loss to see so much blowback on it? And a lot of the changes have been terrible and stupid, and I hate them. This is not one of those to me.
Agreed.
This is a nothing burger.
Yeah. My experience hasn't been the same as yours. I would say, like, I haven't really noticed much difference.
You don't have more bots?
No, it's the same as it always was for me.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
So like I tweet stuff or I don't. I see stuff in my news feed and I don't. Like it's to me, it's not a big deal.
Here's the good news. I spend so much less time now responding to tweets, which is good and bad, I guess. But like my replies, because there's just so much stuff I have to scroll past that isn't like actual comments from people. I find myself very little interaction compared to the past. I still do it occasionally, but I more still scroll accounts and get the intel that I want,
right?
For sure.
Yeah.
But that's amazing to me that you don't see any difference. To me, it's like the old MySpace or something where it's so many ads and not even like, I don't mean true advertisements.
No, I know what you mean.
As much as like, remember when the Dan Quinn thing popped off, there was like 800 tweets every 5 minutes about like, get the t-shirt here. So much of that crap on my feed everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, I had like a thing with the porn bots a few years ago, right? But that was pre Elon or whatever.
And gone for sure,
right?
Where like you would wake up and there'd just be 300 porn bots there,
and
then they would.
She's like, "Do you want to chat?" And I'm like, "I don't. I do, but I don't. I don't.
Yes.
No, I don't. I don't.
For some reason, every girl named Alexa at the same time just wanted to be friends with
you. Like me?
And tell
That's
you
so
that
nice. Thank you.
But yeah, it would come and go, and it would clean them out. Like you would just wake up one day and they're gone, and you drop several hundred followers or whatever because the bots are gone, and that correction doesn't happen anymore. Like unless you're scrolling and just blocking 800 at a time, it's hard. But small price to pay, I suppose, for having a cool service. White collar problem to be online dealing with that. But I don't know. I just didn't know if you had something I didn't on why people are angry.
No, yeah. I mean, I haven't read any specific studies on it or anything, but that's what it seems to me. Because I was trying to figure out a logical reason why that would bother anybody. I'm not bothered at all. Like if I find you liking something or I found you liking something.
Right.
Like, hey, Grant, I like that. Look at the rest of my day is just opened up. Still can do whatever I want.
Yeah,
You know?
I just don't ever one time remembering trying to figure out or caring what someone liked. And occasionally in your feed, it would be like, Danny Rouillet liked this. You might as well, or something.
Sure.
And
And
it's
like the For You tab
something
or
on the
whatever.
Nats or whatever. And I'm like, also, that was generally not that helpful.
It's
I
right.
don't know. It is what it is. All right, for Darius and Ryan, Grant and Danny saying so long. We got Overtime with Toby coming up next. Speaking of Toby for Time, he and I have a brand new episode of Bustin' Loose Baseball that is dropping right now. Matter of fact, it is available for you wherever you get your audio, so you can listen to that. Toby's got Overtime deep into the evening right here on The Fan. We're back at 2 o'clock tomorrow.
Thank you for coming.